right. I have to learn these buttons all over again. So unless a major earthquake occurs in the next 90 seconds or some similar disaster, I won't be the Planning Commission, Chairman of the Planning Commission any longer. I did want to make a point, though, about what we just did. I think it is something increasingly clear to me that it's a real privilege to lead this group in the Pledge of Allegiance. It reminds me every time of how, whatever our differences are, we are one large community, and we're lucky enough to live in the best citizens' democracy in the world. So think about that. Okay, let's move on. And, oh yeah, that's right. I got to say the similar things. So, Mr. Villalobos, will you make our TV coverage announcement and then conduct our roll call?
Yes, thank you, Chair Park, and good morning to the Commission. The special hearing of January 22nd, 2020 will be televised live on County Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20, and at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, San Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of this special hearing will be on Friday, January 24th, 2020 at 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Would you like me to continue on with the roll call?
Yes.
All right, great. Commissioner Farini?
Here.
Commissioner Cooney?
Here.
Commissioner Blau?
Here.
Commissioner Bradley?
Here.
And Chair Park?
Here.
One last time.
So what's next on our agenda? Our elections? Did that all right.
So next on the agenda would be election of the 2020 Planning Commission Chair and Vice Chair. Usually the chair would open the nominations.
That's right.
for
I'll
each
open
one.
it up for nominations.
So I'll make the motion. I can't use the buttons. I'll make a motion that we elect Commissioner Bidley as the chair and Commissioner Farini as the vice chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second both motions, correcting the pronunciation of our chair's new chair's
Bridley?
name
Did I do
to
it?
Bridley.
God darn it. It took me a year to learn parks, so I'm slow.
That's all right. I had to learn that when I dealt with her husband at the waterfront department in the city of Santa Barbara. So I've been in practice for several years.
Right.
But and do we have any deliberations on this motion? I will say that our new Planning Commission chair is relatively new to the commission, but she learns fast. She has probably more background in what we do planning than everybody else here put together. And I think she'll do a great job. She's worked in a very collaborative manner with us so far, and I think she'll enjoy working with staff and with the rest of us. So I think it's a great choice. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion is carried, and you're it.
Make sure that I understand. Oh, look, there I am, and the buttons are all working, so just bear with me today. And I, in return, would really like to thank Commissioner Park because he was a great tutor, as well as all the commissioners. So very much enjoyed my first couple months on the commission, so I think we get going here today. So that brings us to item 5 on the agenda, and actually number 6, right? It is 5. Is that something that you announced, David? The appointment of the secretary and recording secretary?
So the chair would open nominations, but I would recommend that myself and Mr. Wilson as your recording secretary and secretary.
But we need a motion for that? Okay. So do I hear a motion for those 2 appointments?
So moved, Madam Chair.
And I'll second it.
Thank you. That's Cooney and Blau. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. That brings us to item number 6, which is public comment. This is a time on the agenda for anybody in the audience who is here for something to speak to us about that is not otherwise posted on the agenda. So please don't use this time if you want to talk to something that's on our agenda, but does anybody have a public comment need? And how would I check in Santa Barbara? There's no one down there.
You can just ask and then see if anyone
there any-
approaches the mic.
Okay, then there's no one in Santa Barbara for that, okay. Then, closing public comment, we will move to the standard agenda. So, Mr. Villalobos, I believe you read that into the record?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The Planning Commission will receive a report from the Agricultural Commissioner regarding the Ag Cannabis Stakeholder Working Group.
where is she? She's coming in. Okay. Yeah. Well, while Ms. Fisher is getting seated, I really wanted to thank staff for bringing this about today, because I know we've talked about the need to hear from Commissioner Fisher and all these topics that are relating to the cannabis cases that we've had. So I really appreciate you getting it on the agenda early in January. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Kathy Fisher, and I'm here today. All right, now we're rolling. Okay. Good morning, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Kathy Fisher, and I'm here today to provide a summary of information about an agricultural cannabis stakeholder working group that was formed to address the new pesticide conflict between cannabis cultivation sites and traditional agriculture. Several members of the working group are here today in the audience and are available to answer any questions. What is the pesticide conflict? The state of California, through the Business and Profession Code Section 5313, requires all cannabis to be tested for 66 residual pesticide active ingredients prior to sale to the public. Licensed laboratories are required to report the levels of detected pesticide active ingredients in parts per million. Cannabis goods cannot contain levels of pesticides above those listed in the BMP Section 5313 subsection B. The required testing, along with the high value of cannabis that is cultivated near or adjacent to traditional agricultural sites, has created an unintended impact for pest control for organic and conventional growers. Commercial pest control businesses are faced with difficult decisions whether to treat crops adjacent to cannabis cultivation sites due to the elevated risk and liability regarding the threat of litigation from accidental drift. In many cases, the risk is too great, and the professional applicators are having to decline to treat the properties, and growers are left to treat their own property or not at all. Other pest control options that are being considered by professional applicators include using materials that are legal for their crop and are not being tested for from the list of 66 active ingredients. These materials are less effective and need to be applied more frequently, which has resulted in damage to crops, crop loss, and increased production costs. The Agriculture Department hosted an informal working group of local stakeholders which provided an opportunity for participants to address the pest control conflict. 11 participants from several commodity groups with pest control expertise agreed to volunteer. Volunteers included representatives from the cannabis industry, a vineyard manager, a row crop manager, citrus avocado manager, several representatives from the commercial pest control industry, and a pest control advisor. All participants had to be committed to attend every meeting. A total of 5 two-hour meetings took place over a 3-month period of time. A professional facilitator was hired by the department to support, plan, and facilitate the working group meetings. The scope of work for the working group included an established list of guidelines that would enable the participants to promote dialogue, proactively address pest control challenges with the intention to ensure mutual economic viability for the agriculture and cannabis industry. The scope of work included working group participants to become familiar and educated about each other's industry. It is important for your commission to understand The working group did not address air quality, odor, visual blight, land use restrictions, or existing pesticide laws and regulations. At the end of the 5 meetings, the working group identified 2 categories of ideas and suggestions that would potentially promote coexistence between cannabis and traditional agriculture with regards to agriculture's pest control needs. A single document titled Best Practices for Pesticide Applications was developed that included suggestions for property operators, pest control advisors, pest control applicators, and cannabis cultivators that would potentially help to offset the risk of pesticide drift. A second document was created titled Who Are My Neighbors? That included a consolidation of ideas to foster cooperative neighborly relationships between cannabis cultivators and growers. It is important to keep in mind, these 2 documents have been created by the working group as a resource of guidelines and suggestions for growers and cannabis neighbors to consider. The working group's intentions were not to use the 2 documents, were intended to use the 2 documents as uniform talking points for their future outreach efforts and are not intended to be used as land use restrictions or permit conditions. None of the suggestions or ideas provided by the working group have been proven to be effective. Examples of best practices for pesticide applications include but are not limited to property operators, PCAs, and PCOs to first determine if a cannabis cultivation site is next door. Several resources are cited in the document to assist growers and applicators to find out this answer. If cannabis is found to be next door to the application site, the document provides several suggestions to consider, such as property operators informing their PCA and applicator that Cannabis First is next door. Try to get contact information of your cannabis neighbor and provide that to the applicator. Notify the cannabis neighbor of the pending application, and for property operators to consider installing temporary fences, screens, or windbreaks. The document also provides pest control advisors several ideas for alternative pest control, such as selecting a material that is legal for the crop to be treated and is not on the list of 66 active ingredients. Other ideas consist of adding anti-drift materials or surfactants and monitoring the application. Possible ideas and suggestions for applicators include monitoring and documenting the climate conditions on site, such as wind speed and direction, deciding on the best application method, such as ground application versus air, the proper timing of the application, and using anti-drift additives. Cannabis cultivators are also provided suggestions for protecting measures such as using structures, crop blankets, perimeter screening, moving plants when possible, and closing vents of greenhouses at the time of the application. Cannabis cultivators are encouraged to cooperate and coordinate with their neighbor and applicator and to consider remediation if it is found to be necessary after the pesticide application is completed. The working group acknowledges the document was a result of 5 two-hour meetings that may not consist of all possible mitigating measures. Additional suggestions for property operators, applicators, pest control advisors, cannabis cultivators, and the agriculture department to consider are for both neighbors to understand cannabis and traditional cropping intervals, the biology of pests to be controlled, property operators to ensure employees receive training either through spray safe events or other training workshops, develop a list of pesticides that can be used for both cannabis and traditional crops, develop additional outreach materials, and to understand the liability of the pest control conflict. Neighbors are encouraged to consider drafting an MOU to memorialize discussions between neighbors. Cannabis cultivators should ensure they are covered for loss due to drift, and applicators should document weather conditions at the time of application. The second document developed by the stakeholder working group is called Who Are My Neighbors? And consists of resources available that could help to identify where cannabis cultivation sites exist throughout the county. Examples of resources include the Cal Cannabis website, county planning and development, and agriculture websites. The Agriculture Department has already completed several suggestions and requests by the stakeholder working group, such as including several links on one page that could provide information to assist property operators and applicators. The document also recommends information that neighbors should share with each other, such as spray schedules, harvest schedules, application methods to be considered, weather information, pest problems to control, timing of employees working on site, pesticides that could possibly be applied, and alternatives for growers and applicators to consider. Agricultural neighbors may consider installing screens or temporary fences, ground applications versus air, and using anti-drift additives. During the final meeting, the working group came up with the idea to create ambassadors that would share with their own industry the results of the working group's efforts. Several working group participants volunteered to serve as ambassadors for outreach. Ambassadors plan to use the two documents for talking points and will continue to consult with the County Ag Commissioner Department with their outreach efforts. Several working group ambassadors are already scheduled to attend several training events throughout the state this winter and spring. Their working group documents are posted on the County Agriculture Department's website. There were several requests from the working group for the Agriculture Department. This slide includes some of the action items along with the status. As you can see, the department has completed several of the action items to date. Here's a list of resources that the working group identified that could be helpful to cannabis cultivators, growers, and applicators, and will be posted on our website. The information contained in the stakeholder working group presentations and documents is for discussion purposes only and does not reflect the opinions of staff, the Ag Commissioner, the Board of Supervisors, or the county, and are not the county's current regulatory requirements. The county's cannabis regulations are contained in the county code and are posted on the county's cannabis website as that the URL posted there. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Fisher. I think this is the time when we would ask if commissioners have questions of you directly before we open it up to public comment. So now I have to learn how to read the lights. Who may have a question for Commissioner Fisher? Would be Commissioner Park?
I have a couple. What I hear in talking to farmers in all parts of the county, and in particular in Carpinteria and avocado people, and with the cannabis industry, is that no matter how well they work together and work up legal documents that provide waivers of liability and all those kinds of things, that the real problem is the applicators and their unwillingness to endanger themselves by opening themselves up to liability and by their insurers who don't want to insure them for these problems. And is that something that your group discussed, how to deal with that?
It was discussed. There wasn't a solution. But actually what also was shared with the group is it not only is coming from the insurance companies, but also from the shareholders of the pest control businesses.
Right. Well, it's a crucial problem. Okay, let me go on to something else. And that is, we have discussed here at the Planning Commission and tried to implement here and there on the few cases that have actually come here for hearing, buffers between more traditional agricultural uses and cannabis in an effort to deal with some of the this particular issue over pesticides, but also herbicides. And I don't know that our buffers that we wound up with, in the few cases where we actually approved them, had any scientific basis at all. Was that something that was discussed at your working group, whether setbacks, buffers, whatever you want to call them, would be effective, and what kind of setbacks? I mean, are we talking about 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 2 miles? There you go.
Yes, they were discussed with the working group, and it's important to understand that, to answer many parts of your question, is that, and even the commercial applicators mentioned this, that setbacks is not the solution because there really isn't any designated proven distance that would help offset any of the concerns that they talked about. Every application is different. Every application site is different. They know that they have to make these decisions when they show up on site and do their assessment. Locations are different. Climate conditions can change. And so having a setback to rely on, they felt, is not the solution.
Well, I want to thank you for your very honest answers, because I think we sometimes have a rush to approve projects when we're in the dark on things, and we're clearly in the dark on these items, and you've confirmed that.
Okay. I'm looking at Mr. Farini. He's giving me the eye, but is the light on? I can't even tell. Did you want to speak?
Yes,
You have questions?
please.
Okay, Commissioner Farini, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Fisher, thank you for all the work herding the cats, as we say, and your patience and expertise is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Something I've heard from, I would say, all sides is that the predicament we're in could possibly be solved by CDFA or would it be through the cannabis path on raising the, is it MRLs of these pesticides? So because everything's zero, even though it's in parts per million, we're testing now in almost parts per trillion. They have non-detect for some of these pesticides. And because that granularity is so high on testing, and so is there a way to communicate up the chain in the state for help in changing those standards they've put on cannabis?
This was discussed with the working group. It's important to understand when it comes to registering pesticides to be used on commodities, that starts with the US EPA. And the Department of Pesticide Regulation is the state agency that is responsible for pesticide enforcement in the state of California. And they did approach US EPA through a process called special local needs to be able to have 12 different pesticides to be able to be used on cannabis, and they were declined. And it's important to keep in mind that cannabis is a federally illegal controlled substance. It's a Schedule I, right there next to heroin and LSD. So any federal agency cannot touch it. And so, again, registering pesticides to be used on a commodity, that begins with US EPA, and they are unable to do that. The list of 66 active ingredients actually came from scientists at DPR. They provided that scientific input with what science was available, and I've been told there wasn't very much science that was available at that time. I don't know why they chose these 66 active ingredients. Some of them are actually organic materials. Some of them are actually quite benign. But it was the scientists at DPR that developed that list for the health department. The tolerances that are listed in that section actually are tolerances that were established by EPA for other similar commodities, such as tobacco and other leafy greens. Those materials that were listed that don't have a tolerance have yet to be determined by EPA. Therefore, since they haven't established a tolerance, until then, there's a zero tolerance. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you very much.
Okay, did any other commissioner have questions for Ms. Fisher? Okay, seeing none. I probably have so many questions, I'm going to have to call you later to make sure I understand it, but I really appreciate the report. And I'm not going to drift into the next topic on the agenda, but there were several comments about continuing dialogue with the Ag Commission, Ag Advisory Commission, so as we proceed through our tweaking of the ordinance, to possibly have that hand out. And I think your chairman actually wrote a letter saying they're available to do that. So, and I attended your meeting back in December, really appreciated hearing that. It was very illuminating. So hopefully we will keep that line of communication. And if you can come to a meeting in the future, if we see that that's a topic we're going to be struggling with, maybe that's a way to make good use of your work.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate that. Okay, so hearing no other questions, then we would turn to public comment on this item only. And I want to make an announcement about this because we have another item following this that may be the reason a lot of people in the room are here. But I'm more than happy to accept public comment on just this Ag Commissioner's report. If anyone in the room has public comment slips, please provide them. Otherwise, we have two speakers in Santa Barbara. One, I'm not sure that it wanted to speak on this item, but the first speaker was Anthony Stahl in Santa Barbara. If they wanted to address us on the Ag Commissioner's report. he's down there. No? Mr. Stahl in Santa Barbara? No? Oh, here he comes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Anthony Stahl. I work with the Cannabis Commission, or cannabis community right now. I'm the guy 2 years ago. I'm the one that contacted the pesticide applicators about what was going on. I've run over 5,000 separate tests on cannabis from 7 different locations. And the great thing is that because of the pesticide applicators and us working together, we provided maps and phone numbers of every single location in the area. We collaborate with the pesticide applicators. And in all the time that we've been testing for all the different flowers and everything else for pesticides, we have not had a single issue of any drift or crop loss because of how we've been working, I think, in collaboration. But even before the collaboration, because of their professionalism and already maintaining buffers, was one of the reasons why they maintain that. So I think I agree with the report. There's definitely, when you collaborate with each other and we keep the doors open and the phone lines open, it works really, really well. I mean, all of our phone numbers are contacted. I get a phone call every time I do the application, and it works fine. I know that the avocado growers stopped spraying the abamectin, which was an issue for us because that's on our list, and they switched to a Veritran. And the initial reports back on the Veritran was that it worked better than they expected. Veritran being more of a bait and less of a pesticide, so it's safer for the environment, safer for the fruit. So in the end, it's been a good, successful collaboration so far, and I think that going forward, I think there's a lot of good things going ahead for us.
Thank you. Okay, and then we have another speaker slip from Anna Carrillo in Santa Barbara. However, I'm not sure if she wanted to speak on this item or the next. So, oh, did you put this one in for this item?
No, I'm interested in the next item.
Okay, thank you, Anna. We'll get there in a second. Yeah, go ahead and go to the podium. Thank you.
Sharon Barrett, farmer, impacted on my avocado crop. Could not spray in Trust, which is a certified organic product. Ended up with Veritran. I could see the damage to the crop. This has probably cost me, I don't know, $10,000 to $30,000 of avocados that are going to go out as seconds instead of as firsts. And it's devastating. Veritran is not as effective as Entrust. My PCA said to me, quote, "The cannabis growers are going to put you out of business." Devastating. There's something you guys can do. And that is, in every permit that you approve, put in, as long as pesticide is applied according to the law and the label, you indemnify or hold harmless farmers within 2 miles. Ta-da! You can do it. Just put it in the permits. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Ms. Merritt?
Commissioner Park?
Hi, it's good to see you. I hear what you say about that condition. I don't disagree with you. But what I wonder about is, it's my understanding from both avocado growers, some, and cannabis people, that they've essentially taken the same language you've suggested and they've put it into their private agreements. And that those, and it's not sufficient for the applicators. That's the real problem. If you have that language, if you have that condition, will the applicators fly these applications?
Okay, so 2 things. First of all, what they put in writing, I was turned down by Nutrien, will not spray in the Carpinteria Valley, and now they're choosing parts of the other parts of the county to not spray in also. So I was turned down by Nutrien, Oxnard Pest Control, and Aspen Helicopter. Will not spray in the or last spring would not spray in the Carpinteria Valley. They saw the document, a 1-page document. Their lawyers said, no way. It was not drafted by lawyers. It was not signed by every avocado grower, by every cannabis grower in the valley. It was a selective number. What kind of legal protection is that, unless you get everyone? And the only ones who could get everyone are you guys, because you guys get the permits. So then the second thing is there is something called the State Pesticide Applicator Association. And you guys should be talking to them. I compliment Kathy for her work, but this is a pesticide applicator issue. I cannot spray my own property myself. I mean, give me a break. But I don't do my own plumbing either. So I hire a licensed insured plumber. I hire a licensed insured contractor whenever I do any structural stuff. I hire a licensed insured pesticide applicator. You should talk to their association and see what they suggest. But in the meantime, I think you guys are the only ones that can actually have an impact.
I have a
don't leave.
question. I'm a little confused in that if you were to have this indemnity agreement, it's not the cannabis grower indemnifying you, it's you indemnifying them. I mean, you're not damaged by the pesticide spray. It's the cannabis grower that's going to be damaged if you spray and there's drift. Am I missing something here?
What I was told by the PCA, two PCAs, a PCA for nutrient and a PCA for Oxnard pest, was that their lawyers are concerned about the potential for cannabis growers to sue them. Now, we're not talking about illegal drift. These are professionals. The spray will not leave the property. But there is the chance for some spray that lands on the ground, that little dirt particles could leave the property by wind or by critter, including humans and ants. That's what they don't want. They don't want to be sued. They won't spray. They need to be indemnified.
Okay, I'm just curious, and I'll probably defer to the two lawyers to my right, but I don't know that the county could prepare an ordinance like that would take away the right of the cannabis grower to protect himself from your spray, whether it's sprayed in accordance with the current rules or not. I don't see.
It's the only thing I
difference.
could think of. I can't think of anything else that'll make it work. They can't, what's called a greenhouse in carp is not what some people think a greenhouse is. It's a plastic structure with vents at the top that are at least this big that are open all the time. And they can't, I'm sure somebody in here is a grower of cannabis and carp, but they can't be closed for a full day. And that's what it takes to do a ground spray of my property. So I don't know, I can't think of an alternative. I just offer a suggestion.
Thanks.
Thank you. Does any commissioner have any other questions? Or any other comments? Well, now this is where we would close the public comment period. Thank you. Learning. And bring it back to the commission for discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Come on up. Okay. Okay. Well, if you can just state your name so we know how to address you, that'd be great.
No worries. Courtney Taylor, good morning. Sorry I've lost my voice and my kids keep contaminating me, so I will try not to have a cough attack. Good morning, Chair Bradley, commissioners. So I wanted to touch on this briefly. I think this goes better in item 1 than item 2, just because this is something subject to the Ag Commissioner's purview. I know we've talked about this a little bit in some of the cannabis permit appeal hearings with regard to the amendments that were made to the uniform rules for cannabis. Wanted to just remind the commission that there were 4 alternatives that the board considered for how the uniform rules could be amended for cannabis. That was either classifying it sort of generally either as a principal use or compatible. Ultimately, the board voted to amend the uniform rules to find cannabis as a principal use. By staff's own admission in the staff report, that wasn't an option covered in the EIR, so we sort of have a separate CEQA issue with regard to how the uniform rules were amended, but wanted to just make sure that I brought to your attention a letter submitted by the California Farm Bureau that is in your packet that speaks to a new law that prohibits counties from classifying cannabis as a principal use and requires them to classify cannabis as compatible and thus subject to the compatibility principles that look at things like the issues we're looking at. And the compatibility principles and review of parcels that are under Williamson is reviewed by APAC, that is chaired by the Ag Commissioner's Office. So wanted to bring that to your attention to make sure that's something you guys are looking at. And I would urge you to work on figuring out what we do about this gap in CEQA and how we bring the uniform rules into compliance with state law. Thank you.
Question.
Thank you. Oh,
Sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
don't leave.
Of the speaker. Well, thank you.
Freeney.
I've heard a little bit of discussion and did read that in the Farm Bureau letter. So can you go over a little bit the difference between principal and a little more detail on principal versus compatible?
Compatible?
Yeah.
Sure. So when a use is a principal use, that is just by itself a qualifying use. Just merely having that use on your parcel qualifies the parcel under Williamson Act as conforming to the uniform rules. When you qualify it as compatible, that's typically where like wineries and other processing uses are deemed compatible uses, not principal. There's a set of, it's either, I'm not remembering off the top of my head, 4 or 5 compatibility principles that the Ag Preserve Advisory Committee must look at before they can approve the project as being in conformance with the uniform rules that govern Williamson Act parcels. And those compatibility principles look at things like how will this affect legacy agriculture adjacent, whether it's in or not in contracted lands. And so that's the piece where I think a conversation has been missing from the APAC's review of these projects when they're looking at the actual specific elements of the project, is because it's not a compatible use, which the state law now requires it be deemed that, the APAC is not looking at how these projects affect neighboring agriculture, which is what that process would facilitate if it were deemed a compatible use. And I think ultimately why the initial recommendation from your commission to the board was to amend the uniform rules initially in like March 2018 to deem cannabis compatible, not principal. And they ultimately went with sort of what was listed as the last and least favorable version that wasn't in the EIR, which was principal use.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
I don't want to have topical drift to the second item, but I understand why that totally makes sense with Commissioner Fisher here. And so I'm probably going to have questions later on when I figure. Come on up. Yeah, you're. Oh, okay. So
Thank you for letting me speak. And Al Wagner from Foley Family Farms, Foley Family Wines. We farm about 6,000-7,000 acres up the West Coast, 9 California counties, Oregon, Washington. I commend the Ag Commissioner to go through the painstaking task of trying to make this work. But when I look at what I just saw here, with the number of materials that we are losing on a yearly basis, 66 products of loss that we could potentially not be able to use is horrible. Farming in the Santa Rita Hills has the highest mildew and botrytis disease pressures in the entire state of California, almost similar to farming in Oregon. Our spray programs are 10, some years with low rainfall, as high as 17 on like 2018. We are really concerned as landowners, and we're not even, okay, so this is for the next portion. But
Okay,
this just
so
gives
you
you an
know-
idea.
so-
This gives you an idea of the ranch we have next to a proposed grow. This I'll talk
Okay,
about
but
later.
I'm going to be really firm about this because we've got a whole rule. So
and that's
we'll
why
look
I
back
just
for you
said
on
this is the
item
next.
2.
This is the next one.
Okay.
So I love that we're talking, and I love that we're having this feel-good approach. We farm in the middle downtown at the Mission in Sonoma County. We have never had a violation from the landowners that have houses around us. The problem here is the drift. I mean, I can give you 20 years of wind data on that ranch that we only maybe 20% of the year have wind speeds less than 4 miles an hour. So for us to cover a 500-acre ranch, I'm going to have to invest millions of dollars more to put more spray equipment on the ground to be able to spray in a tiny little window. So the impacts to us are almost to fight for now that we're not even going to be reinvesting on these properties until something happens that we know that our investment is going to be withheld for the next 30 or 40 years. And so that's why I'm coming to you, and I'll end it at that. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know what I don't understand the timing and the clock. I'm supposed to be paying attention to how many. Okay, yeah, sorry. So are we with Jack Matter?
Russell. I put a slip in.
Okay, well, just come on up, and then we have three other speakers after that. Al, someone named Al, for item 1, also Jack Matter and Mark Shatillo. So,
Al just spoke.
oh, that was Al.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, first hearing, figuring it out. Okay, and
All
I forgot to also say, please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Russell Doty. I'm the Santa Barbara County Farm Bureau President. As an organization, as of yet, we have refrained from taking a position on cannabis because it is an ever-evolving issue. However, as a farmer, as a lemon and avocado grower in the Goleta, I am concerned about this issue. My concerns are mainly about outdoor grows and how they affect my operation. We have a neighbor that is going to potentially start growing in the near future, and we've already been notified by our spray applicators that their insurance will not cover him, and we were going to have to change the way we do things. In fact, everybody that's neighbors with cannabis is going to have to change how they farm. At this time, conventional ag and cannabis are not compatible. The lack of tolerance permitted in cannabis of pesticides puts conventional and organic farms and farmers at risk. They are at risk of losing their businesses, and for most of us, our homes and our family legacies. My family has been farming in the Goleta area for, next year will be 100 years on our current ranch. And something, it's my great fear. I would ask you to mitigate that risk by limiting cannabis to indoor grows, where cannabis growers could protect their crop without jeopardizing conventional or organic farms. Thank you.
I have a question.
Commissioner Blau?
Organic farms, is that still using pesticides? I thought that was no pesticides.
There are organic materials that are not allowed to be detected through the testing, part of the 66 that Kathy mentioned.
Okay, and that's probably part of the problem with the feds still thinking cannabis is an illegal or scheduled drug. If it was not scheduled, they might allow the organic materials to be. I mean, I'm having difficulty having anybody tell me I can't use an organic product to grow things with.
Well, you'll be told when you can't sell it, right?
Well, I'm just curious if that doesn't make sense to me, but
Well,
the government doesn't.
as
The government doesn't
Kathy
make sense
stated
to me a lot.
earlier, the issue is that it's illegally federally, and none of California will risk going against them in that way, and then we're out here, stuck without a solution.
I get it. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker, I think that's it, right? No, they keep coming, okay. We have, Jack Mater? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jack Motter. I'm Russ Doty's neighbor with a cannabis project next door to him. I've operated a row crop farm up Winchester Canyon for the last 5 years, and we're looking to get into cannabis. I was also part of this working group, so I figured I'd kind of give my takeaways from that group. Nothing really that Kathy missed. I just kind of wanted to back her up. Our framework wasn't to try to change these laws. As a cannabis grower, it sucks. I'm really sympathetic to this issue. The last thing I want to do is to have stress for a neighbor farmer having to change their operation and take an economic decline in their situation. But we didn't choose to have these regulations on this cannabis. So it's this, because of laws that are created, it's this thing that we're trying to deal with. And ultimately, I felt like in the group, people understand cannabis is here. Voters have legalized it. Prohibition days are over. It's in this county, it's in the country, and the world at large, really. And, instead of resisting with change, we need to understand how to deal with this tricky, complicated situation. And so like Kathy showed you, the best way to do that is communication, is making sure you're using best practices that are already the current law when you're applying chemicals. And then all these other things of good neighbors to understand spray schedules, harvest schedules, etc., is critical. And my business partner, Jeff, has reached out to Russ. I'll talk to him afterwards, as well as the Cavalettos behind us, to have these sit-downs and look at the buffers that we have in place and use as much science and knowledge as we know to hopefully get around this. And hopefully his applicators will be comfortable to spray if we ever are approved. But it's going to take work. It's going to take people communicating. And this group basically came up with as much resources as we possibly could for both sides of the equation to be able to work in this interface. And it's not easy. There's no silver bullet. I just kind of wanted to share that. And also just feel like it's not new. I wasn't around, but 40 years ago when there was no wineries and all these wineries wanted to come in and there was cattle grazers, I have heard there was lots of drama and lots of issues and what's this new industry? And now can you imagine Santa Barbara without all the wineries and everything else we have going on? It was given a chance. Over time, people were able to work with each other. And I feel like change is always inevitable. We just need to understand, how to best mitigate this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question of the speaker.
Commissioner Farina?
So have you actually grown cannabis yet and run it through the testing and the sales side? Or
we've done in the past some medical stuff, but not to today's current standards.
So when you grew the medical stuff, it wasn't under the same standards?
No, it wasn't under the same standards. It was different. This is kind of new stuff. So we have not, we didn't go for this whole legal non-conforming thing. We stopped that. We're going for it in this new kind of light of how the county wants it. So we have shut down cannabis on our property, and we're waiting to go through the right way and get a permit from you all.
And then on the medical side, was that a federal license, or is that a state
No, that was
license
state.
that you
It was
grow
like
under?
collective type stuff under the
Okay.
state medical laws.
So
Yeah.
this is kind of all new territory.
This is new territory, and we're not going to be operational this year because I see this going on and not having what we need for this coming season. So we're going to do some trials, and I've got some stuff to talk about with Russ as well as the Cavalettos, where we're going to do a research project and really look at drift and do some actual data work on how we can get around this and hopefully come up with a solution. So it's not going to happen fast, but our goal is in the next 12 months to do research stuff and figure that out before we're operational.
Commissioner Cooney?
Mr. Cotter, I just wanted to comment on your presentation of how you have chosen to handle cannabis farming and compliment you on your willingness to step back and see how problems can be solved rather than plunging everything into the ground and creating problems not only for you but for your surrounding neighborhood. So if more farmers did that, I don't think we'd be battling the way we are at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our next speaker is Mark Shatillo.
Good morning and congratulations, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. I'm Mark Shatillo. I represent a number of different folks that have been impacted by cannabis, Kate School, and a number of vintners and other community groups and individuals. I think our goal here, stepping back, is to try and find the way to integrate cannabis into the community, respecting existing agriculture and existing land uses. And that's the challenge. You on the Planning Commission really are in the front line in trying to resolve and wrestle with those issues on the Planning Commission or on the permit level. Appreciations to Ag Commissioner Fisher for bringing this forward. I think we're all very anxious to read these documents and get some more of a sense of how these issues can be resolved. There is a need for a more robust public process, I think, to address these agricultural conflict issues. The small working group was challenging for a lot of folks that I spoke with who were not in the group and couldn't find out what was happening. And so I think it is going to be important to broaden that conversation and bring on some of the other agriculturalists to be able to add their input. And I think this is also an important moment for the county to step back and realize the importance of developing the science around these issues. The issues of agricultural incompatibility with the cannabis ordinance were not addressed in the program EIR. And so that's left you at the commission level without the tools that you're supposed to have to be able to answer these questions. And I think we're partway down the path, but we really look to the commissioner's office and to the community to help develop the science to be able to understand, given the meteorological patterns, given the emissions rates, given the pesticide applications, how to manage these conflicting land uses. You are entitled under CEQA and under state law required to consider those issues before you start making decisions. And so I think that bringing this issue forward is particularly important. And I would encourage your planning commission to ask staff, planning staff, how to best integrate this new information about land use agricultural conflicts, both the pesticides, and we also have an issue where we've not talked about of the terpene migration and its impact to crops that are sensitive to that terpene exposure associated with the concentrated emissions that can be associated with some cannabis facilities. And then the Williamson Act issue, as Ms. Taylor mentioned, is one that also really requires a complete resolution before you can act on permits or give the guidance to the board with respect to how to resolve these agricultural conflicts. We really do need the science, and I would encourage your commission to ask staff and the agencies that are working on this to help give you the information you need to be able to answer these questions. Thank you.
I have a question, Mark.
Yes.
Commissioner Blau.
Thank you. This idea of pesticide drift has concerned me for a long time, not just because of cannabis, to tell you the truth. I know that as we were approving lots of subdivisions in the past, especially when we get residential next to a farm operation, there was this requirement to have 200 feet, 300 feet of setback. Always bothered me that as an adjacent property owner to your farm, for example, that I am forced to accept your pesticide drift. What gives you, as the adjacent property owner, the right to put chemicals on my property? And get how that actually works. And so my question is going to be for the commissioner when we're done with public comment is, are there ways to apply the pesticides to a farm site where there is no drift? I mean, is it as much as hand spraying them with a, Hudson sprayer? Is there? I get that you fly an airplane or a helicopter over your crop. It's probably the most efficient, cheapest way to do it. But there are other ways to where you don't damage my property as an adjacent property owner.
If I could respond, just say that there's a larger question of how we can manage these conflicts here. And certainly the pesticides are kind of front and center because they're so important to the agricultural industry. They're important in the land use side because it's not been an issue that's been resolved in the programmatic EIR. But there are larger land use conflicts here that I think require, that go beyond cannabis and go beyond other conflicting agricultural crops, as you point out. And I think it's an opportunity for the county to really try and roll up our sleeves and figure out how can we, as a county, fulfill our objectives under the agricultural element to promote the expansion of agriculture where environmental conditions allow, and also protect the quality of life in residential areas and honor the existing agricultural operations.
Thanks. So if I could, Madam Chair, that's the last speaker, but I would like to ask, see if the commissioner would like to answer my question as to are there pesticide applications that could be applied to these different crops, and there is no pesticide drift?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Blau. I'm sorry. We actually have two more speakers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
thought we're done.
I think we still have Mike Palmer and Ivan Van Wingerden. So let's get through that and get to that
All right,
question.
great.
If you can
Thank
hold on. Mike Palmer, is he here? Thank you.
Sorry for the tardiness.
That's okay.
I just wanted to clarify. I was listening on the way up. what Sharon had said, we did indeed get every single cultivator in Carpinteria to agree on the indemnification of the applicators and the avocado farmers, and even future use non-legal, non-conforming operators that wanted to operate in the future. I personally called all of them, and they all agreed to sign the indemnification. But really, what it came down to was the lawyers of the applicators that weren't willing to go forward on it. So, yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and our last speaker is Ivan Ringerden. Is he here in Santa Barbara? Right, there you are. Thank you. Yvonne.
Yvonne, yeah, thank you.
I apologize.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've been in front of this board previously on this exact issue as far as compatibility on agriculture. I feel I'm in a unique position to speak on this issue because our family farms 60 acres of organic avocados in the Carpinteria Valley, as well as we are cannabis cultivators in glass greenhouses as well. So I do have a foot in both camps, and I've been able to study the issue from both sides, and I do see a very productive and compatible way forward. The main issue that I think is chafing a lot of the conventional agriculture industry that has been brought up is the kind of idea that drift is some form of drift is acceptable, and that is a difficult pill to swallow because ultimately it is illegal. Drift is illegal. But to that end, there was an indemnification that was put together, memorandum of understanding, I should say, and the cannabis growers have never tested for the active ingredients that the avocado growers have sprayed. So, for instance, Ms. Merritt mentioned Entrust, which is a broad spectrum pesticide. The active ingredient is spinosad. None of the applicators in the Carpinteria Valley, none of the cultivators, I say, in the Carpinteria Valley have ever tested for spinosad when they've done their state mandated testing. So it has been compatible. It just came down to the airborne applicators being uncomfortable because they could not guarantee that there wouldn't be drift. And so I think these tests from the cannabis industry are more of a canary in the coal mine, and kind of bringing attention to the fact that drift is an issue. But going forward, I mean, when we spray organic avocados, we use ground sprayers. There are PCAs in different companies that will do that service for you. So it's not like helicopters are the only third-party spray application method. So there are ways of spraying that do not cause as much drift unless there's high winds or things like that. And there's nothing to preclude a avocado grower that's adjacent to a cannabis farm from ground spraying any of these chemicals. So that is not illegal. The other thing I'd wanted to point out is the county has had a program called Beware, W-H-E-R-E, that was kind of a voluntary program to report chemicals if you are adjacent to people with bees. Now it is compulsory. And it's interesting that it's such a great program like this hasn't been brought up, but it's the exact same issue, but instead of the kind of focal point being cannabis, it's actually about preserving bee colonies. So that is something also that I feel should be part of the conversation because it's very intrinsically linked to this whole issue. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. We may have a question.
Question for Mr. Van Wingerden. On the Beware project, I think that's a fascinating thing, and I'm glad you brought it up. How does aerial spraying interact with bee preservation? And this is all about preventing the huge loss of colonies of bees that we've had in the last decade, correct?
Sure. Yeah. So on our 60 acres, it's 3 parcels. We have a combined about 120 colonies of bees. These are not our personal bees. I mean, I have a couple hobby hives around my house, but these are beekeepers that overwinter their bees with us. They usually go, their big drive is the almonds, of course, in the Central Valley. But they leave their bees with us because they know we're not going to spray and kill their bees. However, I mean, the property I'm at is 32 acres. Bees aren't constrained to property lines. And so if they fly to other properties and they are spraying, it really just also comes down to when they spray, how they spray, and what the activating ingredient is. So there are ways to spray that don't kill bees. There are also chemicals that don't kill bees. So there is certainly a give and take, but you know, it's not to say it's incompatible. It's just, you know, there needs to be a dialogue between applicators, beekeepers, and just a general understanding and education around how to spray without killing bees.
Is there concern that aerial application will disappear as a practice because of bee preservation efforts? Is that something that's looming?
I wouldn't know enough on that to speak to that issue. I mean, I know aerial application is incredibly fast and efficient, and it's certainly for certain types of applications, it's very effective. So but I wouldn't be able to speak to that issue specifically. I don't know enough about it.
And since you've done ground spraying, isn't it true that aerial application is sometimes something you can do something in a day that would take weeks to do with tractors and trucks?
It doesn't take us too long. So we have, when we ground spray, we have 2 hoses off the back of the tractor. It's a spray rig driven by a PTO. And it's kind of a higher pressure kind of spray gun. And we walk and we douse the trees. We spray usually a safer soap. Works very well for killing thrips and persea mites on avocados. But we typically do early morning and later in the afternoon. We don't spray in the middle of the day because that's when the bees are most active. So if we have bees on our property, that's typically when we choose to spray. But yeah, it takes more time and it is a little bit more expensive. But arguably, it is also more effective because when you spray from the floor, when you spray up, most of the persea mites are on the bottoms of the avocado leaves. So you're actually getting a much better kill on the persea mites than you would if you were doing aerial application, which would mostly cover the tops of the leaves.
Thank you.
Interesting. Okay, I think that is the last of it. Oh, I'm sorry, we just got one from Santa Barbara, and that is Miss Liz Rogan. Is she available in Santa Barbara? We're here.
Am I good? Hi, my name is Liz Rogan. I just wanted to say thank you for your time today. I want to echo the comments of the people before me in that the MOU was signed by all of the growers, and there have been a lot of attempts made to resolve this between farmers without involving government. And the other thing I'd like to say is, under my understanding, pesticide drift is illegal in the state of California. So as far as I also know, I may be correct, stand to be corrected, but odor is in ag areas is not illegal. So what I'm thinking is I look at these other places that have huge feedlots and it smells for miles and miles, and I understand that there are real issues between residents and farms and odors, but I'm wondering if there's a precedent that needs to be set somewhere or something, if you can look at this on a larger scale of odor and the law. And so, thank you. I appreciate you doing this. I think this is wonderful in us making some real scientific and logical, smart economic, like public policies to help us all. So, regulations. So, thank you again.
Okay, I believe that concludes all our public comment. So with that, I'm going to close the public comment portion of the hearing on this item and bring it back to the commission for further discussion and possibly questions to Ms. Fisher. Commissioner Park?
Yeah. It seems to me that those in legacy agriculture, traditional agriculture, and those in the cannabis industry have really used their best efforts in good faith to resolve this and haven't come up with a solution, because the solution is, what do the applicators do? We are not an omnipotent group. We're not even omniscient. It means we're not all powerful and we're not all seeing. We can't really change state law on liability, okay? So there's no way we can sugarcoat it and keep plunging ahead with approval of these projects and not resolving this issue, because we don't have a way of resolving the issue. I'm convinced, unless we completely separate these forms of agriculture. Now, it's a much worse problem, I believe, with outdoor grows than indoor grows, frankly. It appears to me that the real way to solve this is change in state law, and state law can be changed. I mean, look how quickly the state acted to attempt to open Hollister Ranch to access. That happened in a matter of about a week, that statute. But I think there needs to be change in state law regarding liability of traditional agricultural growers if there is unintentional overspray. And so instead of us trying to think that we can make this work, that's kind of a fairy tale, I think what we need to do is make sure that we don't get into incompatibility areas with our approvals, and we all as a group try to get this state law changed so it'll work better. My thoughts.
Anybody else have any comments to share? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Blau?
Commissioner Fisher, my question, and I'm going to ask actually two questions now. The first question is there methods that they can do the spray where there is no drift, so we don't have this issue of contaminating the cannabis crop? And the second question would be, if the cannabis crop were grown entirely in a greenhouse that was properly protected from these chemicals, is that a solution as well?
Commissioner Blau, your first question was, it's been mentioned since then that drift is not allowed, not even a little bit. And this working group knew that going in to frame the discussion, that don't look for permission from me to say it's okay to drift, because it's not. But yes, there are methods, techniques, ways for the applicator, and the responsibility according to law is on the applicator not to drift, that they could use based upon climate conditions at the time, using buffers, in other words, a large distance away from the sensitive site where they will leave unsprayed, anti-drift agents they can add to the tank, doing ground versus aerial, and even then, not even ground, but by hand to make it more controlled. So there are a variety of options that applicators can use, and that is one of the outcomes of the working group, that they've identified a training need for mostly private applicators. The commercial applicators are highly skilled, licensed and insured. They have the equipment and the expertise. But in cases where a grower is left to their own to have to treat, the Ag Department has and will continue to provide a variety of training courses with these suggestions that I've talked to you about to empower the private applicator become better prepared when they have to treat their own property and to mitigate drift. Now, your second part of your question is greenhouses. This is something I have actually asked growers and commercial applicators if this would be a solution to this incompatibility. And yes, they said greenhouses would be a good solution at this point in time to address this pesticide incompatibility. They've cited examples of it, such as in the Santa Maria, city of Santa Maria, Winsett Farms is a greenhouse facility that's grown in the middle of traditional ag, where these applicators actually have worked very well with the owners in avoiding any drift concerns. So as an example. So I hope I answered your questions.
You did it quite well. Thank you.
I actually have a question kind of related to that. So we heard Ms. Merritt talk about it's not just air drift. It's, a drop gets on a bug and a bug crawls next door. So did your working group get into any of that level of, ground spread? I don't know what else to call it. Because then I don't know if a buffer is going to help. I'm just looking for feedback.
We did a little bit. I'm a little confused, though, I've heard that of concern of an ant crawling. A lot of these materials, insecticides they use, they control on contact. I don't know how a dead ant can crawl. Okay. I hope that helps address that concern about insects crawling and carrying, because a lot of these materials are set to control those, and they can't crawl. A lot of the materials, I think, that are being picked up with these tests are probably legacy materials. And it's important to keep in mind these properties that they're using were used for traditional ag, whether it cut flowers for many years or other traditional ag commodity crops, that these materials were used on these properties, and it will take a long time before they can so-called purge or clean their property from these legacy materials. And I've talked to a lot of cannabis cultivators, and it's taken them quite a long time, but they're actually getting to that point where they finally are able to do that. But it's important to keep in mind, too, with what's being detected on these properties, that it was probably legacy materials as well.
Good point. Okay, so hearing no other questions from the commission, then I'm not sure that we don't need a motion or anything. Is there any other direction other than just keeping an open door for the future discussions? Is that okay? Then I think that would.
I've got
Mr.
one more
Mr.
comment.
Freeney,
I,
yes.
I did want to thank Ag Commissioner Fisher again for coming in, sharing, taking the time and the effort to put the group together, and then sharing that information with us. And it's very important for us to hear from you and your department, because your issues are at the forefront of the problem. We're still looking for the solution. So thank you again.
You're welcome.
Okay, with that, I want to.
Madam Chair,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I just wanted to add one more thing, and I've spoken with the Ag Commissioner about it, is that she is working with some research groups about trying to address the terpene drift issue.
Oh, okay.
So I wanted to bring that up while she's still here, because I have a feeling that will come up throughout the day. And so if Ms. Fisher wants to remark on that, she can, but it's something that she is working on.
Oh, yeah, you kept that secret for the. Tell us about that.
Well, to back up a little bit, the county has a contract with UC Cooperative Extension to bring their programs here to the county, you know, master gardeners and farm advisors. And several years ago, I did approach the university about the possibility of them doing research about concerns of the terpene odor in wine grapes. And unfortunately, again, because it's a federally illegal controlled substance, the university could not, because they receive federal funding. Their position may have changed recently, I'm hearing. However, with the legalization of industrial hemp, now being a crop, it has a similar odor, as some varieties do. So I've approached them again about the possibility of them conducting research for odor terpenes in industrial hemp and wine grapes. And yes, they are interested.
Oh.
So we're pursuing that. And that was just a conversation I had a couple weeks ago. We're going to continue to pursue that, hopefully see if we can get this to happen here in the county. I don't think there's been work with smoke because of the fires that recently took place, but they haven't had any research done with terpenes. So I'm going to continue to pursue that and come back to your commission if we seem to have some valuable information about that future research here.
Terrific. I'm sure that's discussed at department heads often. So with that, I want to take a 5-minute break.
Wow.
No. Oh,
Better
sorry.
watch your lights.
I do. Yes, Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, just for information for my fellow commissioners and for Commissioner Fisher as well, I had a substantial conversation with Supervisor Lavanino about trying to get the county to fund a research project sooner than later that would tell us for certain whether or not there is contamination from terpenes in grapes or other crops. And I think he understood the urgency of doing it, and I would hope you would each talk to your respective supervisor. My big problem or concern is the cannabis industry is online to pay the county a huge amount of money in taxes. And the longer we delay that operation, we lose that money. I don't know whether it's $200,000-$300,000 to do this research and get it done, but that's a paltry sum considering the revenue that the cannabis growers and users would pay the county. So I'm just asking you to contact your supervisor. Get the damn thing done. It's not that difficult, you know. I don't know if it's UC Davis or what college it is or the one we had in that came through us from North Carolina, but it can't be that difficult to test it to figure out how we make sure it doesn't adversely affect an adjacent property owner. So, Commissioner Davis, if you could help me with that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. Mr. Freeney.
Just to add on to that, I've also been in contact with some people from Hancock College that we used for the hemp research projects. And they're here today. They will be speaking on the next one to bring us up to speed on maybe how our own local school here could help with this project. So it's all about funding. Commissioner Blau, you're totally correct. The county's going to have to come up with money to fund this project. And so I commend you for talking to your...
And I know that does go
Thank you.
over to the next item. So with that, let's conclude this item. Oh, no. Mr. Park.
I have a question for you, Ms. Fisher. And at first, I want to say that I know that Commissioner Blau has been talking about this subject for the last couple of meetings, and I'm really pleased that he took the bull by the horns and talked to his supervisor, and I've done the same thing. It's not all about money. A lot of it's about money. I agree with Commissioner Freeney on that. A lot of it's about time, because we're in this uncomfortable situation, the Planning Commission, where we're being asked to educate ourselves and learn, but we're asked to approve projects at that same time. And that really disturbs me, frankly. We've had a really good day today, and I wished we'd had this day and had this information 6 months ago, a year ago. It's not your fault. It's just our time process seems a little bit out of whack. So why is that a question? The question is, assume you get the money, assume you continue to have these very constructive and imaginative conversations about hemp, as opposed to what we're calling cannabis. How long does it take to get the study back? Is it 2 months? Is it 2 years? Because I need to know that to know when we talk about processing these applications.
I apologize, Commissioner Park. I do not have an answer to that question, but once I do, I'd be more than happy to share it with your commission. But there's a lot of variables with odor that they're going to have to look into. My guess is it probably would take some time to look at all those variables that are out there. But as soon as I hear that, I'm more than happy to share it with the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, wait.
Sorry.
All right, Mr. Blau.
And maybe we'll hear this from the Hancock College, but it just seems to me it's not that difficult. What we heard before was the terpenes come off of the cannabis and they affect the grape. So here's my idea, and you can just tell me if this is crazy and or wrong, or maybe we don't know yet. But you take a grapevine that's out in the field, that's at a time that's acceptable to accepting the contamination of the terpenes, put a greenhouse around it, put some cannabis plants in there that are blooming, and test the grapes. I can't imagine it takes more than 45 days to do that. I mean, if it's going to contaminate the grape, it's going to do it at a certain point in time. You can grow the cannabis all year round. Just put it in a greenhouse, sequester it so the terpenes can't go anywhere. And if they're in the grapes and it makes the grapes bad, there's some research. If it doesn't, I think we're good to go. And based on what we heard from the professor from North Carolina, although he didn't come to the absolute conclusion that it didn't happen, he did say that the contamination came from the eucalyptus leaves and branches and twigs in the vat of the grapes. Now that kind of makes sense to me. I mean, I used to have as a young kid, a teenager, had a sauna in our house. And we would buy eucalyptus leaves to beat yourself with in the sauna, and the oil got in your skin and it smelled good and it felt good. I get the leaves, have got a lot of oil. I'm not sure about the airborne ones. So that's just a thought. Come back to me and tell me that. I'm going to ask the same question on the next session of our Alan Hancock speakers.
Thank you. Now I am certain that all the lights are off. So with that, we'll finish this item and take a 5-minute break. Is that enough, or 10-minute? 10-minute break, and come back for item number 2. Just bear with us, but feel free to stretch your legs. Yes. Okay, we're going to start again with item number 2. And Mr. Villalobos, did you want to read that into the record?
Yes, thank you. This hearing item is on the request of the Planning and Development staff for the Planning Commission to consider and provide preliminary direction to staff on recommendations and strategies to mitigate the odor and other impacts of cannabis operations along the urban-rural boundary and conflicts with existing agricultural operations.
Thank you. And at this time, I think we request for ex parte communication disclosures by the commission. Does anybody have any? Oh, we don't have to do that. Great. All right. I had a big list. I had it written down too. Okay. You're more than welcome to.
I do, just because this is a very important matter, and I think it's important the public think that we're open-minded about it. So I have met with Mr. Wagner, Al Wagner, with Mark Chatillo, with Amir Eskandari, Phil Green, Neil Githens, Tristan Strauss, Ed Van Wingerden, Yvonne Van Wingerden, Mike Palmer, Jared Ficker, Aaron Weber, Steve Junak, and Michael Benedict about these things.
Very good. Does anybody else have a list? I do, but does anyone else have one? Okay, so I spoke with or met with Reverend Mary Marina Richardson, Barbara Cluse, Steve Wiley, Anna Carrillo, Aaron Weber, Tina Fanucchi, and Mark Chatillo, as the best of my recollection. Anybody else?
Okay, I met with Evan Van Wingerden, Mike Palmer, Aaron Weber, Jared Fickler, Philip Green, and some people from Farm Bureau and some people from Grower Shipper here in Santa Maria.
Mr. Cooney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I changed my telephone number and
Nice move.
and I said, as Commissioner Blau has pointed out, this really is a workshop. It's a legislative item. I'm not hiding who I talked to, but there are at least 20 people, primarily from the carpentry area, very concerned about what we're talking about today. And I don't want to mention a couple of names without getting everybody.
There you go. That's just fine. Okay, so we're going to continue on, and I think we go directly to staffs, correct? So, Mr. Clement, thank you for having this item here today.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Thank you for having me. So once again, my name is Dan Clement. I'm the Deputy Director of Long Range Planning, and I will be presenting to you some options to get the conversation started regarding potential cannabis zoning ordinance amendments. Helps me if I use the right computer. So the purpose of the hearing today is back in July, there were 2 hearings that the board conducted. The first started here on July 9th in this room, at which the board received substantial testimony from the public and then presentations from the county executive office. And unrelated to this, they also made some, adopted some ordinance amendments, which I'll briefly discuss in a bit. But the direction to your commission today was provided by the board on July 16th, and after a very lengthy deliberation, the board directed your commission to consider recommendations and strategies to mitigate odor and other impacts of cannabis operations, and more specifically, impacts that we're experiencing along the urban-rural boundaries, and then also the conflicts with existing agricultural operations. So you all received the report from Ms. Fisher this morning, which mainly addressed that second item, that is the conflicts with existing agricultural operations. And then what I'll be focusing on in this presentation is specifically options for potential zoning ordinance amendments. And just to be clear with everyone, we're not expecting that you will have the answers today. We expect to get an assignment that we're going to go back, probably research some items, and return to your commission at a future date with most likely options or things that you would like to see for further consideration. That's what we're anticipating. Of course, you don't have to do that. So just taking it up to the 50,000 foot level, I just want to explain the differences between zoning regulations as compared to business licensing regulations, because these are 2 distinct entities. I kind of liked how Mr. Dennis Bazanich described the distinction between the 2 sets of regulations. And if you think of zoning regulations, we're really talking about the how and the where commercial cannabis activities may occur. In contrast with business licensing, that's where you're getting into who may operate and what they may do under the business licensing regulations. And as you can see on the screen, the zoning regulations were adopted in February 2018, and then shortly thereafter in May, the board adopted the business licensing regulations. So starting with the zoning ordinance regulations, just once again, I'm going to very briefly go through the 3 sets of zoning regulations that regulate commercial cannabis in the county. The first being the Article 10 regulations, and all the zoning regulations are set forth in Chapter 35 of the County Code. Article 10 was actually adopted before the adoption of Prop 64 and was intended to regulate the medicinal cannabis industry, given the regulations that were in effect at that point in time. And you might recall in 2015, the state legislature adopted legislation that basically said all local jurisdictions within 2016 by a specified date, you must either adopt regulations in accordance with state regulations that were being developed at that time, or completely prohibit commercial cannabis activities, that is medicinal cannabis activities that were allowed at that point in time. So the board adopted Article 10 as part of the county code, which effectively prohibited medical cannabis activities as of January 19, 2016. However, it also defined what constitutes a legal nonconforming use and established a termination date for those uses, and that was June 15th, 2019. However, as most of you already know, the regulations were written such that if there was a medicinal operator who would like to continue operating under the new zoning regulations, the operator could file an application under the new regulations by that date, and if they did so, they were able to continue operating their medical operation while they pursue their application for the entitlement under the new zoning regulations. Store this in your memory banks, because I'm going to come back to this later in the presentation. I think this is a very important feature of what we're discussing today. So, with regard to the other 2 sets of zoning regulations, you can break them up in terms of that which regulates development in the coastal zone and that which regulates everything in the inland areas that is outside the coastal zone. And for starting with the inland areas, the zoning regulations are set forth in our Land Use and Development Code. Once again, these only apply to the inland areas of the county, and they include not only general regulations for development that applies not only to non-commercial cannabis operations, but also commercial cannabis operations. But then it also sets forth specific regulations that the board adopted for commercial cannabis activities. Many of those are products of the mitigation measures that were established in the programmatic EIR that we prepared for this program. they were translated into development standards or into an appendix in the code. And we apply these standards to applications that are proposed today under these new regulations. So one of the entitlements or authorizations you need in order to operate a commercial cannabis operation under these new regulations is that if you're in the inland area, you do need a land use entitlement issued pursuant to the LUDC. Now, going to the coastal zone. Coastal zone is similar to the land use development code and the inland area regulations. However, there are additional requirements given that there are specific objectives or standards or requirements set forth in the California Coastal Act, which our local coastal program is supposed to achieve or actualize. So once again, this code only applies to the coastal zone portion of the county, similar to the LUDC as the general zoning regulations for development. However, they do have specific standards and procedures in order to achieve consistency with the Coastal Act. So for example, when we were going through the adoption process for the zoning ordinances, when we presented the coastal zoning ordinance commercial cannabis regulations to the Coastal Commission, Coastal Commission staff recommended a number of modifications that the Coastal Commission ultimately adopted, thereby creating distinct differences between the regulations that apply in the coastal zone versus the inland area. Once again, those were really intended to achieve consistency with the Coastal Act, and that was the objective of the Coastal Commission staff in recommending those modifications. So you will see distinct differences between the inland and the coastal regulations. And once again, similar to the LUDC, in order to operate a commercial cannabis activity in the coastal zone, you need a land use entitlement, a coastal development permit, or a development plan, if applicable, to do so in the coastal zone. Now, that's zoning. And that's what we're talking about. But I also want to just talk about the business licensing side of things. Although this is not within your purview, I think it's important that you understand the business licensing aspect of commercial cannabis activities because they complement the zoning regulations and also the state regulations. And more specifically, if you read Chapter 50 of the County Code, in which the commercial cannabis licensing regulations are set forth, you'll see that there are certain administrative procedures and standards for issuing cannabis business licenses. The licensing scheme of the county is similar to, but not identical to the state licensing structure. So you'll see a lot of the license types are more or less the same as the state. And the county executive office, on behalf of the treasurer tax collector, administers the business licensing code. Once again, similar to the zoning ordinances, there were a select number of mitigation measures from the programmatic EIR that were included in the business licensing side of things in order to make sure that those mitigation measures get implemented. Once again, though, I need to emphasize that the business licensing regulations are not within the Planning Commission's purview. You may provide comments, and we can forward those to the board, but you do not have jurisdiction over those. And in order to operate a commercial cannabis operation under the new regulations, you do need a business license issued by the county. So when the board adopted the regulations, the board was expecting revisions. Everybody was saying that at the adoption hearing. Staff was expecting it. We were moving really fast. This is uncharted territory. We knew we were going to come across new concepts. We were going to try things out. Some things may work, some things may not. And lo and behold, we did get some revisions adopted, and we're being requested to do so again today. And some of the revisions, significant ones that have been adopted to date since the adoption of the original commercial cannabis regulations, include increased noticing for certain projects located within proximity to existing developed rural neighborhoods, or EDRNs. The board also made changes to the inland Ag 1 zoning regulations pursuant to actually your recommendations. And the board ultimately decided to establish a prohibition on commercial cannabis activities on inland Ag 1 zone lots that are less than 20 acres in size and requires CUPs, or conditional use permits for all activities on lots equal to or greater than 20 acres in size. So that's already in effect. Finally, the board did adopt a cap for all of the areas located outside of the Carpinteria Agricultural Overlay Zone. You might recall that when the board adopted the initial regulations, they established a cap of 186 acres specifically for the Carpinteria Agricultural Overlay Zone, or CA overlay, as we call it. And then after the fact, they adopted revisions this year, which established a cap of 1,575 acres on all areas outside of the CA overlay zone. So that'd be both the areas within the coastal zone and the inland areas outside of the CA overlay zone. So where are we right now with the implementation of the ordinance? Well, as of last week when we prepared the staff report, and I'd have to double check with the permitting folks, but I would be very surprised if these numbers have changed at all since last Wednesday. If not, maybe 1 or 2 applications have come in, but nothing's been approved or issued. But as of last week, we had 218 commercial cannabis projects proposed. And by one project may have multiple entitlements or multiple applications, but in terms of the various types of operations, right now we have 218 that are proposed. 26 land use entitlements have been approved. 18 of those have been issued, and of those, 8 have been appealed. And there's been 1 appeal that's made it successfully to the Board of Supervisors so far. With regard to cultivation, as of last week, once again, we have 2,346 roughly acres proposed, if you add up everything that's been both actually approved and proposed. Of those, 403 acres have been approved. You can see the numbers there, both within the CA overlay and outside of the CA overlay. And then this last point, this is the one I think is very important for the task before us today. And that is, there's 270 acres that currently exist within the county. And as you can see, about 3/4 of that cultivation consists of the legal non-conforming medical cultivation activities under Article 10. Those activities are not subject to the current zoning regulations that have been adopted and revised since 2018. So when you're thinking about possible solutions to these adverse effects of cannabis, you want to keep in mind who you are considering and what you are seeing, because many of the operations out there, the lion's share of them, the majority, are not operating under our current regulations. So if we want to tinker with the current regulations to fix them, we need to look at those operations, that roughly 1/4 of all of them out there, and see what's working, what's not working. If that makes sense. I want to emphasize that because I also noticed in many of the public comment letters that I must have done a bad job of making that point, but that is the main point I was trying to make, is that the majority of the operations right now are medicinal, legal, non-conforming operations, not operations under the existing regs.
Just one thing to add to what Dan's saying is that they will eventually have permits and they have applications submitted. But I think the point he is trying to make is that if we're making adjustments to the ordinance to try and impact those current operations, they won't be effective until those people actually get permits. So I think is that correct, Dan?
Alternatively, another way of looking at it is that if you want to further control them before they get into the new regulations, you would have to amend Article 10, because Article 10 are the zoning regulations that govern those operations.
I have a lot of questions about this legal non-conforming and what you're just saying. I'm glad to reserve it, but
Yeah, how do we want to, do you want?
I mean,
you know,
just because it's legal non-conforming, I think it's not immune from further regulation. I think under the police power of the state and of the county of Santa Barbara, you can do that. I mean, we have legal non-conforming structures in residential areas that were built in the 1890s. It doesn't mean we can't require them to do certain things. And frankly, the status of the legal non-conforming and their kind of lack of incentive to really push the applications and so forth is a major embarrassment for people in the cannabis industry that are trying to do their best, and for those of us that are trying to figure out how to protect the public. So, okay, I made my speech.
Well, yeah, so just, if the commission's okay with this, I'd really rather have staff finish the presentation, because I have a feeling we're all going to have multiple things, and if we have to go back to a slide in the PowerPoint, we can do that, but that's okay. Go ahead, Mr. Clement.
Got it. And just to respond very quickly to Commissioner Park's comment, I'm not implying that you cannot regulate. I'm just saying use the right tool to regulate. Use Article 10, not Chapter 35, LUDC, Article 2 regulations to do so. Okay, so where are we seeing cannabis development right now? I think most are aware, based upon the hearings we've had to date, about where the activity is. You can see on this slide right here, about 42% of the applications involve Ag 1 properties, 56% are located on Ag 2 zone properties, and only about 2% have been proposed on commercially zoned properties. The circles in yellow show the projects that have been permitted and approved. They're either in operation or are now under appeal, or they're satisfying their conditions to get all the entitlements and business licenses to operate. And then all of the red dots are applications that are currently pending. So, what options are available to you today for further regulating in accordance with the board's directions? Well, starting with additional setbacks and buffers, one option that's available to the Planning Commission is to try to incentivize, based on the permitting requirements, where you would like to see certain commercial cannabis activities to occur in the future. So the thought is, in areas where you are likely to see more adverse impacts, that is when you're located closer to sensitive receptors, you would either prohibit or have heightened permitting requirements for operations within those areas. And then as you move away from those areas with sensitive receptors, you reduce the permitting requirements down to a land use permit or possibly a coastal development permit. One thing you may want to keep in mind, though, when you're considering these sorts of, say, setback requirements, is that, as we've heard time and time again, odor impacts are very, very site specific in terms of the topography and the site-specific meteorology. So got to take into consideration what is like the maximum distance you could possibly experience odors, and then come up with some sort of general standard that would capture the universe of situations that you're attempting to capture. So just it's a challenging exercise. We went through it in the PEIR. I've got to say that now, having gone through these applications, I don't feel like we're that much further along in terms of figuring out like a definitive line in terms of a odor shed like it's been suggested in the past, because once again, these are so site specific and you can't really come up with a one size fits all for odor impacts. So another option is that you may apply further limitations on either the size or the types of activities that are allowed. You could establish, for example, more restrictive caps than already exist, and we have the existing caps on the slide. And what I will say with regard to this one, too, is that because the caps are also stated in the business license ordinance, if you're recommending that the board establish additional caps on activities, the CEO would also have to take the lead on amending the business license ordinance as well to make that happen. Another option available to you is you could limit the amount of cultivation that occurs per legal lot. That could be either a fixed amount, it could be a percentage of the size of the lot, it could be what we call like kind of like a sliding scale, where you'd say, you know, properties between 0 and up to a certain amount, you get X number of acres. Beyond that, you get increased amounts as you get larger and larger in terms of lot size. And then finally, you can entirely or partially prohibit activities. So, for example, one option available to you is that, you know, for certain agricultural zoned properties, you can have manufacturing as an accessory use to cultivation, and you can't accept, for example, cannabis grown offsite to process. You could further limit that or prohibit it if you feel that that is too permissive, for example, in the agricultural zone. And there's a number of different activities you could do the same to. Similar to the incentivization that I described earlier in terms of proximity to urban areas, you could just change the permitting requirements for commercial cannabis activities. And what this slide shows a very simple comparison of land use permits, which are issued in the inland area of the county, coastal development permits, which are only issued in the coastal zone, and then conditional use permits, which are issued both in the inland and coastal areas. So if you compare them based upon decision maker, the hearing required, the complexity of findings, and then ultimately your level of discretion over the approval decisions of these permits, you can see that land use permits are the most straightforward in the sense that staff on behalf of the planning director is the decision maker. on those permit applications. There's no hearing required. There is a limited number of findings that must be made, and those findings establish the discretion we may use when approving those land use permits. With regard to coastal development permits, non-appealable ones, that is coastal development permits that apply to development that is not appealable to the Coastal Commission. Similar to land use permits, staff makes the decision on those. There's no hearing required. There's a limited number of findings, but I would say the discretion for approving those is slightly greater because we do have Coastal Act considerations and specific items that are written right into our local coastal program that we must take into consideration, which do not apply to land use permits. And then appealable development is a different situation, the coastal zone. That goes to the zoning administrator. It's part of a notice public hearing. There are additional findings that need to be made, and the zoning administrator has more discretion given the increased number of findings that she must make in order to approve an appealable CDP. And then finally, you have conditional use permits. And conditional use permits are intended to be applied to uses which typically are not appropriate for a given zone or area, but under specific conditions, controlled in a certain manner, may be found appropriate in those areas. The Planning Commission is the decision maker on conditional use permits. They're subject to a notice public hearing, and there are additional findings that are afforded to you to make the decision on those permits as compared to land use permits and coastal development permits. Consequently, you have greater discretion as a result of that. So when getting back to considering the types of permits required for the commercial cannabis activities, you may want to consider increasing the permitting requirements, making a more complex permit required for the activity. Another option that's available to the commission is to make recommendations to the board about requiring at least certain activities to be located entirely indoors. You could determine a certain threshold distance from urban or residentially developed areas. You can say within those areas, we're only going to allow completely enclosed indoor operations. You could require carbon filtration systems and fully enclosed operations. Indeed, this has been a big challenge with the Carpinteria Valley greenhouses and reusing those greenhouses, which weren't designed for the cannabis operations under these regulations. And the types of techniques that they use to manage those facilities are causing great challenges when it comes to meeting, for example, the odor control requirements of the regulations. So you may discontinue the allowance of the use of buyer systems and the venting approach that many of the operators have been using for the medicinal legal non-conforming operations down there. That is one option that's available to you. You must take into consideration, I should say, you should take into consideration the consequences of that. That's going to be more development, possibly. Could result in greater visual impacts, because if you're putting everything indoors, now you're going to see a proliferation of greenhouses. And in fact, that is exactly one of the modifications that the Coastal Commission made to the Article 2 zoning ordinance. They disallowed outdoor grows within 2 miles of an urban-rural boundary line, and they established 2 miles. They didn't want to go much further out because they were concerned that you'd be seeing a proliferation of greenhouse development going out beyond that 2-mile area into areas like Gaviota. So that's what they were trying to avoid. So just keep in mind the consequences of some of these recommendations. Okay, so I've kind of laid it all out there. I expect a lot of questions. I have provided some more contact information here. This is mainly for people in the public, those who are watching. Once again, County Executive Office manages an email notification list. I've provided the website, real easy one to remember there, right, by the way, where you can go sign up for notifications. You can also, I encourage everybody to go check out the county's commercial cannabis website. I use that frequently. It's a very good tool for understanding what's going on out there. And then we in the Planning Development Department, Long Range Planning Division, we've created an email notification list just for these types of activities, the ordinance amendments that we'll be processing. And as of now, people can contact me on this. We'll figure out who's going to be taking over this in a bit. But with that said, I once again anticipate many questions, but my recommended actions to you, I'm summarizing them here, are to receive and file the staff report, provide the direction that the Board of Supervisors requested of you, and then determine that your activity today is not a project under CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guidelines 15378B5 and 15060C3. So that's it.
Okay,
be more
thank
than
you very much, Mr. Clement. Does the commission have any questions of staff at this time?
Yeah.
Mr. Blau?
Mr. Clemens, yeah. On the legal nonconforming medical marijuana, I thought there was a deadline when they had to come forward to the county to become, get a CUP, LUP, or whatever. So I'm confused as to why we need to have a different regulation. I get that it may be a different section that you amend the code, but aren't all of them supposed to at some time come before us and get an approval?
Sure, Briley, Commissioner Blau. So the deadline by which they needed to legal non-conforming medicinal cultivators had to either cease operations or apply for a permit in order to continue their operations under the existing regulations was June 15th, 2019. There was no date by which they had to get their application approved to allow the operation under the new regulations. So long as they're pursuing their application under the new regulations, they can continue to operate.
Okay, well, just as a comment, that makes no sense to me whatsoever. I get the idea that we need to add one, I think. And I understand the issue of, okay, they're in the process of getting it done, but the county is delaying them from getting an approval. That's a different scenario. But it looks to me like they have to have made their application by a certain date, and they have to have gotten our approval by a certain date, subject to an extension that we would allow based on the fact that it's our fault, not theirs. But by the same token, if they were getting a letter that says you're incomplete, you need this, this, and this, and it's 3 months down the road before they submit the documents, no, they're bounced out. So just tell me if I'm not wrong about that, and if I'm right about that, I just want to make that correction or change to the ordinance when we have the condition go forward.
Chair Briley, Commissioner Blau. Yeah, that's generally correct.
Okay. Mr. Park?
I have a whole page of questions for you, but I'm not going to ask them all at once. Then I would be speaking here until noon. But I want to. We're used to it. I know that, but we're going to try something different. So what I want to do is ask a follow-up to Commissioner Blau's question. This deals with the legal non-conforming uses.
Oh.
Well, the mic's on. I'm just too stupid to use it. So I read a number of the letters that we received asking us to deal with provisional licenses and extension of provisional licenses. And I just don't have the command of the vocabulary to quite understand all that. So could you explain how provisional licenses ties in with extending the legal non-conforming cultivations?
Yeah, so there was, go from memory. So the state extended the life, speaking generally, of provisional licenses that had been issued to the medicinal operators, whereas it was anticipated that those provisional licenses were not going to last as long as they actually did. They were extended to 2021, I believe, and the people in here could, 2022, excuse me. So it was expected that those state provisional licenses were going to be removed, and everybody was anticipating that, okay, if you didn't have your entitlement and your business licenses from us under the new regulations, those operators were going to fall out. They'd have to cease operations because they would no longer have their state authorization to continue operating. And what I didn't state when I was summarizing the Article 10 regulations is that the medicinal operators also must operate in compliance with all state laws that apply to the operation as well. And that's why they have to go get that state provisional license to operate, despite the fact that they don't need the license from us to operate under the medicinal non-conforming status. So, once again, the thought was that when those provisional licenses were going to expire, some of those non-conforming operators would have to at least cease operations until they get their new application. But when the state extended that extended the life of these operations and the urgency of getting into compliance with our current regulations, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Sort of.
Did you have
Thank
another
you.
question?
Where'd I lose you?
No, or-
Oh, I have a lot of them, but
Well.
let's give everybody.
Okay,
But that
actually,
was
yeah.
your one. We're going to
I'm
hold
sorry.
you to one till after. Yeah.
Give you a hourly budget here. Okay, so actually, Mr. Cooney, I think your light was on
Thank
first.
you. Yes, just while we're on this topic, your slide indicated 74% of the operations are operating outside of the context of the ordinance that we're being asked to suggest amendments to. And so that's the group that I think we're looking at now. Is there any deadline for those people that are operating under the 74% licenses?
Chair Briley, Commissioner Cooney, right now, the only real deadline is that state provisional license.
Which is 2 more years or whatever. And if in 2 more years, the state would say, we're going to give you 2 more years. So we really can't rely on the state, I don't think, at this point to assume regulation. And at least operate on that assumption in terms of our county regulations. So I think the task we have today and as many times as we meet is arduous, but absolutely necessary. So I use that as my background for all of the comment we're going to hear and in the end, what suggestions we have to staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Freeney?
Yeah, thank you. On page 10 of your, or slide 10 of your presentation, there we go. So it says 2346 proposed, right? But then it also says 1575 outside of CARP is our cap.
Right.
So we're already over 80 acre or 800 acres over. First come, first serve. How are we dealing with that? Or we haven't got that far? Are we going to have to address that in this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Farini, we are addressing it. It is going to be based on first come, first serve. There have been questions raised about people who have been working through the process since even sometimes 2018, people that get hung up in appeals. So we are working on creating a system where it's first come, first serve. And one of the things that the board changed in the business license ordinance was to allow people who had received an approval from either staff or the planning commission to get in line for their allocation under the cap, because the cap is controlled by Chapter 50, which is the business license ordinance. And so there have been some requirements put into place or regulations put into place to try and address that matter.
So the cap isn't part of P&D's purview.
Correct.
This is part of the business license.
Correct.
Purview. Okay, that's a lot of fun. Thank you.
I forgot my question. Okay, so, Mr. Park, I bet you have another question.
Yeah, I've got one that's actually germane to what we're on right now. Back to the legal nonconforming. I can recall that when we handled the G&K matter, which seems like another lifetime ago, but it was really only months ago, I asked questions about how many groves were there in Carpinteria, and it took the whole lunch hour to get an answer. But I got an answer, and it was in the low 20s, I think. And then my associated question was, how many are currently adopting any kind of odor control practice? And the answer then was half or a little more than half. And it's my understanding now that that percentage is shot way up. There's been an effort of some growers advising other growers, get with it, okay? But it's not been entirely successful, and mostly it's not successful with the legal nonconforming growers, okay? And the problem it creates in Carpinteria, it means that when we talk about odor, it's all kind of speculative. It's not speculative that there is odor. I believe people when they say that there is odor, and they can graphically depict it in their comments. But whether the Bayer system or whatever will work or not, we're only going to really know it when everybody's doing something. And I think this really hurts the people that are trying really hard to do the best things that they can. So it's really important to me, I think, that we have an immediate change to force the legal nonconforming people to engage in odor control. Is that possible?
Chair
And
Bradley,
how?
Commissioner Park, I'm getting some very interesting looks from my comrades at that table.
Sure.
What I will say is
It wouldn't be a
that-
good question if you didn't.
Yes. In order to develop property in the coastal zone, you must have a coastal development permit issued pursuant to Article 2, the zoning ordinances. So one thing you've got to be cautious or cognizant of when dealing with legal non-conforming situations is how much development may occur before it requires a coastal development permit, because if you are going to issue a coastal development permit, you can't be issuing a coastal development permit for an expansion of the operation or a change. And the way the Article 2 coastal zoning ordinance is written in terms of the legal non-conforming regulations, it's very broad in terms of what sort of changes would cause somebody to lose their non-conforming status in terms of redevelopment. So the long-winded way of saying it's possible, but you got to be very careful because you don't want to run afoul of the Article 2 requirements that say, once again, you can't be issuing a permit for development unless you're issuing a coastal development permit in compliance with the Article 2 requirements and also the coastal land use plan requirements. So it's possible, but it would take some work on our parts to make that happen. So, because one of our challenges has been, we want people to start doing that development to minimize the impacts, but we can't give them the permit to do so because they don't comply with Article 2 zoning regulations to do it. So it's this kind of catch-22.
And they're the least incentivized to really get there. But you know, and I'll ask this question, is it Ms. Hartley here today? Yeah. And even if Mr. Wiley, who's former city attorney, that's out there, and that is, don't we with our police power have the ability to say, okay, we have an emergency here, we have a problem, and we're going to say, okay, whether you're legal nonconforming or whatever you are, okay, you can no longer produce this product without odor control. It'd be the same thing if we said to the avocado growers, we've just learned that growing avocados causes poisons to go in the air, and we're immediately going to say, you got to change that. I mean, that's not zoning law. This is the more traditional police power and regulation of practices. I just wonder if we can do something, because it's really important.
I'm seeing a comment from both staff folks. Do you want to respond?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, there's another issue too, that if we are issuing, in the non-conforming world, if we are issuing permits for one aspect of a particular property, you can then validate the rest of the nonconformities without actually having gone through the rest of the permit process. So there's a risk of requiring it. What we need to do is get them through the permit process so that they can, that they'll be subject to the odor control requirements. And so we have this push and pull in the system, right? Is the faster we get them through the process, the more requirements they're going to have on them. But there's also this concern, and the issues that we're running into the Planning Commission is that there's concerns that maybe the code that we have isn't quite correct. And so it's slowing things down. So we sort of have this friction between in this particular process.
And I actually have a question, so if you'll indulge me. So, I mean, fundamentally, you've got these legal nonconforming operators, and there's a lot of public concern about that because they're not in the system. And I hear staff say we can't really do anything about them because they've got their state provisional, but they are causing the public a lot of grief. And so it's kind of a tag on to what Mr. Park said in terms of there's no police power or any other kind of tool that we can say. What was this? Someone from the public said there's something called a nasal, there's like a tool to measure where it's really bad. And in fact, I experience it most of the time when I'm in Carpinteria. So if it's really, really bad and they're somewhere in the process or they're not even in the process, because I think there's a number of those cases too, right? There's legal nonconforming. They maybe did the affidavit, but they're not even in process. Maybe they're dragging their, no?
They're all in process.
They're all in process. Okay,
All
that's
in
good to know. So, but we can't, there's no tool we can have to make them close their vents or do something while they're in process, since this process is taking so long?
Madam Chair, we are working with, we meet with our department and with other departments, meet with the growers on a pretty regular basis to talk to them about the odor issues and the concerns, and have really been pushing them to try and get people to address the issue. There is one thing that the board is working on and asked county council to work with them on and all the departments, and that is if there are nuisance issues. So that is a tool that is being investigated by the county to see if there are circumstances where a nuisance is created, then following that path in the interim.
Well, I'm pretty sure a lot of the people in this room will all call them a nuisance. So is a nuisance defined somehow? Is it a certain number of complaints received within a certain number of days or something, or how does that go?
So, Chair and Commission, there are state laws specific to nuisance, and there are specific legal requirements if you'd like to bring a nuisance action. And the county has a cannabis enforcement team that goes around and looks at both options for civil, administrative, and criminal enforcement of cannabis operations, and they have all the different parameters that they're looking at, and they are looking at the potential for nuisance actions to see that if we have the necessary evidence to meet the thresholds to bring that action, and then, to have the team develop it and get the evidence necessary. So there are people that are working on that. There are a lot of different regulatory tools and options that are available to the county and to the commission, and some have already been used, and some are things that are in the process of being used, just like today, where we're looking to get some recommendations in terms of potential future ordinance amendments from your commission. In terms of emergency ordinances, there are a couple of different provisions in the government code that allows counties to use certain emergency regulatory tools, and the county has adopted those. In the cannabis situation, we did have an initial moratorium related to cannabis that we followed the provisions that allowed us to do it for, I want to say it was about 22 months or so while we were developing the initial cannabis ordinances. So there are some tools in that case that we have used, and there's some limitations on using some of those tools in the future. But that's something that we can continue to look into and, based on directions from your commission, go forward with.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Blau, do you have a question?
Yeah, well, just following up with my first question. My first question was, the non-conforming uses, they've all made applications to get their land use permit, am I correct? So I think the trick here is not to be concerned about creating a new system to rein them in. How about we process them? How about we get them processed in the next 90 days, and then they're here before us, and if we want to add regulations like odor control, which I'm going to pine for in the next session, but that seems to be the solution. The solution is the county getting the project process, get it before us, get the regulations set, and let them be operating so that they're not in conflict with adjacent property owners. So, am I missing something here?
Chair Briley, Commissioner Blau, what I'll say is there's a couple different, there's more than just a couple. There's a lot of factors going into this, which are causing the backlog, I call it, of permit applications right now. That wouldn't work, for example, with many of the greenhouse operations and the CA overlay. What I mean by that is when we were developing these regulations, we knew that there was a substantial amount of illegal greenhouse development that had occurred in the Carpinteria Valley. Many of those applications now, the applicants are getting stuck because there was development that occurred that does not comply with our zoning regulations, just the general development standards, not the cannabis regulations. I'm just talking about the Article 2 requirements that apply to all development, and it doesn't comply. So now they're trying to figure out how do they redesign these sites to make it work for their operations. So for example, we have a situation where somebody built an entire detention basin in an ESH buffer. And now they don't have a detention system that would comply with Article 2 zoning requirements. So now they got to figure out, how am I going to accommodate my runoff from my site, and how much redevelopment of the site can occur. Many of the times these operators, they're leasing the property from the owner doesn't want to do that or is not willing to do so. So we get into that whole issue, and those permits, they don't go fast. They take a lot of thought and action on everybody. You're not going to be doing that in 90 days. As much as I'd like to.
Except that you're telling me that, well, are you telling me that they did something that they should have gotten a permit for, or that no permit was required? There's a difference.
No, they should have gotten a permit when it was developed.
You know, and I don't have, sorry, I don't have a lot of sympathy with that kind of an operator. It's kind of like, and we generally don't when those come before us. I mean, frequently have someone, they come with a plant development permit because they've done something illegal. Now, if they did it right, we tend to overlook it, we tend to hammer them a little bit, but we approve it. But if you're telling me we've got operators down there that didn't do it right and didn't get a permit and were required to get a permit, and that's causing them a problem, that's right, that's their problem. I don't know how you, I don't know what's the onus upon me to try and figure that out for them. If you built something that you shouldn't have built, tear it down. You know, you need to get a permit for it.
Right,
Come here and tell me how you're going to correct it, and I might do it. But you're only going to have 90 days or something like that to process your plan to get in here. But to gum up the works for everybody that's doing it right, trying to accommodate some people that did it wrong, I don't get why we're doing that. Maybe you can explain that to me. That was a question, sort of.
Understood. Chair Briley, Commissioner Blau, that was an example. I'm not saying that that's the majority by any means, but what I would say is, once again, there are many factors that are going into why it's taken a while for these projects to go through. I think we need to take a step back too. What I have been hearing from other jurisdictions, my comrades who work for other counties, and their experiences, and I've also spoken with other people, I've also spoken with a number of other people, and there seems to be a consistent theme here. And that is, those jurisdictions that had a fairly robust medicinal industry before Prop 64 are having much more difficult time coming into the Prop 64 world because of that transition and trying to get those people over the gap as compared to those which had complete bans beforehand and are starting anew. So you can see, for example, the accommodations the board has made, on the one hand, trying to accommodate the cultivators, yet address the adverse effects from their operations and that tension in between there. And the result is the compromise that we're dealing with right now. So once again, you were kind of going where I would suggest that you go as staff, and that is take a look at those non-conforming regs and how the provisions that are offered for those who are legal non-conforming, are there additional restrictions that should be applied? That's something I think should be considered. I don't have a solution. I'm not going to recommend a specific one, but I think it's fair to take a look at that. And that, once again, that'd be the Article 10 regulations that you'd want to take a look at.
So I guess that's at our discretion, but we'll discuss that amongst ourselves, and I'm going to pine for, no, I'm not taking extra time or muddying up the waters for staff time on those kind of problems. Sorry.
And I'm sorry, you're going to get so frustrated with me today. Just make sure it's all about balance, right? So before you go too far, make sure you're looking at consequences. You want to also consider the legal implications of that, vesting, making sure that those non-conforming operators are getting their investment back to expectations. You're not cutting them off too soon, such that would create a situation where it put the county in a position of liability. I'm not an attorney. You may want to speak with county council about that too. So that's one consideration to balance things out.
You want to give an adequate amount of time to come into compliance. I get that, but 10 years is not it for me.
Okay, so Mr. Cooney, did you have a question?
I just have a suggestion, Madam Chair. I know we have a finite amount of time today to deal with a huge subject. We're not going to get it all discussed. And you asked if I had suggestions on your first day as chair to make them. So
Yes.
it's in that light. I really think we should move to public comment and save what time we have after public comment for further discussion by the commissioners. But I think we could use up, as Commissioner Park said earlier, we could use up not only the morning, but well into the afternoon with our own discussions of all the ramifications that Mr. Clement is pointing out so carefully, and staff in general. We do have a serious situation to deal with, and it's going to take a lot of time to prioritize what we can do first and best. But I'd really like to hear and add to our conversation from the many people who've taken their time to come today. That's my suggestion.
Okay, Mr. Blotter, do you want to add to that?
I'm going to totally agree. However, before we take public comment, I just have a few comments, and if you indulge me, I'm trying to help this process along as opposed to drag it out forever and ever. At least for this commissioner, if I don't see any change in the regulation that's going to be effective if we don't absolutely control the odor issue. I'm not really interested in sitting here today and hearing 60 speakers tell me that the cannabis stinks. I already know that. What I'm interested in doing is either creating the regulations where it's all into a greenhouse or some other odor sequestration that is going to solve that problem. And I realize it may be expensive, it may be difficult to do, can't help it. I mean, we're not, and I get, I mean, if it's all greenhouses, there's this issue of, okay, now I'm going to see a whole bunch of greenhouses. They can be made attractive. My grandfather's was very cute in his backyard, so I think we can do that. And I'll also tell you that I understand from talking to especially Aaron Weber that the greenhouse may not be the best solution, that there may be other odor controls, but for me it's really simple. I don't want to sit here and create regulations that make no sense, like setbacks. I mean, 1,000-foot setback, that's a short par 4. You're not going to get any odor sequestration from a short par 4. But I'm interested in creating the regulation that says you want to grow cannabis, you've got to control the odor at your property line. I don't care how you do it.
Okay.
I don't care if you do it with a...
So I fear that we're getting into deliberations, and I actually concur with Mr. Cooney in trying to get to some of the public comment. We've got 37 speaker slips, so...
The reason I bring this forward is that that's the way I'm tending to go, and I'm curious to know from the speakers that come forward if they agree with me, disagree with me, or want some other control. I mean, I'm just telling you, I get that it stinks.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out how we create the regulations to create the mitigation. That's why I did it beforehand.
Okay, so we'll remind people before we start the public comment. Mr. Park?
It's a difficult thing dealing with this phase of the discussion because Mr. Cooney's absolutely right. If we go on too long, we lose people, we lose them to the lunch hour and so forth, and we don't get the benefit of the public comment. On the other hand, I think it's good for the public to have some idea of what we're thinking about so that they can comment on that. So I'd like to do something that's a bit of a compromise. I'd like to just point out a couple of questions I will ask Mr. Clement and go into in the future. But we don't need to explore them now. I just want you to be aware of them so the public's aware of them. And one is thinking outdoor grows. Okay, inland ordinance. Can we have an overlay where we say this is where you can grow cannabis? Okay, and we've designed this overlay so it's as compatible as possible with other forms of agriculture. And if you want to have something in that overlay, then your permitting process is pretty simple. It's LUP, it's quicker, it's cheaper, and you might have even a different lot coverage. You can have a larger lot coverage in percentage terms. Okay, that might be out in New Cuyama or something, I don't know. If you want to go outside this overlay, then you're facing a major CUP and smaller lot coverage. So that's going to be something I'm going to explore. Another thing I'm going to explore is getting back to the coastal ordinance, and this, of course, Carpinteria. Can you have something where if you have a charcoal filtration system, you have a longer permit, or not even a duration on your permit. But if you have some other form of odor control, you have a much shorter permit period. These are ideas I want to explore. Another one is, we've had something that comes up as a condition. I've seen it 3 times now. Commissioner Cooney recommended it for a G&K. I kind of repackaged it in a different way, but it's the same concept for Busy Bee. And we saw it in the Strauss Wind Energy Project, which of course wasn't cannabis at all, as far as I know anyway. And that is the sort of the adaptive management plan idea, that you see how things go for some period of time, and you have some parameters to measure that, and then you alter your conditions in response to that. And so those are things I'm going to be asking about exploring.
Okay. So I think we should start public comment and see as far as we can get. And it is already 20 to 12, so I don't want to have all these people have sat here all morning without at least starting on it. And I'm going to use the tool that Commissioner Park used when he was chair, which is, of the 38 people that we have that have put in comments, thank you very much, or slips to speak, is there any, we can take up to 10 people before lunch if they're willing to do a 1 minute as opposed to a 3 minute. So can you give us your name and we'll pull you out?
Yeah, Dave Clary.
Gabe Clary. Okay, is there anyone else who wants to take advantage of a 1 minute?
I'll do it.
Tina Furtado. Can you help? Yeah, just line up by the podium. Anybody else who wants to take advantage of the 1 minute?
Yeah.
And is there
Excuse
anyone?
me. We have some people here.
Great.
In Santa Barbara.
Can you get a hand count down there?
We have 4 people.
4 people. Okay. So let's
4
start with
people will
those
speak
folks
right
that
ahead.
can do the 1 minute, and then we'll go to the 3 minute max per commenter in the order that you've put in the slips. So with that, sir, what was his name?
Morning. My name's Dave Clary.
Dave,
and
thank you.
I have 2 points to raise. First, I wish to support Attorney Mark Chichilla's recommendation that all cannabis cultivation land use entitlements be of only a 3-year duration. The last thing we need is permanent land entitlements that run with the land and we're stuck with them forever with little subsequent review. Second, in my written comments, I advocate for the complete elimination of cannabis commercial activities, medical or recreational, in the Tepiscate Canyon EDRN, or for any parcel whose sole means of ingress and egress is through the Tepiscate EDRN. The reason for taking this position is that the Cannabis Programmatic EIR in several places comments that due to the characteristic narrow roadway, steep grades with many sharp turns and blind corners and other conditions, that the nature of an increase of traffic in Tepiscate Canyon caused by commercial cannabis activity would be significant and unavoidable. It's repeated 3 times. So that means that these problems simply cannot be adequately mitigated. So why then permit them? And what is the purpose? So you may find the cited sections in the programmatic EIR by just doing a global search for Tepiscate. You'll find all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. The next, who's the next person? Oh, Tina? Tina from Ms. Frontata.
Hi, Tina Finucci Frontado. I'm going to talk really fast. I've got some good news I'd like to share. We had a tour of one of the farms last week. We had over 100 people local of Carpinteria. We have a huge waiting list of 60-something plus for the next tour. The demand for our classes, our leaf learning, coffee with the cannabis farmer, are off the charts. There's a lot of interest in learning this new industry, learning about the new medical, medicinal, and health benefits of cannabis. The second thing I'd like to talk about is I've lived on 192, been out there since 1976. I am among 99% ag. I'm between Night Ever and Cravens. We have seen through the years a tremendous change in ag. I've gone from watching semi-trucks 60 or so a day across my driveway to practically nothing now, to the use of tons and tons of pesticides, to almost a pesticide-free. So yes, there's odor, and yes, there's times that we do smell it a little too strong at times, but the benefits of having a pesticide-free environment and learning how to manage odor mitigation, I think, is a plus for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't have your name in front of me, so I'm sorry, just come on down.
Peggy Brierton.
Oh, thank you, Peggy. Yes.
Okay. 1 minute and 1 minute time. Cups for all projects, Ag 2, Ag 1, everything, a CUP. These things need to be looked at individually. Yes, it takes time, it takes more money, but you will get your answers and a better project for the community and the developer, everybody. Per parcel cap, 5 acres per parcel or 10%, whatever is smaller. And a 2-mile setback from EDRNs as well as rural boundaries. Maybe 2,000 feet for a buffer, because 1,000 feet is kind of ridiculous between ag properties. But you always have the alternative of going to greenhouses. So that would solve all the problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brierton. I want to switch to the Santa Barbara audience for a moment. Okay, well, sorry, I'm learning. Come on down. We'll finish up here and then straight to you in Santa Barbara. Thank you. Come on down. And just state your name, because I'm embarrassed I don't have
It's
don't
all good.
remember.
Good morning. My name is Nick Andre, representing 805 Ag Holdings, LLC. We operate a lot of properties out in the Tepescate Canyon, and just want to note a few things about the benefits of growing out there. Nearly all of our properties don't face the compatibility issues that we're hearing about with regards to odor and with regards to crop compatibility. We're growing on parcels that are mountainous terrain, 200 plus acres. On some of these parcels where you're growing maybe 5 acres right in the middle, nobody can smell it. So some of the odor mitigations that are being discussed, please consider the parcel size and the terrain when thinking about that, because if you're at the property line and you can't smell it, I mean, that should be the baseline, right? So if we're not going to want to install odor mitigation systems if you can't smell at the base at the property line without those systems in place. Also, the Tepescate traffic issue that came up, those are pre-existing non-conforming sites, so little to no increase in traffic. Just generally, Tepescate Canyon, for most of our properties, if not all, do not have these compatibility issues. So thank you.
I have a question.
I'm sorry. I have a question too. So, Mr. Blah first.
So my question to you is, I don't think there's an issue with trucks on Tepescate Canyon Road that are small in nature, you know, pickup trucks or cars. If there was a prohibition against any kind of 10-wheeler or 2-ton truck, or would that be a problem for your operation?
We do not utilize 10-wheeler trucks, no.
Well, but even 3/4, 1-ton trucks, stake size things like, if we did you with maximum of a 1/2-ton or a 3/4 ton pickup, would that interfere with your operation?
Well, we would utilize box trucks at times, and so I'm not, and just off the top of my head, I don't know the weight amounts of those trucks. So
thanks.
Yeah.
They're bigger.
Thank you. All right, so let's go to Santa Barbara. Thank you for your patience down there. State your name for the record if you could.
Hi, Jennifer Fullerton. I live in Western Goleta, less than a mile from an open application. Up until September, there were 2 applications, but one is closed now because the applicant was busted for illegal growing. During that time, there was a huge odor in our neighborhood. As soon as the bust happened, it stopped. So what concerns me is that the application we have now is even closer than this one is. I mean, there's no way to stop the odor with outdoor cultivation. So I agree 100% with some of the comments earlier. I think it should be prohibited outdoors within some distance of the urban limit line or neighborhoods. I really think there's no way to stop the odor if it's outdoors. Indoors, at least there's some type of solutions that we might be able to get. At a minimum, we should require CUP so that the neighborhood compatibility can be reviewed. I just don't think it's right for these growers to be able to take away the quality of life and our, clean air so that they can make some money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in Santa Barbara. Thank you. If you give us your name, it helps.
Good morning.
Yeah.
My name is Derek Duncan. I was born and raised here in Santa Barbara. My family has a Ag 2 cattle ranch in the unincorporated North County for the last 20 years. We also own and operate local manufacturing business for the last 40 years in the community. We've always tried to be great neighbors and members here. We've been working on the LUP for over a year. Submittal last March, took 8 months to get initial feedback. We spent several $100,000. We've been meeting all the requests, no matter how difficult from the state, local level. I feel this ever-changing ordinance will only harm the smaller farmers, and it will be the big industrial corporate grows that will have the pockets deep enough to make it through. So I think having a blanket kind of rule for smell, property line might not work in all cases. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Brownlee. I'm speaking on behalf of the Kate School. Our primary objectives are obviously to eliminate the odors, as has been said, and also to reduce the density of growing near our school. Our attorney, Mark Chillo, has submitted a letter, but I did want to emphasize 3 key points. We would like to see a standard of 0 odor detectability at property line of growers. We would like to see a CUP required for all grows in the coastal zone. Given the CUP process that we at Kate had to go through to simply install a water treatment plant at the objection of one single neighbor, it's staggering to me that growers can create giant facilities with huge negative impacts on neighbors without such a requirement. And finally, we would like to see more clear language around the buffer zones themselves. Really clearly, property line to property line should be considered when considering whether a grow should be off limits. So those are our 3 main things that we'd like to see, but we appreciate your taking a look at this, and obviously very interested in the point about title, about the Article 10 issue and whether there is a way we can address those people who are growing under that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Denise Fellows. I live in the North Patterson area and in the community called Rancho del Ciervo. I want to commend the commissioners for wrestling with very difficult issues that are so complex. We appreciate your examining the rural-urban interface and the concerns for homes adjacent to Ag 2 properties. We like that Ag 1 has been addressed under 20 acres, but what about all of us who live next to Ag 2 properties that literally live on quarter-acre to 3/4 of an acre lots that have right outside our back doors lemon and avocado grows, and we do not want that to change to cannabis, and that we would ask that you require a CUP for all properties on Ag 2 properties that are adjacent to homes, and we want you to be especially cognitive of the sensitive receptors that live in those homes called children. There are so many in our 167 homes that are adjacent to agriculture, and we appreciate your attention to this. And ultimately, what we want to preserve is our quality of life in these beautiful Santa Barbara foothills. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Bridley and Commissioners. My name is Winfred van Wingeren, and I'm a grower of cannabis in Carpinteria. We are applicants for a CDP in Carpinteria and first submitted our application over a year ago. We've been participating in the county's process in good faith for many months, with the help of endless consultants and subcontractors. This has been a significant investment for us, but we realize it's a privilege, not a right, to conduct commercial cannabis. However, we encourage your commission not to make changes to the ordinance for those of us who are already in the pipeline. The Carpinteria Ag overlay is extraordinarily rigorous as compared to the inland area. Therefore, we suggest that the Carp Ag overlay already has many of the limitations suggested in your staff report, including lot coverage limits and setbacks. We encourage your commission to distinguish between the difficulty of the permitting process in the Carp Ag overlay for cannabis compared to that of the inland area. For example, the Carp Ag overlay does not allow outdoor cultivation at all, has a very tough odor standards, and limits square footage of total building sites in Area A and Area B. Please direct staff to focus on processing applications that are in the pipeline. The best thing for the community and for the public is to bring these entitlements to the finish line. We all need the clarity on which applicants will meet the standards and which applicants will not. And thank you very much for your time. If I had my 200 employees here that have wonderful jobs and opportunities, they would also be here, but they're working. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Reminding everybody that we're on the 1-minute timeline here.
Chair Bridley and Commissioners, my name is Colin Dvorak, representing Pacific Grown Farms, a cannabis farm in the Carpinteria Valley. I'm a Santa Barbara local and grateful to have my family here in this wonderful community. I'd like to quickly point out how much more sophisticated this conversation is than it was a year ago. I've been attending these meetings for nearly 2 years now. That's not nearly as much as many people here in the audience. To the Commission and the community, I'd like to testify that the cannabis community hears you and is taking your concerns over odor seriously. We are your neighbors and members of this community, a community that we care deeply for. Science is being brought into the conversation. Engineers, ecologists, hygienists, meteorologists, and a dozen other types of highly qualified professionals constituting hundreds of thousands of dollars are taking this challenge on. Studies are being performed, new solutions are being explored, and these results will be brought forward into public discourse. I share Commissioner Park's wish to have these a year ago, but community professionals are working diligently and expeditiously to find best practice solutions. Studies need time to be performed. Engineers need time to noodle. Our farms are being permitted on the condition that they satisfy the county's requirements for odor. I ask that the county to allow us to get on our feet, deploy our technologies and our operating procedures that we have the best minds in the country developing, and let the county's enforcement mechanisms, including adaptive management plans, work to keep us accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. So does that wrap it up for the Santa Barbara speakers? Oh, no, got one more. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Just one more. Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Liz Rogan. I'm representing myself and also the Cannabis Business Council of Santa Barbara County. I want to echo what Colin said. I thought he said that very well, so I don't need to repeat that. I personally support the medical industry and consumer advocacy, so I appreciate your attention to all of these issues that we're facing. I do want to bring up an issue is that climate change is honestly happening as we see in our environment. These wind patterns and geographic things that we know may not always be the same, and that's something I think that should be addressed. As we have gone and created these regulations, it's something we need to continue moving forward with so we can see how they work. And obviously, in a Kaizen type way, we need to tweak these as we move forward and find these conflicts. But again, I go back to the real laws that are here, and I don't understand all the way why we are here talking about this now, as odor is allowed in ag areas and pesticide drift is illegal. So I think that obviously it's situational situation. I worked on a farm in Carp for a while, and we had a gas smell, a propane smell. We had the company come out and look all around. We couldn't find it. Turned out it was coming from another farm up the road. So I think that I understand there's a lot of variables in this, but I do ask you to look back to the real state laws and only real data affecting human health. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Okay, so with that, we can actually continue. Well, you've got the sub, so yeah. I have no speakers. Oh, I'm sorry. Are there any other people that want to do the 1 minute thing before we get into the 3 minute time frame? Oh, I'm sorry. The cameraman's been there all morning, and I kind of thought you were attached to him. I'm sorry.
Hi,
Yes,
my name's
please.
Knut Siegfried. I lived up in Tepiscay for years, and yeah, we're growing marijuana up there. And what I wanted to address was the traffic thing on Tepiscay Road. You were mentioning a 3/4 ton pickup or something like that. We have actually a 550, sort of like a 2-ton stake bed truck. But I mean, there's ranchers up there that have cattle and horses, and they all use stake bed trucks that are larger and big trailers and stuff like that. And we're not in and out constantly. We're in maybe twice a year for some soil, and that's about all we need it for. And I have lived in Tepiscay through a period when 166 was shut down, and they rerouted all the traffic from 166 through Tepiscay Road. And it was a zoo, but it did function, and we're not anything like that at all. So I just think that people need to be cautious when they're driving. That's the fact of the life in Tepiscay for sure.
Okay.
So
Thank
thank
you.
you very much.
Okay. Do you want to? I think we can. Okay. So lunch. It's time for lunch. So I'm seeing that from all the folks on the days. Yeah. Let's go for it. Go for it. So anyway, thank you everybody for being here this morning. We're going to pick up with this in 1 hour. Yeah. So at 1 o'clock we will be back here and picking up with the next speakers. Thank you. Okay, everybody, I think we're ready to start. So we're going to continue with the public comment, and first up we have Mr. Al Wagner. Thank you. Followed by Paul Ekstrom and Ellen Dearberg after that.
Madam Chair, thank you again. So I'm here today representing Foley Family Wines. Again, part of this is we have really big concerns with the EIR, and it's not addressing a lot of the impacts that we're seeing in Santa Rita Hills. Santa Rita Hills, every time it rains, the topography changes. And in 2017 and 19, we experienced, let's see where I can find this. Oop, wrong one. That didn't work. I'm losing time here. This is not good.
Yeah.
You gotta stay on the mic.
Don't worry, we'll put seconds back on your time.
All right,
Don't
thank you.
worry.
All right, thank you. There we are. So a series of levees were installed through these properties in the 1970s. The flood control district manages levees out the backside on the Hayes Ranch. In 17 and 19, the existing agricultural use of veggies and more hoop houses up Hapgood have caused severe flooding disasters and levee breaches at this location and this location, costing us in the ballpark of $150,000 in mitigation costs. We've since then rebuilt the levee system. If the proposed grow that is on the Hapgood property, which is coming up in the future, they're looking at 100 acres worth of hoop houses. If that happens, the impact of sheet flow rainfall events would be about 2 million gallons per inch of rainfall. This system can't handle it. This property will be completely a lake. That's not being addressed in the current EIR. It's not addressing what's happening to the adjoining parcels. And that's where we are really concerned with these permits stacking on the EIR situations. We're also at ground zero, Tiger Salamander, right here. This one, this pond, and it took us 3 years to put a liner in here because we had to do a $25,000 Tiger Salamander study. Here's the grow that's proposed. Are they going to be required to a 3-year salamander study because they're in ground zero? The other thing that's happening is we're seeing so much erosion in these areas that we're abandoning parcels and we're moving them into the flats, but we have silt retention basins that were installed at the tune of $300,000 in the late 80s that we excavate about 200,000 yards of sand. Every year we have 20 inches of rainfall. This type of thing is not being addressed, and I'm not going to have enough time. The other thing we're concerned about, this is a lease. We know who our farmers are, we know who the owners are, and every time we have problems with these leasers, the people who lease yearly, they will not assist us because Mr. Campbell has been approached. He does not help us. His leasers are responsible for the erosion problems he's telling us. We are really concerned about this. I'm sorry I'm down at time. So we asked that the sunset be put on these permits at 3 years or 5 years so we can find out who our neighbors are because they're constantly changing. Again, 3 veggie growers in 4 years. Anyway, with that said, I think I'm out of time. But anyhow, there's so much more. One other thing, there is a hydrology study performed by Santex Technologies who was done 6 months ago. I urge you to read through it. It's everything that I'm talking about. There can't be any more impact to the watershed in these areas. This watershed is 10,000 acres just on this one site. Anyway, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. I just want to remind the audience that we can't really talk about project-specific sites. I mean, I understand that it's illustrative to the points you're making about the ordinance, but just so that everybody else understands, we're really focusing on broad themes with the ordinance, and so this, just careful. You're careful there.
No. I understand, but these aren't being addressed.
Okay.
In the current plan.
Got it.
And
Thank you.
and that's all I'm saying. Okay, thank you.
So I have a question
I'm sorry.
question. I'm not sure this question is for county council or if it's for Commissioner Farini or to come back, but I'm involved right now in a in a project where they've been growing strawberries historically with plastic on the ground, and it does cause a flooding problem. Is there, I mean, I know if I go out and build a development and I concentrate the flow on my neighbor's adjacent neighbor's property, it's a problem for me. I could be sued for doing that. Now, he has to accept my water, but he doesn't have to accept it being concentrated. And I'm just curious if putting hoop houses and plastic on strawberries creates a problem that this gentleman could look into, or do we need to look at that for cannabis growers if they're using strawberries? I don't know.
Okay, why don't we put that in the topic
let's just-
bucket
yeah,
for the
we'll
end?
trail that and-
Yeah, for the
yeah.
end of public comment. Thank you. Who's going to keep track of that?
Commissioners and hardworking staff, I appreciate the time here. I'm a board member of the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis, but I'm going to let that fall to some of the other members that are here. Instead, I want to talk about my situation. I've been in my house since 1976. I'm 10 feet away from the county line. I'm in the city of Carpinteria. The county line is 10 feet away. 40 feet away on the other side of that is a huge industrial cannabis grow. They supposedly have state-of-the-art odor control. We smell, it's been worse the last 6 months than it has been the last 2.5 years. My neighbors complain about it. I complain to the county. They complain to the county. It doesn't do any good to send in your complaints. Just a total waste of time. The neighbors are tired of it, and I'm tired of it. Someone could say, well, maybe that the odor is coming from the bad players that are further away and the wind's blowing it into my house. Well, why is it then that we're usually followed by about 2 to 3 hours of a perfume smell? It's an odorant that's used to cover up the cannabis smell. It's just as bad as the cannabis smell in some ways. The cannabis growers, they're great at doing what they do. They probably grow the best cannabis in the world, but it is too concentrated. It is too close to neighborhoods and schools. I'm just asking your help to help find a solution for this. For years, Carpinteria's motto has been the world's safest beach. I'm afraid soon it's going to turn out to be the world's stinkiest city. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, yeah, that was, I'm sorry. Okay, we have Ellen Dearberg, and then to be followed by Lil Clary and Scott Wolf, I believe. And also, can you just give us your name when you speak?
Sure.
So,
I'm Ellen Dearberg from Dearberg Vineyards. So my parents started Dearberg Vineyards, Santa Rita Hills, about 25 years ago. Passed it on to my brother and I. We're second generation. There's a winery. We have a winery, tasting room, and vineyard on Drum Canyon Road in Santa Rita. And right now there's somewhere between 80 acres and 100, I guess it's 80 acres that they're going for, of outdoor cannabis grow planned right next to our winery, tasting room, and vineyards. We're very concerned about the odor and the terpene drift. We will be out of business, so we are very supportive and actually begging for either the outdoor cannabis grows to be indoors in a hermetically sealed environment, or press pause on these approvals until we have studies that can tell us how far should the setback be, how, whatever we need to do. We're very willing to be next door to an outdoor cannabis grow if we knew what it would take to not put us out of business. So I'm just asking for one of those two things, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Lil Clary, followed by Scott Wolf, and then Santa Barbara, be on alert, because in a couple more speakers, we'll ask for some speakers down there.
Okay. Yeah, Lil Clary, Tepesca Canyon. A couple of preliminary remarks. First to Dan. We definitely support odor control and know that you have had this as an issue for a long time. And it is an issue in Tepesca Canyon. I can personally attest to that. Second, regarding the overlay that Commissioner Park referenced, sounds like a good direction to take. I'm not sure the folk out in Cuyama would be very happy with it, but certainly it's something to take a look at. I'm here today with a couple of observations. The first of which I want to make is that one grower alone in Tepesca Canyon has an application in that would call for 180 average daily trips in and out of the canyon during the 5 expected harvest seasons. Traffic is a serious issue for us. Okay, in the 2.5+ years I've been coming to these meetings, I can tell you it's a truism, no one wants to live anywhere near cannabis activity. I wish you luck. Second, cannabis operations have generally emerged out of an illegal economy, resulting in the proliferation of activities meant to flout the law. Third, cannabis businesses are generating millions of dollars in revenue, not for the county, because they're not all taxed, but for the growers. And this revenue is being used to alter the landscape of political decision-making. Fourth, cannabis is a win-win for any entrepreneur able to obtain a land use permit or conditional use permit, because even if the business is closed down, filing a raid or perjury on an affidavit, the permit runs with the land. This is wrong. Fifth, current ordinances allow those claiming legal nonconforming to run the clock, aided by lobbyists at the state level, that's that dollar issue again, who have managed to get extensions of time on filings. Locally, what we see is the applicant files a bare-bones conditional use permit application and reaps the benefits of unregulated cultivation and sales without bothering to complete the application process. If you look at the planning department's own list of the status of applications on file, over and over again you will see the statement, awaiting applicant action. This is not a slowdown on the part of the county, it's at the applicant end. I believe you can fix this. I urge you to adopt the recommendations by the Coalition, Sharon Merritt, Mark Shaitillo, and my neighbors and friends in Tepesca and Sabata Canyon. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, we're going to go to Scott Wolf and then Sharon Merritt, and then we're going to break to Santa Barbara.
Chair Bridley, members of the commission, thank you for having me today. My name is Scott Wolf, and I'm the city manager of the city of Buellton, representing the Buellton City Council. I've been before you previously requesting that the Planning Commission consider imposition of conditions on cannabis cultivation permits designed to minimize the potential impacts of cannabis cultivation on nearby residences and businesses, particularly in the area surrounding the city of Buellton. As previously stated, Buellton does not oppose cannabis cultivation, nor the commerce that is supported by it. However, Buellton does desire to ensure that the impacts associated with the cannabis industry are controlled in such a way as to avoid adverse impacts to the quality of life for its residents and the existing businesses and tourism-based economy. The actions taken by the Planning Commission in recent appeal hearings for cultivation permits in the vicinity of Buellton have been steps in the right direction from the standpoint of our City Council, who now request that the Planning Commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors changes that will give the Commission the ability to continue to exercise such discretion. Planning staff has provided a number of options for additional regulations, which, if properly utilized, could provide the Planning Commission with an effective toolbox for the review and approval of cannabis cultivation operations in the future. It is clear that there is not a one-size-fits-all approach that will allow the cannabis industry to develop while still protecting those living in the vicinity. Therefore, Buellton requests that the Planning Commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors that all of the options for additional regulations, as well as options not listed, be available for use as conditions as may be deemed necessary and appropriate through the conditional use permit process, and that the CUP process be required for all cannabis cultivation within 1 mile of an urban-rural boundary or significant residential development for parcels zoned Ag 2. To answer Commissioner Blau's question, we would also request that additional changes to be adopted for the further imposition of odor control technology, where appropriate, even in the Ag 2 zone, again through the issuance of a CUP. This is an option not identified in the staff presentation. The requirement of a CUP not only gives the Planning Commission the ability to take a more tailored and individualized approach to regulation of these uses, but it will also benefit the growers, who will see a shorter permitting process, with only a single appeal to the Board of Supervisors possible after the initial decision on the permit by the Planning Commission, time spent in the process, and the expenses associated with the appeal preparation and presentation will be reduced significantly. Once again, I thank you for your attention and your consideration of our city's requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Merritt? And just 1 second. So in Santa Barbara, I'm not sure how they can just hear us. We're going to be hearing from Peter Imhoff, Kathy Duncan, and Anna Carrillo to start down there after Ms. Merritt. Thank you.
Could you pass that to the planning commissioners? Sorry.
Just so you know for the future, when you do that, you need to give it to David, and that way it gets into the record,
Sorry.
and then he'll distribute it to us. That's why I pass it this way and then goes back this way.
Because you know the rules.
I'm learning. I'm still learning them.
Okay, all right. Sharon Merritt, farmer, farms in Carpinteria Valley and San Ynez Valley. The thing that I just gave you and didn't give David is to substantiate my first statement, which is that Santa Barbara County is the only county in the state that permits unlimited acres of outdoor commercial cannabis cultivation, and one of two, Los Angeles County, appears to have unlimited indoor. So as you consider your options, I hope these data inform you. I looked at the state permits, and the state has permits in 35 counties. I read the ordinances of all of those counties that had 5 or more permits, and you will see that many of those counties actually prohibit cannabis. So when the state's giving permits, it could be that a city within the county permits cannabis, but the county itself does not. So I hope these data inform you. If you want, I can send you the complete spreadsheet, which also includes the URLs of where I got the data. Okay, so we're the only county that has unlimited. I think that I would like to recommend that you consider per parcel caps instead of the 1,500 acre caps. Every other county does a per parcel cap, and the per county cap does two things. It encourages well-financed investors from out of the county to come into the county to cultivate, and it locks out local farmers who are following federal law for whatever reason. And I believe that federally cannabis will be legal soon, but those local farmers won't be able to jump in because the cap will have been met. If you lower it to per parcel, it opens it to more participation. It opens it to more farmers to participate in the process instead of being locked out by the people who could afford 100-acre grows. And as I mentioned before, it's incompatible with local heritage crops. So I hope you will support for local ag and quality of life, putting a cap on the number of acres per parcel, that you will require CUPs for all cannabis permits, which will allow then a vetting of how it's going to impact other parcels, that you make all permits good for 3 years and then be reviewed. And as required in the coastal zone, that you require throughout the county a 2-mile buffer from all cities. And that's what's required in the coastal zone. Also that you consider, to the extent possible, closed, secured greenhouses with HVAC systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to Santa Barbara, where we're calling on Peter Imhoff, if he's there. Thank you.
Commissioners, Peter Imhoff, Planning Director for the City of Goleta. As the City of Goleta has expressed on several occasions previously, we are very concerned about the impacts of cannabis cultivation and related cannabis uses on our residents, schools, and businesses. We've seen what has happened elsewhere in the county, especially in Carpinteria, and we don't want to have the same thing happen to us. The most immediate impact of concern is noxious odors, but other impacts include visual impacts, especially of greenhouse structures on ag land, and traffic. The arrival of cannabis cultivation in Santa Barbara County presents a classic land use conflict. It's appropriate in this situation to use zoning to regulate the conflict between these uses, and it's the county's job to solve the problem. It's also a classic nuisance situation in affected areas, and the county should act without any more delay to use its enforcement tools to stop the nuisance. With respect to zoning, the range of possible solutions presented by staff is comprehensive, and I like some of the ideas we've heard so far from commissioners. It's clear you have a good grasp of the issues. Fundamentally, the county needs to take a performance-based approach to regulation, where the test is whether the zoning regulations adopted are effective in eliminating the potential impact on adjacent uses. That means in practice permitting cannabis cultivation only in locations and with sufficient measures that it cannot be smelled or seen or its traffic experienced. As far as odor impacts, the obvious solution is to interpose some kind of barrier between the cannabis farms and sensitive uses, either via a large enough buffer or by requiring cultivation indoors. However, as county staff has noted, if the county decides to require indoor cultivation, then you have to consider and address the consequent visual impacts of intensive greenhouse development. That issue is particularly acute in the unincorporated areas around the city of Goleta, given the topography and the bucolic unincorporated ag land surrounding our city. We suggest taking an all-of-the-above approach that might be best and that relies on all four categories of possible solutions suggested by staff. We thank you for your engagement with this important set of issues, and we look forward to following the Planning Commission discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Next is Kathy Duncan, followed by Anna Carrillo in Santa Barbara.
Good afternoon. I am Kathy Duncan. I am a 45-year resident of Santa Barbara County. Originally started down here in Santa Barbara itself, built a company down here, and in 2002, as I endeavored to have a little bit of land past my little duplex with the yard on two sides, I bought an old ranch, 540 acres, in just east of the town of Los Alamos. For a long time since I've had that, I've run cattle on that ranch. Cattle, as you may imagine, are no longer economically viable. And I started some years ago to look at whether or not I would have planted 2 grapes. I could do 250 acres. There's a lot of vineyards up in our area. Or, as more recently, in the last 3 years, began to entertain the concepts of cannabis and looking at 25 acres, which is 4.6% within a 540-acre ranch, on land that has been historically farmed for typically oats during 80-plus years going back. When I looked at the environmental impact on the water and the wildlife, I decided that the cannabis was hands down a winner. When I looked at what is very important to me, the wages and the careers that you can provide to hardworking people, cannabis again was hands down winner. And then even when I look at for the benefits for the community at large, when I look at the what cannabis pays in taxes, and some people may not be aware that the license that is paid to the state of California annually runs about $20,000 per acre per year. So in this case, that'd be about $400,000. I think that supports many community programs that our world should be concerned with. So I made a choice to go with cannabis. We submitted an LUP in March of 2018. She was our person was out in attendance. We had Fish and Wildlife out there, and we would check in and call, and a letter was going to get any day now, any day now. Well, we did receive our initial feedback letter, and we received it 1 day shy of 8 months. I applaud the county's efforts to have funded more staffing. I think you were well understaffed in the beginning. I believe, though, another impact is these ever-changing rules and regulations, and perhaps now even a concept of a bunker mentality where staff may be fearful of not having every I dotted and T crossed. That concerns me. We have put several $100,000 into this and detail that's really quite astounding. So I wish to be a true supporter. I wish and choose, and the only way I will do so is by being full compliance with all the rules and regs, which includes other things such as being neighborly, caring for my neighbors, caring for the impact on them. I do implore you to let this well-researched and pretty sound program go forth. I do and wish to remind the many concerned citizens that there is an annual business license, annually. That would give the ability to where there be a poor performer to in fact be looked at and to perhaps have that annual license reneged. So I think the program's sound. I'd say, can we please stop tweaking with it, and can we please let it go forward Otherwise, personally, I may very well just withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then you have the outside industrialist.
I'm sorry.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, Anna.
Are you?
I'm sorry,
ready?
Anna
Okay, I'm
Carrillo,
Anna
yeah, thank you.
Carrillo. Sorry, I'm Anna Carrillo from Carpinteria Valley. Please urge the Board of Supervisors to verify those claiming that they were growing medical marijuana before January 19th, 2016. Currently in the Carpinteria Valley, there are 21 to 23 different addresses cultivating cannabis. There definitely were not this many locations growing medical marijuana before the above date, and there was to be no expansion. I have calculated that the 297 licenses issued for every 10,000 square feet may equal 2,970,000 square feet. I just checked the CDFA site, and as of January 15th, there are about 138 provisional licenses in Carpinteria that are about to expire by the end of March. Might it not be a good idea to urge the board to require verification of what they were growing before January 2016 before giving authorization for their renewals? In this request, there should not only be proof that they were growing, but how much. The neighbors should be included in this verification process. When the county authorized the state to issue provisional licenses to those who submitted an application for their coastal development permit or their land use permit, the expectation was that permits would expire spring of 2020 and new CDPs, LUPs would be issued. I suspect that part of the problem in the Carpinteria Valley is the number of unpermitted structures that need to be dealt with before permits can be issued. I have heard that growers are trying to find paperwork for previously unpermitted structures. I have been told that the number of unpermitted structures puts the number of greenhouses allowed beyond what would be allowed in Area A of the Carpinteria Agricultural Overlay. With the amount of density being proposed on our 2 4-mile roadways, schools and residents in Carpinteria need to have a reduction. When the 186-acre limit was proposed, it seemed okay, but now we know it is too much. It's hard to tell how much acreage is currently being cultivated, but when I total up what the current growers are requesting, it's 119.61 acres. I understand the difference between how the state is measuring acreage for licensing versus how the county measures acreage for a permit. We're having trouble now with what is going on and just can't imagine when there's more acreage under cultivation. We also will have an additional 14-acre parcel which will start cultivation soon. Odor in schools, residential areas is a big problem in Carpinteria. If everyone would be required to have sealed greenhouses with carbon filters, I hear that our odor issues would be solved. The Bayer system isn't working on old greenhouses that were never designed to be closed systems, and many in the community feel that since the Bayer system has been incorporated, many are having additional health issues. There have been no long-term studies on the Bayer system, and Carpinteria residents don't want to be the guinea pigs. It's been said by a doctor that probably 10 to 15% of the population, including workers and students, are having respiratory problems due to this odor phase system.
Ms. Carrillo, you need to wrap up.
I recommend it. Okay,
Please wrap up.
thank you. I urge you to accept the suggestion proposed by Mark Shatillo regarding the limit of giving the cannabis land use permits for 3 years so it can be looked at again. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Autumn Shelton in Santa Barbara. Followed by Rick.
Hi.
I'm sorry, followed by Rick Grimera? Grimera? Is there a Rick in Santa Barbara? Okay. And then we'll go back to Santa Maria. Thank you. Go ahead, Autumn.
Thanks. We are 2 families that own and operate a cannabis farm in the Carpinteria Overlay. Our team and families at Autumn Brands are dedicated to being compliant, professional, and good neighbors. We've actually been a part of the regulations at the state and county level since the beginning. We have focused on doing whatever it takes to move forward in this process. Autumn Brands was the first to receive provisional cultivation licenses in the county and actively worked with CDFA and Metric's compliance departments to ensure we were 100% compliant. We have worked diligently with the Regional Water Board, Fish and Wildlife, County Fire, Sheriff, and Building and Safety to make any necessary changes, and with the county's planning department to refine our land use permit application for over a year now. There is no benefit to dragging out the land use permit process for the growers. There are caps in place, and everyone that I know is trying to move as quickly as possible. It appears that common sense would tell us that the odor in Carpinteria has increased not because the odor abatement systems don't work, but because there are new illegal growers. The land use permit process was supposed to take 3 to 4 months, but due to properties needing to be brought up to today's code and already ever-changing rules, this process continues on well over a year. We urge your commission not to make any changes to the existing land use ordinances. A lot of time, research, hearings, and public comments went into developing and refining the current cannabis ordinance, which has still not been fully functional. Any changes would only prolong the process, possibly eliminating compliant legal nonconforming operators, and impacts will continue to occur and possibly get worse the longer this land use process takes to reach the caps that are already in place. We respect that cannabis odor can bother some people. We are constantly working towards improving our odor mitigation system to eliminate impacts with research and new technologies. The sooner we have resolution on permit applications, the sooner staff can enforce on compliance and resolve community nuisances such as odor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rick Gramera?
No, it's Rick Graham. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Just a moment.
Chairman
Mr. Graham.
Bridley and Commissioners, my name is Rick Graham. I'm a Santa Ynez ranch owner, a vintner, and a supporter of the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. We have a cannabis applicant proposing to grow and process cannabis on the parcel immediately next to our biodynamic vineyard and olive orchard. We're extremely concerned about the potential negative impact the cannabis grow will have on our personal enjoyment of our property, the quality of our biodynamic produce and wine, and the impression it may leave with our customers and visitors to the ranch. And we would like to ask you to make the following amendments to the cannabis order, or propose the following amendments. Conditional use permit's already been well discussed, and I support that for Ag 2 as well as Ag 1. Although Commissioner Park came up with possibly a good suggestion on the overlay, and if it's outside the overlay, then go with the CUP, as long as there's strict rules on how that overlay is determined and it's not affecting other properties in any diverse way. I would go with that. One thing that's been roughly mentioned, but I think we need to talk about a little more, is falsified affidavits. We're amazed and concerned that landowners who knowingly falsify statements to the county are being allowed to apply for, and the county is actively processing permits for cannabis cultivation. We ask that your commission require a coordination through ordinance amendment that requires identification of these bad actors prior to the county permit approval process, and that they should be forever banned from attaining a cannabis license in the county. It should be not left to discover this perjury until a permit has been approved or an appeal hearing is in place. As it stands now, a business license may be denied on the grounds of falsifying an affidavit. We feel the denial of not just the license but the permit should be a mandatory action for these acts of perjury. Odor, I agree with Commissioner Blau. As in San Luis Obispo County, their ordinance states all cannabis cultivation should be sited and operated in a manner that prevents cannabis nuisance odors from being detected off-site. We ask that we have the same. If the odor cannot be abated from outdoor grows, move them inside into proper scrubber and filtration environments to eliminate the odor before it goes outside. I also think that smaller parcel acreage limits should be implemented. The larger the grow, the greater the impacts on odor, terpene migration, and conflicts with traditional agriculture and neighbors. We propose a 1.5 acre per 100 acre on any parcel. This limit, combined with reasonable setbacks from the property line, will greatly protect legacy agriculture and greatly reduce the impact to neighbors. I thank you for listening.
Mr. Graham, I had one question. You just said that you were suggesting a 1.5 acre per 100 acre. What was the detail on that?
1.5 acres for every 100 acres. So if you had 200 acres, you'd increase it to 3 acres.
Okay.
And so forth.
Okay.
Sort of a graduated scale.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're returning to Santa Maria here, and the next speaker is John DeFriel. He's still here? No. Oh, yeah. Sure, you bet. I'm sorry, Mr. DeFriel, let me just get myself organized. John DeFriel will be followed by Tyler Thomas and Denise Peterson. So come on down and queue up. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Bradley and fellow commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I was extremely encouraged by the Ag Commissioner's report and the product that came out of that working group. I think the takeaway that developing good neighbor policies is the most important. For example, we're working with some of our neighbors to put double windscreen fences in, hedgerows, communicate spray programs a year in advance, planning sprays, what the different applications are going to be. We believe that the neighboring applicators can use products on those 66 not approved items, as long as we're working together on meteorology and having those hedgerows and wind fences in place to cut down on the opportunity for drift. We also grow in hoop houses, which provides a large protective layer from settling. What's more, all of our production goes to concentrates and oil-based products, so we are able to actually clean pesticides up out of the oils should they somehow drift onto there. So this is not like a binary thing. It adds a little bit of work for us in the laboratory, but it's something that completely can be done, and I'd rather do a little cleanup work than scrap a crop. So we've been working on that for years to make sure that's a viable alternative. Similarly, I'd like to echo what Scott Wolf, City Manager of the City of Buellton, said. One of our farms is the closest farm to the City of Buellton. It's about 1,900 feet from the urban-rural boundary line, which is also the Buellton City line, to the corner of one of our properties. We are currently on a CUP in that project because it's across the river from an EDRN, of which we already have about a 1,200-foot setback before the cultivation of cannabis starts from that property line, which meets in the middle of the San Ynez River and then still goes to, before you hit to any properties, another couple hundred feet on the other side. We do believe that there's an opportunity for coexistence between us and the City of Buellton being close by. There also seems to be a misconception that outdoor cannot be controlled in any way, shape, or form. Again, what Mr. Clemens said with the meteorology, we are southwest of the City of Buellton by 1,900 feet, and we've not had any problems with the neighboring houses. The city does not think that we're contributing to an odor problem there. We've given city manager, mayor, city council people tours of the farm. They were blown away that the farm was right there and it wasn't causing an issue. I think this comes down to really what your practices are. So we freeze everything off the field instead of drying anything on the property, which mitigates any terpene removal. We also grow and breed fruity varieties versus the skunky varieties. So many people come and tour our farm and they're confused that they don't smell skunks. And they're like, why do I smell oranges and lemons and citrus? I have to explain to them that we've been breeding towards that. So this really comes down to the practices implemented by each product. And we've also brought in third-party testers we're putting a buyer system in since it's a CUP. We'll only run it if there's a prolonged problem. We've been operating there for years, never had a prolonged problem, so we'll put it in and hopefully never have to turn it on. But again, we think that there is a compatibility between existing agriculture and cannabis and cities, and we just look forward to science-based approaches to solving these problems. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tyler Thomas.
Afternoon, my name is Tyler Thomas. I'm the president winemaker for Starlane and Deerberg Vineyards. We farm 400 acres of wine grapes. I'm also a board member for the Santa Barbara Vintners and their AAC appointee. I thought I'd take a time to focus a little bit on scientific studies or lack thereof, and I completely share your frustration that there's not very much research to guide us. In the process of earning a couple Master of Science degrees, I've been a part of publishing 3 peer-reviewed papers. I can testify that research in unprecedented areas like this takes a long time. I've presented data that our team collected in this room. We didn't collect it in this room. We presented it in this room to test a concern of many wine industry members, which is, can volatile chemical flavor compounds produced by cannabis drift across property boundaries and deposit on grapevine tissues? The answer was yes. The data was later referenced by another applicant of Hacienda Company on Baseline. And I've read that report, and I think the fairest conclusion is that the model they used confirmed that volatile chemical flavor compounds can drift from one plant and be deposited on another plant. The concentration of the deposition differed by compound. Now, in their executive summary, the authors justify focusing really only on eucalyptol saying, and I quote, "It should be noted that eucalyptol is the only monoterpene to be identified as potentially causing wine taint. No other monoterpenes, such as beta-myrcene, alpha-terpinene, or terpinolene, have been found in peer-reviewed studies to cause taint," end quote. I believe this is intentionally misleading. It implies the other 3 terpenes have been studied and not been identified to cause wine taint. This is not true. What is true is that they have not been studied in wine. Therefore, it's misleading to imply those studies were performed. All understanding of terpenes and sensory science in wine would cause any reasonable researcher to expect taint to occur at some level. Additionally, the study uses the term threshold, which seems to imply a concentration needed to reach significant impact point, but they don't actually establish any justification for or what they mean by threshold. For example, again with beta-myrcene, they simply use the quantity that we observed in our study, 300 parts per billion, as the threshold, noting that it would take 75 days in their study to reach 330 parts per billion. Now, I can tell you as a winemaker and as a representative of vintners that most winemakers would be nervous about 50 parts per billion of foreign terpene in their wine. Now, 50 parts per billion is 15% of 330, and 15% of 75 days is only 11 days. So in my view, the model suggests it's definitely plausible that detrimental impact could occur due to terpene drift. Lastly, I know I'm running out of time, the model, any model is linked to the assumptions in them. For example, the planting density they use of 2,000 plants per acre. For all that I've come to understand of our cannabis neighbors, planting densities are typically 5 to 10,000 plants an acre. So if we were to increase their planting density, what does that do to the time it takes to reach 50 parts per billion threshold? Perhaps less than 11 days. So I think, Commissioner Blau, to your point, we would love to see some way to regulate odors and terpenes, chemical compounds onto the property.
Okay, thank
Thanks.
you.
Sorry.
Oops, I took a break there. Denise Peterson, followed by Kelly Rengel. I should know this, and also Renee O'Neill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Denise Peterson, and I live in Rancho Santa Rita Estates, which is a developed 60-acre parcels. They're all 20-acre parcels. It is, we are considered an EDRN. Here's just some facts that I would like to see noted and maybe changed. Limit the time frame for cannabis operators to come into compliance, 1 year max. And Commissioner Blau, you had mentioned that earlier, and I thank you for that. Every time I contact a case planner on one of the open CUPs in our EDRN, they tell me that they are pending more information. Some applied over a year ago and are still pending more information. They continue to grow and process the pot. This needs to be a time limit on when these CUPs need to be complete, or a letter to close needs to be sent. Thoroughly investigate the affidavits of the cannabis operators and shut down those that have perjured themselves on their applications. Planning and Development should at this time send them a letter to close and requiring them to reapply for a county permit. Please do not reward these bad actors and allowing them to continue to grow. Prohibit cannabis operations in all EDRNs and rural boundary communities. Please consider the cluster of CUPs in a given area, such as ours. We have 6, like Sabata Canyon and also along Highway 246. We are the only county allowing stacking of permits. Consider eliminating licensing stacking. Limit each parcel to 1 license per parcel, regardless of size. Prohibit cannabis activities in high fire danger areas with limited access roads. All commercial cannabis operations should be close to adequate county and state roads with turnarounds, emergency exits, not in rural residential areas. If there is truly a track and trace system in place for legal non-conforming growers, why do we see so many raids and so much product being confiscated? You talk about revenue. And where did all the millions of dollars of product just in our EDRN go last year? I saw it going out of panel trucks. Inspections, okay? I really believe that all the CUPs that are active right now need to be inspected. How is Herbal Angels allowed to process oils in a volatile manner where there was no inspections from the case planner? Were there any inspections at all? I mean, that was a huge raid, and that was pretty scary for all of us that had to live in that area, that do live in that area. Just anyway.
You only have a couple of minutes left.
Okay, well, just in closing, many of us do feel this way. Why does Santa Barbara County have to be the #1 cannabis in the world? We all live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Kelly Rangel. I knew there was something unusual about it. To be followed by Renee O'Neill and then Claire Weinman.
Yes, okay, so I'm Kelly Rangel, and I do live in Sabana Canyon, right across from the Herbal Angels 102-acre non-conforming grow. I'm going to read this so I don't get off track. I would like to address my concerns with the commission and give input regarding to the zoning permit requirements for commercial cannabis activity and to propose amending them. Going forward, the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission could exercise its statutory planning and zoning authority to reevaluate and address the deleterious and substantial consequences the current zoning is having on existing residential agricultural zone properties. Speaking of Ag 1 and Ag 2, commercial cannabis activity could be rezoned, prohibited in these zones, specifically the EDRN, especially if such application for the project must traverse through such neighborhoods to reach their project. Redirect commercial cannabis projects to zones identified as commercial manufacturing, because that is really what they're doing. The fact that they grow something is incidental to the manufacturing, processed, volatile, and everything else, trimming, packaging, drying, freezing, which creates all these odors. And other projects have been denied recently because of odor, terpene drip, and the visual inconsistency. Look at that painting behind you by Ray Strong. Imagine that covered with hoop houses. And that's what we'll be facing all down the 246, all in our beautiful canyons everywhere. It'll be just crawling with white plastic hoop houses, and it'll reek to high heaven. Nobody's going to want to come and picnic. They're not going to want to be there. Just no tourism. It's going to affect everything in such a terrible way. Yes, it's upsetting. Okay, I like to calm down.
You only have a couple seconds, so.
I have 41.
40. Well.
Give me back my seconds. Okay, so my recommendations are, number one, rezone cannabis commercial activity to a manufacturing zone and restrict from Ag 1 and Ag 2 and Williamson Act property, or prohibit cannabis activity throughout Santa Barbara County. Let everybody grow their 6 plants, smoke all they want, and they won't need to buy it, and we won't need to pay for all this enforcement and all these other problems. Also, entitlement should not run with the land. Nobody should be able to stack. There should be caps, 2-mile buffers. Illegal activities such as Herbal Angels should lose their license completely, or go to the back of the line or something. Okay, done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Renee O'Neill, followed by Claire Weinman.
Happy New Year, Commissioners. It's my first time before you, and congratulations to you, Chair Bridley. Really proud of you guys. Let's hope the year 2020 gives us clearer vision, improved awareness, and a greater perspective on what's most important in this world. That's an individual decision, so I'm not going to go into mine. Cannabis is not appropriate for Tepesca Canyon, Sabata Canyon, and similar EDRN communities as specified in the PER, page 457 in the PDF file, volume 1. And David Clary went into that in detail. Tepesca community has provided substantial documentation regarding problems and hazards with commercial cannabis in Tepesca. We have documented numerous violations, have found falsified information on affidavits, and growers' continual disregard for county, state, and federal laws. I've provided many examples of photos and evidence to the commissioners and to the Board of Supervisors regarding traffic, the inappropriate kind of vehicles, and the reasons this is not an appropriate industry for our community. This is just some of the most recent photos that will appear in a slideshow eventually. And this just happened recently. This is about the 4th water tanker that has crashed in Tepesca Canyon. That's the 4 I know about. These tankers weigh 30,000 pounds when they're empty and almost 46,000 pounds or 22.75 tons when they're full. These vehicles are not appropriate for this road. And its Tepesca Road is designated, it's not recommended for 2-axle trucks, which growers use to haul in their numerous supplies. My letter, public comment, We the People, has recommended that you limit the time frame for cannabis growers to come into compliance. None of these guys are in compliance, nor will they ever be. Prohibit growers that have falsified their affidavits, as stated. Prohibit cannabis operations on land zoned Ag 1, which we asked from the very beginning, and Ag 2, 20 and over. Retroactively prohibit license stacking. Limit each parcel to 1 license per parcel, regardless of size. Require a conditional use permit for all cannabis. Require setbacks. And by the way, before I run out of time, thank you, Dan Blau. I approve of what you said. I also support Mark Chitillo and all the other speakers that have the best interests of this county at heart. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're going to have, I actually am on Jack Thiel. Is that right? Joe, I'm sorry, Jackie Thiel. And then after this, we're going to go to Santa Barbara with Nancy Robertson, Patrick Borgerding, and Jason Moriarty. So, what? Oh, Claire. That's right. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm messing up. Did I already give you Claire? Claire Wyman was supposed to be before you, but if Claire Wyman is here, why don't you follow you, Jackie?
Oh, okay.
And yeah, that'd be great, because just figuring it out. I know, I'm a little rough up here.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So my name is Jackie Thiel. I live in North County, Santa Rita Hills, between Lompoc and Buellton. And I'm right in the middle of all the red dots on your map. So I live in a mess, and it's been a mess for a while. I'm here to ask that you have a per parcel cap, CUPs, buffer between the cultivation and odor control. The larger grows, and we have many huge grows, they're property line to property line. They have different parcels and different owners, but they all run in together. They're all one big massive grow. They use the same equipment, they use the same workers, it's all one big grow. They're not good neighbors, and they never have been. I understand that they want a piece of the pie like everybody else. I'd like to keep my little piece of pie. I don't mind giving up some, but I expect them to also give up a little bit. I think that there's room for all of us, and hopefully someday we can coexist. And we've lived here a long time, raised our family here, maybe not as long as some people in this room, and maybe long as some of my neighbors. And we're completely retired now. We sold our business, and we don't grow anything anymore. But I feel I have a right to stay. I feel I should be able to breathe outside my house, clean air. I'd like to keep my quality of life. I'm obviously pro-business, since we did own a business. I think the majority of the people in this room are pro-business. I don't know anybody that's anti-cannabis. But you have to think when you own a business, what is the social cost 10 and 20 years down the line? And how are we going to look? I think it was really sad this morning when the gentleman came up and talked regarding the Foleys, who've been here a long time, and that they might not be reinvesting in their vineyard. And they've been good neighbors. Deerbergs have been good neighbors. I hate to see if they leave as well. And I think, the other counties and states don't have the same problems we have. And I think they've thought about it. They've thought about the social cost and where they want to be in the future. We haven't done that. And if there are no buffer zones, per parcel caps, CUPs, odor control, we're just going to be a sea of white, stinky plastic that's not even recyclable. And I'm asking that when you think about your recommendations for the Board of Supervisors, that you think about the community as a whole, all of us, and not just a few. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Claire Weinman still here? Yes, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Claire Weinman. I'm the president of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. We represent over 170 growers, shippers, farm labor contractors, and supporting agribusinesses. Our members grow diverse field and nursery crops such as broccoli, strawberries, wine grapes, vegetable transplants, flowers, and tree fruit. We submitted more detailed written comments that can be found in package number 2 and would like to highlight a few of our main points for you today. Although we are aware of the differences, we would like to articulate that our members have experienced similar conflicts with both hemp and cannabis. Both hemp and cannabis cultivation have been the source of significant conflict with established Central Coast agriculture. Based on the best information we have available and the extent of conflict that our members and others in the agricultural community have experienced in trying to grow near hemp and cannabis, we do not believe that hemp or cannabis cultivation is compatible with organic or conventional Central Coast agriculture. Our policy position has evolved based on the experience of our members growing in close proximity to hemp and cannabis through a full production cycle. Unlike any other crop, hemp and cannabis have demonstrated that it's virtually impossible to farm next to, even when exercising best management practices in a manner consistent with proper and accepted customs and standards and local, state, and federal rules and regulations. The conflicts that our members have experienced are not isolated to one particular location, individual, or crop type. The majority of our members operating near hemp and or cannabis have experienced significant and often acrimonious conflict. Although the significance of advocating for regulations weighs heavily on our association, until we have evidence to the contrary, we urge a cautious approach be exercised to maintain the viability of established, diverse agriculture and a future for food crops on the Central Coast, and will continue our engagement on this important issue. Thank you.
Don't walk away.
Yeah, don't walk away.
Yeah, we got a couple questions for you. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, you've explained that there's been conflicts between the two crops, call them crops. What are those? I mean, you have to tell me what kind of bad things happened. Give me some examples.
Sure. We talk about that a little bit in our comment letter. I think the things that I'd like to, so the crop types have included broccoli, wine grapes, avocado orchards, and citrus orchards. And again, I'm just speaking specifically for our members. And the types of conflicts that have happened have included land cultivation or land prep, the application of plant protection materials, also fertilizers have been a source of conflict, and certainly threatened litigation.
Okay, that doesn't help me a whole lot. If you were to tell me that a broccoli crop was destroyed because of something that the hemp grower or the cannabis grower did on his parcel, or that there was some migration of chemicals, pesticide, just whatever the problem was, just to tell me that there was a conflict and it was an acrimonious situation doesn't really help me.
You'd like more specifics?
A little bit. A couple of examples would be good.
Sure. Well, I think we have previously articulated some of the plant concerns or threatened litigation over some of the plant protection materials that were being applied. So that was one example. You mentioned the broccoli example, and that did raise some questions about food safety, about kind of the compatibility of materials that were being applied. In that particular context, it was...
Well, it's my understanding they don't apply any chemicals to the hemp organization or to the hemp or to the cannabis, but the problem is
compost. It was
a compost.
The compost was the question that had come up previously. So I think so. Again, dust was one of the in one situation that was, and then also I failed to mention previously about some of the concerns, at least in the context of our association. The concern is primarily, or that we've received feedback from, have been harvest crews, concerns that there was exposure to pesticide drift when in fact it was the smell of the cannabis, and then also some of the harvest crews have reported headaches from harvesting in proximity to both hemp and cannabis cultivation.
Do we have other questions? Because I have a couple from the commission. Do you? Okay. Does your organization have any kind of a conflict resolution thing amongst members? I mean, we heard from the Ag Commissioner this morning about her stakeholder group, and I'm wondering if within the Grower and Shippers Association, if you have something like that, just complaining between members, is there any kind of resolution function like that?
Yes, it usually involves phone calls and texts. So I think there's a, long-standing, dialogue and certainly among our members, their willingness to engage and try to address those concerns and problems. And so certainly among our members, that's been an important mechanism.
So is the way it works is that they call you and then you call the person that they have a concern over, and so it really falls on you being the mediator, or is it?
Are you referencing specifically the concerns about hemp and cannabis?
Right.
So we currently don't have any cannabis members because it's our position that since it's still federally illegal under the RICO, we don't have cannabis members at this time. I'm trying to think in terms of hemp. The locations that have been the greater source of conflict have not been members of the association.
Okay. And so you don't have any members, so you don't do any shipping for cannabis or hemp?
We have some members who have limited hemp cultivation,
Okay.
But again, not cannabis because of the federal illegal status.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Freeney, do you have something? No, that's it. Okay, thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
Okay, so that takes us to Jackie. Oh, did we already do this? Yeah, we already had Jackie. Right. Jackie Thiel? Yeah, we already had her. Sorry. I think it's time for a break to Santa Barbara. So in Santa Barbara, we have Nancy Robertson and Patrick Burgerding, and followed by Jason Moriarty.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Robertson. Because I live in the coastal zone in Carpinteria, my issues are concerning odors, which we have been assured are under control, and also the resulting health issues. I can personally assure you that odors have become stronger, especially after 5:30 at night and 6 in the morning. The same greenhouses, or some greenhouses, I was told, had surprise inspections, and they only found minor problems and odor systems that were working. That's very interesting. The smell is getting worse. Now, why do I have to come indoors and quit coughing? Why do I have to get an expensive carbon filtration system when the growers can get away with a masking odor system? I feel like I'm a sensitive receptor. The vapor system only catches 90% of the odors when the system is running. That leaves 10% to go free. I email complaints and I get this canned answer that everything is under control. Then, as expected, it gets worse. The regulations were hurriedly put on the books without much, if any, thought to residents' health and close proximity to teens and youth. Otherwise, there would have been more thoughtful requirements. Look at how close the growers are allowed near the high school and the EDRNs. Even a buffer zone will be insignificant since the wind has no boundaries. If a carbon filtration system were mandated for sealed greenhouses running 24/7, we wouldn't be having these complaints, health issues, and the problem is solved. Something is definitely going on because more and more people are having headaches and nausea. This cannot be ignored. I lived in Carpinteria for over 44 years, and there's nothing fair about what has happened to our wonderful small community and our quality of life. I can't imagine what it will be like when all is permitted. We have to make changes now. Carbon filtration in sealed greenhouses 24/7. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to Patrick Borgerding. Sorry, Patrick.
It's all right. Hi, well, my name is Patrick Borgerding, and I'm a member of the Carp Growers Association representing Ocean Hill Farm. And as a member, I've had the opportunity to see how the largest coalition of farms continues to address and seek out solutions to the odor concerns of the Carpinteria citizens. The Carp Growers Association encourages the best technologies to be implemented where it's sensible and to work proactively with local regulators and organizations. All member farms are required to have vapor phase odor control, and other methods like carbon filtration devices are continually discussed, and other emerging technologies are considered. This discussion allows for a rapid proliferation of newer and better technologies, and this makes the Carp Growers Association the fastest and strongest force to continue to raise the standards. These high standards draw contrast and attention to the bad operators in the Carpinteria Valley. Carp Growers is optimistic about finding the best solutions to addressing the concerns and serves as one of the strongest tools to make these ideas actionable and implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Moriarty, followed by Mark Iverson in Santa Barbara.
Hello, Honorable Chair Bridley and Commissioners. My name is Jason Moriarty. I am a resident of Carpinteria and a member of Carp Growers. I'm an applicant for a CDP in Carpinteria and first submitted my application in April of 2019. We have been participating in the county's process in good faith for many months with the help of many consultants and subcontractors, including but not limited to architects, civil engineers, certified industrial hygienists, and biologists. This has been a significant investment for me, and I have my entire life savings invested in this project, and any significant changes to the existing ordinances midstream would be devastating to myself and my family. I encourage your commission not to make changes to the ordinance for those of us who are already in the pipeline. The odor issue in Carp has gotten better, but still does have room for improvement. The problem is there are still a number of bad operators who are cultivating without proper odor control. These bad operators are giving the good operators a bad name. The permitting process is taking so long that it's allowing these bad operators the time to continue operating without regulation. If we focus on speeding up the permitting process and allow the well thought out ordinances to take effect, we can then weed out the bad operators and the odor issue will immediately improve dramatically. Planning staff who are processing our applications are already under-resourced and overwhelmed. The best thing for the community and the public is to process the applications that are already in the pipeline and get clarity on which applications will comply with the ordinance and the community. This way, the bad operators that are not using the proper odor abatement systems can be dealt with. Redirecting staff resources away from this effort to ordinance changes seems misguided, since we don't even know if the existing program works, since it's still in its infancy. It is also simply not true that cannabis is just good for the growers. Cannabis is good for the entire community. The cannabis industry has created over 6,000 jobs with an economic impact of over $450 million for Santa Barbara County. Property values are up in Carpinteria, and many times buyers are paying above the asking price, proving that houses in Carp are in high demand. This is a clean, natural plant that has been proven to help people medically and is also good for the local economy. In conclusion, please direct staff to continue to focus their efforts on quickly processing those who are seeking to follow the county's process, as opposed to making changes to a process that is already challenging enough as it is. Thank you very much.
I have a question for you, if you could.
Wait, Mr. Moriarty, please return. Thank you.
Yes.
So my question to you is, if at the conclusion of the processing for your CUP, for your LP, or whatever you're getting your approval in, that a condition was that you had to sequester or eliminate the odor migrating from your property, would that be a problem for you?
To eliminate the odor?
Well, I'm asking you if there's a condition of your approval that basically said you're going to eliminate any odor migration from your property to your neighbors. If you were unable if we're unable to do that, you'd have to cease operation. Would that be a problem for you?
Yeah, that would be a problem in the current greenhouse that I have. I have taken every measure possible to eliminate odor. In fact, my odor abatement system, I've taken the pipes across every vent of the greenhouse to maximize the coverage of the odor abatement, and it's almost impossible to smell any cannabis around my facility.
Okay, that probably answers my question. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks. We're
Thank-
one more.
Thank you.
You're welcome. One more person in Santa Barbara. That's Mark Iverson.
Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this afternoon. My name is Mark Iverson. I am a fourth-generation Santa Barbara County resident. My wife and I are proudly raising our 4-year-old daughter here as a fifth-generation Santa Barbara County resident. My great-grandmother was born on our family ranch closer to the folks up north in Tepesquay Canyon. And I have a vested interest in the betterment of our community because I'm from here. I am also the Chief of Staff at Glass House Farms in Carpinteria, which is a member of the Carp Growers Association that has previously been referenced today. It is an organization that was created to help share best practices and information so we can collectively address community issues such as odor control in a more effective and efficient manner. We strictly adhere to a strong culture of compliance and believe that doing things the right way or not doing them at all. We take the responsibility of being good stewards in this industry very seriously. Therefore, as more good actors make their way through the stringent licensing and land use process, we ask that you recommend tougher enforcement actions for bad actors to the Board of Supervisors. Workplace culture is also an integral part of our organization, and we proudly lead with kindness, empathy, and compassion. We believe that transparency, accountability, and collaboration are of paramount importance in providing the best possible working environment for our employees. The people behind the many jobs we have created serve as the heart and soul of our operation, and without them and their own supportive families, we have nothing. We understand that every single employee matters, and we take great care to ensure that we are continuing to nurture and build a working environment where everyone is valued, supported, and engaged. We proudly pay our farm employees not only well above the minimum wage, but also above both industry and local standards. We believe in attracting and retaining quality team members who share our vision, strongly adhere to our values, and lead with integrity. Some of our current employee benefits include the following: competitive medical, dental, and vision insurance for all full-time employees, a 401k retirement program, between 2 and 4 weeks of annual vacation pay accrual, paid sick leave in excess of the legally required amount, 11 paid holidays per year, and we plan to roll out some new initiatives this year, including management training and ESL classes for our native Spanish-speaking workforce. So in conclusion, on behalf of our entire Glass House Farms family, I would ask that you please support this industry, the jobs that it is creating, and the wonderful people who are filling them. Thank you for your time. On behalf of the team, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to return to Santa Maria now.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes?
Hello?
Oh,
I believe I heard you say, and that was the last speaker in Santa Barbara, and I've been here since close to 9 o'clock, and I was hoping I was not going to be skipped.
okay. What's your name?
My name is Ed Van Wingerden.
Yeah, right. I'm sorry. I think we called your name this morning, but go ahead.
Thank you. Well, there are quite a few Van Wingerdens.
I know. I think your name literally came up this morning and we couldn't find you, so please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. So my name is Ed Van Wingerden, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak about the cannabis ordinance today. I'm a greenhouse cannabis grower and also farm 50 acres of organic avocados in the Carpinteria Valley. Odor control of cannabis, or the lack thereof, is certainly the most contentious topic in our valley. All the cannabis cultivators that are members of CARP Growers Association have installed effective odor control. Anyone that does not meet our standards cannot become a member. Unfortunately, there are cultivators in our community that don't meet our criteria and are the worst odor offenders. One of those growers is off of Villarreal near Santa Claus off-ramp. Drive through that general vicinity and you will smell cannabis odors for many hours a day. The existing ordinance has very robust odor control regulation within the coastal zone, but the county is unable to enforce those regulations until legitimate and law-abiding growers are issued the permits to operate. Once every farm is following best management practices with vapor phase and carbon filtration, there will be a substantial improvement to the air quality. Nonetheless, when it comes to odor control technology, we continually look to make improvements. We are on our third generation odor abatement equipment, and we are committed to installing future technology that is compatible with the Carpinteria greenhouse overlay should that prove to be more effective than what we currently use. I also feel that it is important to recognize the enormous benefits that cannabis cultivation has brought to our valley. Unlike flower cultivation, cannabis cannot be sprayed with pesticides, which equates to thousands of pounds less pesticides used annually in our valley and therefore a cleaner environment for everyone. Unlike other ag operators, legitimate cannabis growers pay a significant additional amount of state and much needed county taxes. Employees that work in the cannabis trade receive substantially higher wages and more benefits than in other ag sectors. In conclusion, we need your help encouraging staff to quickly process our permit applications. We have been in the permitting process for over a year and still don't have a permit approval. We are having a really difficult time getting through the permitting process in the Carp Ag overlay, and especially complying with lot coverage percentage and setbacks. We have pre-existing infrastructure that is critical for our operation that staff are asking us to remove, such as driveways or water tanks. The Carp Ag Overlay District is already very restrictive, so we ask you not to make additional changes to an already rigorous regulatory district. We do need your help getting to the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to return now to Santa Maria, and that would be.
I think we still have another person in Santa Barbara. If
we actually,
you're willing
I
to
have
listen.
another 6 slips, but I've got more than that in Santa Maria.
Oh, okay,
so,
great.
Sorry, just got to hold on a second.
Sure.
Hold on a little while. Thank you. Not a second. Okay, back in Santa Maria, we've got Tara Stefan. It's Tara Stefan. Followed by Sabrina Noah and Nancy Emerson.
Good afternoon, Chair Bridley and Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. And Mr. Clement, thank you for a wonderful staff report as always. My name is Tara Stefan. I'm here on behalf of the farm I work for, which is in Carpinteria, Slow Cultivation, DBA, Cresco, California. And I'm also here as a community member and resident of Carpinteria. I can say with confidence that the farm that I work and spend my day at is an example of a good actor. We are highly compliant. We have been undergoing the land use procedure as prescribed. It includes the tedious requirements for permitting and the multi-tiered reporting that we do to various state and local departments. This would not be successful, and we couldn't navigate this without a fully developed team of full-time staff who work and dedicate themselves to being as compliant as we can, and we are not unique in this. The other farmers that we are associated with in the Carp Growers Organization are also committed to the detail and concern at the level that we are, and I'm proud to be associated with them. It is through giving annual licenses to operators such as ourselves that we will see the clear path forward to regulation, and that will include the odor issues and all the other concerns that our residential communities have. As a resident of Carpinteria, I am also personally invested in the success of a regulated local cannabis industry because the alternative is not ag. I am here to keep Carp ag because the alternative would be rezoning for residential properties. Down the road, that leads to stacked housing, exponential growth in property and population increase, and the current Carpinteria infrastructure really can't handle an alternative like that. We are already pushed to our limit with funding and finances for supporting our schools, our roadways, the power grid. So the concern that I share with most of Carpinteria is to keep the focus on ag just like it was founded. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Nancy Emerson. Nope, that was Nancy Emerson. Sabrina Noah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't want to step in front. We've got a lot of people who are really interested to speak today. Again, my name is Sabrina Noah. I'm a Santa Barbara resident, and on behalf of Cresco, California, a legal, non-conforming cannabis farm in Carpinteria, I also bring with you today the appreciation of 70 of our employees, including many who've transitioned from our cut flower farm, staying on to work at higher wages, health benefits, and continuing education opportunities. It hopefully won't come as a surprise to you that I echo the comments of many of your commissioners, the folks in the room and the staff and the residents that have spoken today. We stand with our neighbors to ask for your action to preserve the special agricultural quality of Carpinteria and the Santa Barbara County. As a farm with a long-standing history in Carpinteria, we have been provided the privilege to repurpose, repair, and restore this property in maintaining its agricultural function instead of selling it off for other industrial properties or functions. This privilege has enabled us to operate this farm, to stop using pesticides, clean up decades of crumbling infrastructure and visual eyesores, remove large industrial trucks off of Foothill Road, and provide cleaner and closely monitored air. A comment was made today about you learning the rules and following them. We appreciate the consideration and acknowledgement that those rules and tools exist within your existing toolbox. It's been incredibly hopeful to hear your comments today that after the year-long application process that we've been engaged in, that we're hearing your comments about a desire to move this process along. I do think we have hope, and I hope that the people in the room have felt that. We simply need to have the opportunity to be governed by those thoughtful regulations crafted over hundreds of hours of staff resources and public comment. And we clearly are presented by staff today the unique challenges that you're faced with the legal non-conforming use properties. But again, as staff further articulated, you already have the tools in your toolbox if we are enabled to continue with the application process. In closing, many folks today have made their comments about the visual, sound, odor, and negative impacts of our cannabis farm. I was reminded, listening to these comments, of growing up as a child among the Kingsbury peach farms. I remember vividly the smell and the noise and the impacts of traditional agriculture, and I personally remember the outcry that my family farm had when we turned to commercial freezers and food processing, and the sky is falling that we would ruin the peach industry with the implementation of these processes. With the economic pressures that are facing many Carpinteria farms and Santa Barbara farms, many are turning away from avocados and lemons and fresh cut flowers to transition to cannabis. We look forward to this resolution of this land use process so that we can continue to be a good neighbor, a very compliant business, and most importantly, a farm. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nancy Emerson, followed by Reverend Mary Richardson, and after that, Angela Misra.
Nancy Emerson, we watch Santa Ynez Valley. Thanks for all you've done and are trying to do. All the options presented offer potential solutions to problems identified in the county for Ag 1 and 2 where cannabis is allowed. There is some overlap, and effective odor control permeates the entire list. The Santa Ynez Valley is particularly concerned about buffers around cities and townships. People become afraid, talk about annexing land to cities, going to cityhood, and then annexing. and that will destroy the agricultural character of the valley if that happens. Limits on individual projects, cannabis cultivation, acreage. Siting requirements that protect ag residences, legacy ag crops, and other operations, for example, wine tasting and the tourism industry. And then odor control. And in previous discussions by cannabis growers, it's been apparent that some strains of cannabis raise red flags. And I don't know how that can be differentiated, but I think that perhaps needs to be examined. We need all the help we can get from our professional planners, data with analysis, information from elsewhere in the state, which I know they're already doing, and other states, learning from their experience and the research that's going on there. We want it to be fair for all, but not to ruin livelihoods and quality of life for the existing residents. One idea I had after hearing the Ag Commissioner's report was that once we get into the appeals, it becomes so litigious that communication becomes difficult among the parties. Is there some way to place mediation in the process to try to prevent the need for so much appealing? I don't know how that could be done, but I'd like to see it looked at. And finally, there was a lot of discussion going on among people when Herbal Angels had an enforcement action against it, and people did not understand why the planning process was continuing for Herbal Angels. And I think it would be helpful to have an explanation in general about why the planning process didn't stop, so that people understand.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Emerson. I don't think we want to respond to that quite yet, but maybe at the conclusion of public comment. And here we have Reverend Mary Richardson. So thank you for waiting.
Good afternoon, and congratulations, Commissioner Laura. Thank you so much for that great presentation. That was so helpful. I'm the Reverend Mary Moreno Richardson, an Episcopal priest, and I've served for over 25 years in Santa Barbara County and throughout the state as a chaplain in detention centers and as a drug and alcohol counselor and as a delegate to the United Nations on the issue of trafficking and the war on drugs and as a mental health clinician working with victims of human trafficking. I now work with COPSA as a community liaison, and I have seen the obscene abuse of the poor and people of color because of the war on cannabis. I heard the stories of so many children who were taken from their parents because of cannabis, resulting in families that were permanently broken. And I've seen the bias of drug policies that fuel mass incarceration for generations of communities of color. People ask, but what about the children? Criminalization does not protect our children. No one wants children to use drugs or alcohol. But if you send me, a 67-year-old woman, to a public park with a 14-year-old teenage girl, guess who's going to get offered the free joint? Not me. And that joint will probably be filled with mold and pesticides and God knows what else. Santa Barbara County has responsible farmers cultivating an organic crop for sale in a strictly regulated market. Now we have anti-cannabis groups coming after every grower in our county. We know all too well how much we need support for services in our community. Our cannabis growers are eager to help, and they're stepping up to help. They are here to be part of our community. I've also heard, but it's so close to a church, yet we serve alcohol in many churches as part of the service, dinners, and parties. Alcohol, in my experience, is the most violent drug in our society. I've taught the court-mandated domestic violence classes for abusers, and alcohol was the major cause of violence. But we serve alcohol in church and we offer it to our children in a chalice, and it's acceptable. 20 years ago, residents complained about wine encroaching in our valley, fear of traffic and drunk drivers. Now the wine industry is accepted as part of the landscape. The positive opportunities for our county include keeping our rich agricultural heritage vibrant, good-paying jobs, and a tax base for public services. In closing, I just want to add, Jesus may have changed water into wine, but God created cannabis. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to have, that always cracks me up. Angeline Misra, followed by Steve Junak.
Thank you, Commissioners, for being here, and I find this is a great opportunity to share my passion for plant sciences. So just to give you a brief background, I'm a plant biologist and an educator. I'm running an industrial hemp research program here in the county and working with several of the growers. And I really am appreciative of the fact that everybody wants to investigate, rather, the issue of odors and terpenes in the county. And I have been working on a proposal to investigate in the literature what's being out there. And I just wanted to share one study from the state of Colorado. So many people have shared that we should encourage the cultivation of cannabis in the greenhouses. And in my experience, based on what I have read, that's not a viable solution. Because right now we are talking about the odor of the issue of the terpenes, which are creating this bad odor in the community, and whereas in the state of Colorado, the air pollution is a concern. So all of urban areas in the city of Denver have concentrated cannabis cultivation sites, which are all greenhouse based, and it has highly elevated the ground level ozone. So ground level ozone is a great pollutant, and that is responsible for lung diseases and other respiratory problems. We have not encountered that, or nobody has mentioned that that's an issue in the county. So what I believe is that we really need to invest some money in the direction of research and create a viable plan and propose some strategies to counter the issue of odors in the community. So I'll be happy to present any ideas that I have developed, and I'm willing to work with the county on that.
Thank you. Steve Junak, followed by Mark Shatillo, followed by Troy White.
Good afternoon, Chair Bridley and Planning Commissioners. I was wondering if you could please consider recommending the following actions to the Board of Supervisors. Please ask the board to address the clustering of cannabis activities in Sabata and Tepisque Canyons, and also in the Goleta, San Ynez, and Carpinteria valleys. Please consider recommending neighborhood limits like you do for dispensaries on cannabis grows. Please ask them to prohibit cannabis operations in all EDRNs. The CUP requirements for these areas is not really adequately protecting neighboring property owners. The current situation requires constant vigilance by neighboring residents, and also has drastically affected the quality of life for property owners in Sabata and Tepisque Canyons. We have been forced to deal with illegal grow sites for years now. Prohibit cannabis activities in high fire danger areas with limited access roads. Also, could you please consider prohibiting volatile and non-volatile manufacturing activities in and near residential areas, including EDRNs. These industrial activities should be confined to commercial areas and not permitted in rural neighborhoods where emergency response times can be slow. Please place a greater emphasis on mitigating the increased traffic, noise, security lighting, security guards, and other nuisance factors associated with cannabis operations near populated areas. The quality of life and safety of the surrounding residents should be given the highest priority. Increased buffer zones and odor abatement requirements for cannabis grows near populated areas. The cities of Buellton, Carpinteria, Goleta, and Solvang have all complained to the county about the negative impacts, primarily odors, that their residents have been experiencing, but they have gotten little or no relief. Thoroughly investigate the affidavits of cannabis operators and shut down those who lied on their applications. Please consider sending them to the end of the line and requiring them to reapply for county permits. These bad actors should not be rewarded. Investigate and shut down illegal expansion also of legal non-conforming operations. And please place a strict per parcel acreage limits on cannabis operations. Stacking of multiple state licenses on a single parcel should not be permitted. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Okay, we have Mark Chatillo, followed by Troy White.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Mark Chatillo, and as you know, I've been deeply involved in cannabis permitting and regulatory issues on behalf of a number of different clients. And I'm firmly committed to finding a workable solution so that we can accommodate this industry. I provided you somewhat of a laundry list of issues to consider for regulatory changes in the ordinance. I would encourage you to just direct staff to review all those and include that in their considerations. And we've heard about the need for some amendments on Article 10. And I think that that's also appropriate for the nonconforming uses. I'm worried that these processes are going to take time. It's at least a year-long process by the time it gets back and forth through to the board. And I'm concerned that we're going to lose a whole generation of permits that are going to be locked in. And in the future, we're going to be dealing with a number of other non-conforming uses. That is, as the regulations change over time, permits that are issued under today's set of regulations will then become non-conforming uses. And those owners will insist that they have a continued right to operate under those conditions in this first generation of permits. I think we've seen and heard from a number of people in the industry and in the community and beyond that we don't have the science all figured out. We don't have the technology all done. Mr. Van Wingerton indicated that he's in his third air pollution control technology system. And I think we can fully expect that there will be more. If we can adopt a standard where there's sealed greenhouses, we need to make sure that there's a means to improve the then already permitted, we're 2 years down the road, that those then already permitted projects are understanding that they need to upgrade their technology. So the highest priority issue that I think your commission should look at is a means of imposing terms on permits to establish a generation of permits, this first generation that are currently will be issued, with an express understanding that those permits are going to last for 3 years or some specific period of time, and that all of that first generation will be required to come back and reapply. And they'll have the opportunity then to apply what will be a future level of technology based on the science and the analysis that's necessary to resolve these ag conflict issues, for example, that we have addressed that we heard about earlier this morning. The science on terpene mitigation requires modeling with meteorological emissions assessments, an assessment of the receptivity of the various receiving grapes or others, and then develop a model with that. So we need a process to ensure that we're not going to let all the horses out of the barn and not have a chance to get them back in. So I urge that is a high priority for your commission as you look ahead on improving this ordinance to ensure that it meets the needs of our community into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chatillo.
If you, Madam Chair.
Hello, yeah,
Sorry.
Mr. Blau.
So, Mr. Chatillo, I'm concerned about the 3-year limitation on the permit. That's another thing that I'm all in favor of. I don't like the idea of, putting someone out there with they spend all their money to do an operation and it may be changed. However, having said that, since we are doing a 1-year license on the operation of the deal, I was just curious to your thoughts if we were to propose that, for example, odor control. We could change the rules for odor control a year from now, 2 years from now, and it could be a condition of the renewal for the license. And that I don't have the same problem with that I have with a 3-year limit on the actual permit itself. I was just curious about your thoughts if we were to tie the improvements in the cannabis operations to the licensing as opposed to the permitting process.
So currently, Commissioner Blau, and through the chair, currently the way the business ordinance is set up, that relicensing involves an examination of whether that operator is in compliance with the terms of their permit. And you're suggesting using the license process for an additional step, and I can't give an opinion as to the legality or whether that's an efficacious way to go, but you are trying to get to the same point that I'm trying to get to, that we do update those standards. And I appreciate that a 3-year term and renewal sounds onerous, but I think that it would be possible to create a structure where somebody does not have to, if they are going for a renewal or it's a reapplication or perhaps a new species of permit can be accomplished, that gives that applicant their place in line. They reserve their acreage so they don't risk losing whatever allotment they've gotten out of the cap in previous years, and maybe their analysis is abbreviated. But I think it's important that we have the dignity of the land use process here so that it's not just odor control, but we also can include those compatibility issues. And as the cap gets reached, it may be in a future time that it may be appropriate to take acres that are maybe in a location that's not appropriate for cannabis in the future because of these ag compatibilities and allow them to be transferred to a different location that is more appropriate. So and one of the things that we've talked about is the need for a conditional use permit. As you know, the land use permit findings are pretty limited. The discretion is different. Under a conditional use permit, and so hopefully your commission and the board will adopt the standard that's been asked for by a number of people, that all cannabis permits will require a conditional use permit in the future. That will give your commission additional ability to impose the kinds of additional conditions that are necessary in order to ensure we just don't know. We're right out of the gate and we're dealing with a gold rush. We recognize, I think this is a solution that should meet with some support from the industry itself because it allows them to proceed to permit and get their first set of years in under their belt, and then come back with a refined project, and hopefully one that, if there are issues associated with that first generation, those can be addressed. And if there's no issues from the first generation use, then that review process for the reapplication will be more abbreviated. Thank you.
Just want to let the audience know we're going to hear from Mr. White now, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break, 5-minute break, because we still have another 20 speakers after Mr. White between here and Santa Barbara. So we're doing the best we can.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Bridley, fellow commissioners. My name is Troy White with TW Land Planning and Development. I've been providing planning services here in the county for over 20 years now. I have several applications in the process relative to cannabis representing clients, all in North County, all in Ag 2, in the rural portion of the county. That is the heart of agriculture in the county and the perfect place, frankly, to grow cannabis. I commend this commission and staff for their excellent work today and appreciate how difficult it can be to implement policies while also revising them. I can appreciate this because we've been in the process for almost a year now on a number of our applications, and we've had to revise the applications multiple times in response to the ever-changing policies and also in response to the comments on the dais and as appeals are being brought forth to the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors, having to respond to the informal policy suggestions through those deliberations. My clients have purchased and leased property and hired innumerable consultants to prepare applications consistent with county policy. We continue to work hard towards meeting existing policy and planning staff's requirements. This is not an easy process and has not been undertaken, it has been undertaken at great expense. There are no rubber stamp permits. With respect to the purpose of today's hearing, we would ask that the Planning Commission be sensitive to those who are already in the process. We are opposed to the one-size-fits-all buffering approach in an attempt to address odors. I have several applications that are within a quarter mile of the city of Lompoc, a community that has embraced the cannabis industry. Other applications are tucked into canyons located in close proximity to the city of Buellton, but across the river, and certainly, as a speaker alluded to, not resulting in any odor issues. The properties in our applications also have been cited specifically to avoid urban residential areas and the interface therewith. We're also not in favor of limiting cannabis to certain percentage of lot size. This seems arbitrary and does not seem to address a specific identified concern for a specific property or area. Also, revising the permit every 3 years, as suggested by Mr. Chitillo, also does not honor the significant cost of the entitlement process, which is $200,000 to $300,000, the cost of the leasing, the cost of sometimes of $1 million of implementing that, and then to have to revisit these processes taking 1.5 years to 2 years. It's a revolving door of permitting. I would suggest that the licensing process, as was suggested earlier, is the more appropriate venue to address odor concerns. The licensing process is revisited on an annual basis, and as these studies are crafted, and as alluded to in the earlier presentation, we can apply that best technology on a year-over-year basis to the individual applications through the licensing process. All right, thank you.
Okay, with that, when we come back, we will actually, you know what, we can almost get through Santa Barbara. Should we just do when we come back, we'll have the remaining speakers in Santa Barbara lead off with public comment, and we'll take a 5-minute break now. Okey-dokey, ready? Okay, everyone, I think we're going to start back up. Which brings us to our, did I say Santa Barbara? I did. Okay. Which brings us to our Santa Barbara speakers, and I think we can get through the rest of them down there with this next batch. So that means we're going to start with Anthony Starr, Carpinteria Arroyo Verde Forms, I hope that's right, followed by Winfred Van Wingerden, Tara Gendron.
There's only two of us that are here,
Okay.
and none of the names you've called are here, so maybe
Well,
you want to
who is
pick
there?
another
Tell me that.
car-
We can work backwards.
Okay, all right, he's coming, just a minute.
Matt Carlson, legal counsel on behalf of the City of Carpinteria.
Yes, thank you.
Dear Chair Bridley and Commissioners, again, my name is Matt Carlson, and I'm here representing the City of Carpinteria. The city strongly supports efforts by the county staff and decision makers to revisit the county's adopted cannabis land use and licensing regulations and to consider possible revisions to improve the effectiveness of these regulations to address the unforeseen issues that have occurred since the time of the adoption. Based on the city's experiences and observations, the city has identified a number of recommended amendments for your consideration, which are summarized in the letter the city submitted. I'd like to just hit on a few of these items here, and I'm happy to discuss any of them further. The city would like amendments that require odor control for legal non-conforming operations, limit and enforce qualifying circumstances for continuing legal non-conforming status, investigate claims of legal non-conforming status, remove principal permitted use designation from cannabis cultivation activities, ban cultivation on Ag 1 parcels less than 20 acres in size in the coastal zone, and require a conditional use permit for cultivation on Ag parcels larger than 20 acres within the coastal zone, adopt more stringent odor abatement requirements, including no detectable odor measures at the property lines of the parcel upon which cultivation is occurring, including, and then in addition, quarterly monitoring by county staff for compliance and annual reporting or third-party verification of compliance to the Planning Commission, adopt more stringent operation standards for indoor and mixed light cultivation, including specifying construction standards for example, fully enclosed solid permanent structures and operating standards, limitations and prohibitions on venting for greenhouses, and adopt additional developmental standards to limit the size, proximity, and concentration of cannabis cultivation activities in close proximity to urbanized areas. The city appreciates your consideration of these amendments and hopes to continue to work with the county on these matters.
Mr. Carlson,
Thank you.
don't walk away quite yet. I had one question. Does anyone else have a question? Were these all outlined in Mr. Derflinger's letter in our packet?
Yes, all of these are outlined in the letter from Mr. Derflinger, City Manager Derflinger, and have been raised previously with the
Okay,
Commission
thanks.
and the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Okay, then we move to Winfred Van Wingerden? No. Who's left there? Who's this lovely lady?
Nobody.
Donna.
I'm the only person here, so.
But we don't have Dana, why don't you come up and talk to us?
Me?
Oh, she already spoke.
Oh,
Okay.
Dan.
We're done. I'm delusional, that's all. No, yeah, we don't have repeats. No repeats, you guys. Okay, great. Back to Santa Maria, that means. So we're back at Deborah Eagle. Is Deborah Eagle here? Okay. Followed by Lee Johnson, I think it is. Johnson on Sabata. And then after that, Stephen Wiley.
Can I start? I'm Deborah Eagle with Alma Rosa Winery, and I have spoken several times in front of the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission. It's a very complicated issue, and as we sit here through a long day, I'm changing the things that I want to address to you. In Mr. Clayman's earlier presentation, he suggested that the 199 acres that qualified under medicinal acreage were not going to be affected by any changes you made to the ordinance. And I would say that this is a problem. Many of these acres, the county did not audit this acreage at the beginning of the process. And the most blatant example of that would be the recent raid of Herbal Angel on December 16, where the staff here approved a 102-acre project, and 2 weeks later it was raided. Clearly, the county has an obligation to do a better job to audit the applications, the affidavits, and the projects before them. It's incredibly frustrating to hear people talk in circles, well, we can't do this till we do that. And the fact of the matter is, this only exists in Santa Barbara. Someone earlier had said, don't cap us, that wouldn't be viable. Many have already mentioned the fact that other counties in the state, every other county has a limit. Several don't allow any cultivation. The largest cultivation allowed outside of the Santa Barbara County is Humboldt, and that's only 8 acres if you have 1,100. Anyway, I'm just here to express my frustration, and the fact that something like Herbal Angel can happen is a reflection on the job that the county as a whole is not doing.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lee Johnson, I believe, to be followed by Stephen Wiley.
Hello, I live in Sabata Canyon, and we have gone through the Herbal Angels assault. We are questioning also why the process is still ongoing with them. I'm also concerned now that I hear how much benefits in the pay that are going to the cannabis operations for their employees. I can't compete with that. I'm a normal farmer. We grow olives. Well, we're going to grow olives. We have 500 trees that we want to plant, but we're not planting them yet because we don't know what's going to happen with drift and the situation next to us. We're 3,500 feet away from Herbal Angels. We are concerned about volatile aspects in the rural settings, and if Herbal Angels is licensed to do oils, and to not let cannabis operations produce or transverse roads through the EDRN to get to our facility. We are Ag 2 100, but you have to go through the EDRN. There's only one ingress-egress out of the canyon. It's very windy, and we haven't had a fire in certain areas for 50 years. We're concerned about that and wondering how the fire marshal had signed off on that. We confirmed with Mark Chichillo for the 3-year permit application review. Science has done extreme research within the last 6 months, as stated earlier, and we think that would be an ideal situation to evaluate that. The bad actors need to be ejected from the process. It doesn't matter the presentations that they pay to have by professional companies. It's the individuals themselves, and they tend to not speak on their own behalf. Vetting is an issue. LLCs tend to hide under shell corporations. We have no idea who the investors are, and quite frankly, we're scared who the investors actually are because we have no idea who they are. We're nervous about the cumulative impacts on multiple operations. We would think there should be at least a 1-mile radius between us and the applications, especially if they have volatile manufacturing. Volatile manufacturing doesn't seem to be acceptable in our area. I hate to see what happens to Sabata Canyon because we're in the crosshairs now, as what's happened to Tepiscay, Carpinteria, San Ynez, and the other areas. We have 6 CUPs in the area, and we are concerned about the cumulative effects of the smell and the security and just the change in the overall demographic. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wiley?
Thank you, Chair Bradley, members of the commission. You are to be commended for your service in listening, not just today, but all the times previously. The staff is to be commended in the county for their willingness to listen to everyone. I was at the Planning Commission meeting last May 6th. I think it was about a 5-hour meeting, same sort of meeting, recommendations to the board about changes to the ordinance. At the end of that meeting, my clients, particularly the ones in Carpinteria Valley, were very impressed, very favorable about your recommendations to the board. And it's unfortunate, as I see it, the board didn't really even discuss some of those recommendations, particularly the ones applicable in the Carpinteria Valley. I hope there's some way to address that going forward so that these things don't get buried when they go to the board. I feel like I should mention a bit of my background just to explain things. I've been a municipal lawyer for more than 40 years, a land use lawyer for more than 40 years, 37 of those years in Santa Barbara, mostly as a public lawyer advising a lot of planning commissions, a lot of city councils. And I mention that in particular because this issue of what we called marijuana back then in the early 2000s, medical marijuana was very much a big issue in the city of Santa Barbara with respect to dispensaries. I was in the trenches on drafting the 3 particular dispensary ordinances for the city. And in fact, the 3rd ordinance, and this is sort of the point, eliminated through an amortization period 4 permitted dispensaries within the city because the city council realized they were too close to the Santa Barbara Junior High. So I want to bring up that. I want you to think about the concept of amortization. And my main point is that of these quote unquote legal nonconforming cultivation sites, I will tell you, I seriously doubt they're legal nonconforming. And I'm not referring here to these signed affidavits as most people are. I'm referring to the state laws that authorized the cultivation of medical marijuana, which was the situation prior to 2016. That's where the county in the Title 10 ordinance said, if you were legal prior to basically 2016, legal meaning you were allowed to cultivate medical marijuana, then you can continue to operate. These operations, I'm telling you, apparently 199 acres, it's beyond belief, as I see it, that they were legally cultivating medical marijuana prior to 2016. You don't need to take my word for it. My request is that you ask the county council's office for an opinion on this, because I doubt most of the people here or at your other meetings with these concerns would be here but for the fact that we've got these illegal, non-conforming operations and you're being told you can't do things. And finally, the state provisional license has nothing to do with this. The state is not legalizing those people. The state laws, what are called the SB 420 statutes enacted in 2003, regulated, they were interpreted by the California Supreme Court, regulated how you grow medical marijuana. And I'm telling you, these were not cooperatives doing it on a break-even basis for qualified patients. And they were not primary caregivers. And it could be easily proven. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yes.
Well, you're up for your time.
Okay.
I wish you could keep talking. but you can't.
I forgot to mention I submitted a letter, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions, Mr. Riley? No. Right, then we come to Jack. What? Usaferi, that's it. Mr. Usaferi? There we go.
Good afternoon, Chair Bradley and Commission. I would like to observe firstly that the level of conversation in today's hearing is dramatically elevated from others which I've attended, so I'm hopeful that we're making progress, albeit perhaps slowly. I want to keep my comments focused on sticking to the facts and the data and what we know and what we don't know. I think that as we are going through this process, this workshop process, we should examine actual impacts from cannabis operations with scientific studies that have examined those potential impacts. Also identify further studies that could be worthwhile and how to expedite those studies. When considering the efficacy of the commercial cannabis zoning regulations, I encourage us all not to forget to focus on those several examples of those cannabis ordinances that are activities that are operating in compliance with state and local regulations. Strategies or recommendations to improve the land use component of the cannabis ordinance should be responsive to particular and factually demonstrated shortcomings in that ordinance. I just want to address size limits. The idea of limiting cannabis cultivations to a certain amount per legal parcel would seem to be overbroad, needlessly limiting the activity on large lots that have no potential to negatively impact their neighbors, especially because outdoor cultivation on parcels smaller than 20 acres was already outlawed by the county. Likewise, the idea of a sliding scale based on lot size and/or a certain percentage of lot area would curtail the economic potential of every prospective cannabis cultivation without considering whether and/or to what extent a project risks any negative externalities. As for limiting the type of cannabis activity, that would seem to be a worthwhile conversation to have when we have documented data indicating that a particular activity in a particular area is causing public harm. However, we currently lack that data. We need to understand what precise activity is causing which alleged harm. If you consider limiting odor-generating drying, processing, and/or manufacturing, I suggest that the conversation includes specific reference points to specific projects that are causing a harm to the public good. Otherwise, we jeopardize using valuable time debating hypotheticals. This is an industry that far too few of us understand. I spend most of my time trying to, and it is difficult. Out of the 26 land use entitlements that have been approved by the county, 8 have been appealed. The public eye is clearly focused on these projects, and when there is any risk of a nuisance or incompatibility, so far, they have been appealed. To elevate the systemic scrutiny of cannabis-related applications would serve to waste county staff and planning commission time while further delaying the rate at which these projects are brought within the strict controls of the 2018 ordinance. Regarding additional setbacks and buffers, the concept of additional setbacks and buffers from developed areas continues to be raised. However, the question must be asked, to what end?
I think you need to wrap up.
Just to what end? If terpene drift is an issue, there will first need to be scientific substantiation of potential harm, but we have seen literally none.
Thank you. Okay, Larry Schaefer? Larry Schaefer, followed by Amy Steinfeld, followed by Allison Laslett.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm the owner of a small wine label based in the San Ynez Valley. I've been making wine here for the past 15 years, and I've raised my 3 kids here as well. I stand here with concerns about the current cannabis ordinance, and I'm happy that you are here to listen to these concerns. I, along with the wine industry, am not anti-cannabis. It's a misnomer that's out there. We're not anti-cannabis whatsoever. I am, though, very concerned about how the original ordinance was written and how by following it as it stands now, how it may adversely and negatively affect other crops, including wine grapes. As others have spoken about, compatibility therefore lies at the base of these concerns. Our county has become somewhat of a guinea pig for cannabis being grown outdoors near quality wine grapes. Napa County, for instance, has put a hold on any cannabis operations in their county, for they are quite concerned about a number of factors. Sonoma limits grows to a very small amount, as does the San Luis Obispo County, for these same reasons. There remain serious concerns about a couple of things which still have not been researched enough, as others have pointed out. Terpene release and how these may affect other crops, including grapes, and pesticide drift due to factors such as fog that are uncontrollable. I know that a single study has currently been shared about terpene contamination by cannabis and a non-issue based, and there's some non-issues based on these findings. You've also seen a rebuttal from the wine industry stating how the study did not cover some of the pertinent facts, and therefore further research is necessary. I think it's important that the Commission pump the brakes, so to speak, and get more information and more real data to determine what the potential impact may be on wine grapes and on other crops. Wine grapes are an industry that already contributes over $2 billion to our county and provides thousands of jobs and is at the forefront of tourism in our area as well. We understand as an industry that things sometimes take longer than they should in this county. I can point out the Larner family in Ballard Canyon. It took over 7 years for them to get approved for a winemaking facility, even though they were following all the ordinances to a T. It's aggravating, it's frustrating, but it's the fact of where we live. That is the reality that we currently have. There is no harm in waiting to get this right, but the potential to our industry and others, if we don't get it right, is going to be catastrophic. Thank you for hearing all these comments, and I hope that my comments, along with all the other speakers, give you a better ability to make a truly informed recommendations moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Amy Steinfeld, to be followed by Allison Laslett, if she's still here, and Jared Fisher.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sorry, it's been a long day. I'm Amy Steinfeld, and I'm a local land use attorney here in town, and I represent several North County farmers. First, I just want to say a huge thank you to staff for implementing this ordinance, and also just to say that I'm so just thrilled as a land use professional that we have such a progressive ordinance. By way of example, I've been down in San Bernardino County lately, and it's come to light down there. First of all, that county has completely prohibited all commercial cannabis activities. And recently, there's been a lot of news as to this issue, but they currently have 400 illegal grow sites. And in speaking to the various departments, it was communicated to me that they currently don't have the resources to address any of these sites. In fact, the only thing that they currently can focus on are the illegal extraction facilities that are leading to homes actually blowing up in residential neighborhoods. So this is what prohibition looks like, in contrast to our highly regulated ordinance that's here today. So I just wanted to explain why currently we believe that amendments are necessary. So as Mr. Clemens shared, only 18 land use entitlements have actually been issued as opposed to approved, and the remaining 200 are still in the queue. So I want to give a little bit of context about these projects that are in the queue. These applicants, as you heard, are currently working with a host of consultants to design smart, responsible projects that address the concerns of neighbors that we're hearing here today. During these workshops and hearings, one thing I think that often gets lost is all these improvements and other benefits that are stemming from this model ordinance. So one thing I wanted to address was, as a result of stringent state guidelines, the county ordinance, the development standards, and also the approval conditions in the business licensing, many things have happened on certain cannabis properties that I wanted to point out. Thousands of trees have been planted, unpermitted buildings have been either demoed or remodeled, chemical pesticides and herbicides have been discontinued. Cannabis farmers have cleaned up highly degraded soils. Energy conservation plans have been developed to either reduce consumption or to develop and buy green energy. Riparian setbacks have been developed to protect habitat. Water use has drastically been cut back to comply with the new State Water Board cannabis requirements. And lastly, I just want to point out that we're pleased that the county is carrying out its own terpene studies. The industry continues to develop science and to look at all these issues. So I just want to end with the fact that we believe that this model ordinance needs to be given time. We need to spend our resources on expediting folks through the permitting process. And so in sum, we want to ask that additional amendments be put on hold until A, we see real science demonstrating there are impacts, or the permits in the queue are processed and everyone comes under the county's model ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Allison Laslett. Is she still here? I believe. And then Jared Fisher.
Good afternoon. I'm Allison Laslett. I'm the CEO of the Santa Barbara Vintners. I made some recommended changes to the ordinance in my letter to you, but I did not put any specific numbers in because I had no way to justify them because we don't know what works. And I had people who wanted me to put numbers in, but I didn't feel as though I had good reasons for it. I suggested setbacks and buffers, but now hear from the Ag Commissioner that there's not a distance established that we know works. So there's a lot that we don't know. We don't know how far crop protection migration issues go from agriculture to cannabis. We know that terpene drift from cannabis to wine grapes occurs, but we don't know the impact yet. We don't know yet how to handle odor on outdoor grows. I have been told by odor control specialists that they cannot effectively contain cannabis odor on outdoor grows within the property lines, and it was recommended that we enclose the tasting rooms instead. So on crop protection, I just want to clarify the crop protection migration issue that some of us are talking about is different from illegal spray drift. So forget about ants or animals. There are weather conditions that bring contaminants from one crop or farm to another. But with nothing tested at the levels cannabis is now tested, this hasn't been a problem previously. The question is there any way to contain the pesticides at this level of testing? If we had tested strawberries at this level, the cannabis is required to be tested, would we have found the same results? I don't know, and I'm not posing these questions to be contentious. It's a legitimate question that I have, is how much pesticide migration is there, regardless of accidents or how crop protection is applied. Terpene tests. I would be a good resource for this. UC Davis has put together a proposal to conduct terpene research. The reason I have it is that they need grapes from me, because in this country, Santa Barbara County has the most grapes exposed to the most cannabis. So UC Davis has found a way to work within the federal limitations, and I am happy to forward this proposal to you. I will tell you that the estimate is just under $300,000 as a starting point. Part of the difficulty of testing terpenes is that grapes are harvested once a year, and wine takes 1 to 2 years to make after that. We are the slowest of the agricultural products. It's not a fast process.
Allison, you got to kind of wrap up here.
Sorry about that. The obvious solution is to put cannabis indoors or to use some of our existing cannabis grows to conduct these tests so that you have the data that you need, and only have indoor cannabis until that time when we can set parameters that will protect all agriculture.
Question? Mr.
Yeah,
Blau?
question. Well, more of a request. I would love to get a copy of the proposal.
Sure.
From UC. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yep.
And I'll
I
make
sent
sure
it
that
to,
at least one supervisor gets it.
I sent it to Kathy Fisher this morning, and I'll send it to you.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Send it to David Villalobos.
Okay.
And he can share it with all of
I'll
us.
send it to you.
Yeah.
I'll get that out.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Jared Fisher, and followed by Mike Palmer, and after that, Aaron Weber.
Hi, Chair Bradley. Jared Ficker, actually,
Oh,
with
Ficker, I'm sorry.
Axiom Advisors, and we represent a number of operators both in Carpinteria and in North County. In Carpinteria, we have some legal non-conforming operators and some prospective operators. In the North County, just prospective operators. And I wanted to make a few comments here just to contextualize. I really appreciate this workshop format. I think everyone is working in good faith to try and get this right and address some of the issues that still are outstanding that need attention. First, just a few comments. The process is working to some degree. We've been carefully monitoring. Our firm's been very involved in some of the state regulatory work and statutory framework. When this commenced, there was about 3,000 licenses issued in the county of Santa Barbara. There's been about a 70% attrition rate. So we're right now active provisional annual license. As of today, I checked it right before we walked in this hearing. There's about 861 licenses that are active in the state. So 70% attrition rate. Those that are bad actors, those that can't meet this sort of culture of compliance is moving through the system, 70% has fallen out. That said, we still have a lot of work to do. requirements for cannabis operators at the state level, you must have an annual or provisional license at this point. Temp licenses are gone, which also means you have to be in the state track and trace system, seed to sale. You also must pay taxes. At the county, you have to have a land use approval first, and then you can get an annual cannabis business license. Again, an annual license, and you have to pay taxes. Separate, legal non-conforming operators must be fully compliant with state law. But none of the requirements of these good ordinances, both in the coastal area and the inland area, along with the business license requirements, are yet to be applied to these legal non-conforming operators. And I kind of want to emphasize, again, in this workshop format, and acknowledge what Mr. Clement has said, is that I think we actually have to focus on what the problem is. He identified that 70% of the existing legal non-conforming operators do not have permits. I can tell you, those that most of ours, we've been in process for over a year going through the process. Yes, we can expedite that process, but yes, planning approvals take time. And I can tell you from the very beginning, we were advocates to make amendments to Article 10 to have some baseline requirements on those legal non-conforming operators, particularly odor control, and enforce some of those standards today. And there was a great deal of pushback from county council and others that we couldn't do this because it would codify that legal non-conforming use. Look, let's sign some paperwork. Let's put some provisions on this. We're not going to use that against the county, but let's apply some of these standards to those legal non-conforming operators today. So my suggestions are we should do that. I mean, in fact, Supervisor Williams, when the board was wrestling with this issue, kind of contrary to county council's recommendation, back last summer said, hey, all legal non-conforming operators in the coastal zone must have odor control systems. We've put those all in place, but none of those standards are being looked at. There were no objective standards. There's nothing there. So we should do these things. And I would strongly encourage you to make some amendments to Article 10 and deal with the elephant in the room, which are legal non-conforming operators that are not being held to account to the standards we put in these land use and business license ordinances. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Question for Mr.
Hold on a
Ficker.
second, Mr. Ficker.
Mr. Ficker, you mentioned that
Microphone.
Supervisor.
Lean forward. You're too
You
relaxed.
mentioned that Supervisor Williams suggested that all the non-conforming uses install odor control systems, correct? And didn't he in fact make a motion, and that was seconded by Supervisor Hartman, and it was carried 5-0?
I believe it was.
The board said bring it to the Planning Commission, and let's look at an ordinance change so that we can do this. Okay.
Yeah, I have the language right in front of me. It was directed that by September 3rd, 2019, any legal non-conforming operation in the coastal zone must have odor control to continue to qualify for their Article 10 exemption. Staff was directed to refer amendments to Article 10 to the Planning Commission for a report back and recommendations as appropriate. So, I mean, we have a policy framework to try and address this stuff, and I get it. Everyone's busy. There's a lot of stuff going on, and I think the complexity is how do you do that on Article 10 without necessarily giving extra rights to legal non-conforming operators? I can tell you unequivocally, our clients that are operating as legal non-conforming, look, let's put a document that says we're not going to use that as the basis for some kind of vested right in the future. We just want to comply with the good land use ordinance and business license ordinance you put in place. And in Carpinteria, we've put some really tough restrictions in the coastal zone. You can evaluate some of the things in the inland area, but we've got tough standards there. They just need to apply equally to everyone that's operating there.
Well, I asked this question to make the point that this is not some radical idea that came from any individual planning commissioner. This was a 5-0 vote by the Board of Supervisors. What is that, 5 months ago?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Mike Palmer, followed by Aaron Weber, and after Aaron, we will have Yvonne Van Wingerden, if he's still here.
All right. Hey, I'm Mike Palmer, also a board member on Carp Growers Association. We recognize that odor continues to be a serious problem for many residents in Carpinteria, and we want to assure the commission and the public that we are committed to help solving this issue with the county and the community. We know now from third-party studies that vapor phase odor control is 98% effective in mitigating odors in a passive ventilated greenhouse if proper SOPs are followed during the day while vents are open. In addition, we use carbon filtration and are experimenting with other technologies in our fully enclosed buildings, as in processing. Greenhouses cannot be sealed. They require ventilation to properly operate and function as a greenhouse. The objective is to treat the air exiting the greenhouse to control the odor while maintaining the energy sustainability that a greenhouse provides to greenhouse crops. The county business license actually requires us to have energy standards that reduce our energy use versus increasing it. We are continuously working with engineers to create a more robust carbon filter systems, increase the efficacy of our existing systems, and develop and utilize new or existing technologies from other industries. However, as mentioned, not all the operators in CARP are following all the same best practices. All it takes is 1 or 2 farms to generate odors for the entire valley. There are indeed still bad operators who are not running their systems properly, including using the right amount of vapor phase formula, replacing the carbon filters when saturated, or running non-passive ventilation. I have personally tried to speak to these operators and let them know the seriousness of these issues, and we encourage the board to really allow the planning staff the resources to expedite the land use process so the county can use the stringent tools in the ordinance to regulate appropriately. And this will, as other people have said, put us on a yearly permit process to where the county business license will have the tools to create the proper environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for Mr.
Oh,
Palmer.
yeah. Go ahead.
Mr. Palmer, I'm going to ask a question and a follow-up. You use the phrase non-passive ventilation. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, like really strong fans that are just kind of shooting it out like a fire hose.
So that's the same thing as a positive pressure system, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Meaning you're creating pressure inside and it blows things out, as opposed to negative pressure where it would kind of bring it in.
Yeah, an extreme rate.
So your concern with a positive pressure system is any odor that's generated inside is pushed out for the community to experience.
Yeah, it doesn't give an opportunity for an odor mitigation system that's been engineered up to this point to be able to capture the odor. Engineers are working on that. There are a couple greenhouse facilities that may have that situation that they are working on the engineering for. It's possible to be engineered, but as of now, there's no system that exists to mitigate that.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer.
Yeah.
Okay, moving to Aaron Weber, followed by Yvonne Van Wingerden, if he's there.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Erin Weber with Axiom Advisors. I just wanted to address an earlier suggestion that land use permits might have a 3-year limit based on evolving odor control technology. I think the good news is that when your ordinance was originally written with some foresight to anticipate some evolving odor control technologies, so that's why the land use ordinance actually specifically requires applicants to have current best available control technology, and that's sort of an evolving term. So your commission crafted a great standard for the G&K appeal that gives the staff the authority to continually evaluate and monitor the systems that are in fact best available control technology, and come onto the site and see that those systems are in fact engineered appropriately. So not only do we have language to anticipate evolutions in technology in the land use ordinance, we also have that language in the business license, which has previously been pointed out is an annual license requirement. That is in section 5025, and it specifically states continuous operations of all required odor prevention devices and techniques for cannabis cultivation must be in compliance with Chapter 35 of the County Zoning Code. The other item we wanted to address is also this suggestion that greenhouses should be sealed and use carbon filtration instead of vapor phase. We know that vapor phase, it can be 98% effective if used properly. We have third-party data that shows that that's in fact the case, and that's just as effective as carbon filtration. This really wouldn't work, as explained previously by some of the operators. What's really important is that greenhouses are able to vent to control humidity and temperature changes. So if growers had to seal greenhouses, they would have to somehow cool those greenhouses off. And the reality is we just don't have the power available at these farms to make that happen. The other challenge with that suggestion is that the business license ordinance requires that we demonstrate a net reduction in energy use. That is already a challenge for us because we have to operate our odor control technologies, which do take a fair amount of energy as well. So greenhouses in their current form with vents are actually really energy efficient, and they leverage the natural sunlight. So we believe that the answer is not to seal these off, and carbon filtration is really not a best available control technology for greenhouses. We do know that that's a best available control technology for enclosed warehouses. And we suggest that that might be an area for improvement in the inland areas, to require that in the inland ordinance as a best practice for operators in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Yvonne Van Wingerden, to be followed by Francesca Lindley. And after Francesca, we've got Ruben Solorano.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again with you today, Commissioners. So my name is Yvonne Van Wingerden. I'm a cannabis cultivator in the Carpinteria Valley, as well as an avocado rancher. To give a brief summary, my family and the nearby Carpinteria cultivators in town, namely the Carp Growers members, have been engaged in this robust county process since it started to gain momentum in 2017. There have been many meetings, as you know, public input and third-party studies done to ensure the process has been carefully considered and that this fledgling cannabis industry settles into the long-term planning goals of the county and its residents. The crossroads that we are at currently, and likely why we are having this meeting today, is because we're in the midst of an inconvenient transition. An industry that has historically operated in the shadows has come into the light of day and now employs thousands of people in the county, pays elevated taxes, and is navigating the extensive county regulatory and state processes. But I implore you to allow us to transition into the comprehensive regulatory process that your robust ordinance has. Which as a farmer is very strange for me to say, to be imploring for more regulation, but that is exactly what I am doing. I implore the board to stay the course on this current ordinance that exists today. It is very complete and thought out. Most importantly, this ordinance cannot be enforced until the business licenses are issued, as has been mentioned today. Until then, some of the illegal non-conforming operators who surely will not be able to attain these licenses or get through the process will continue to abuse the delays in this permitting process. Many of your constituents are demanding increased controls on industry or even outright moratoriums. These are valid frustrations, and they are rooted in the incapacity of the county to make comprehensive enforcement at this time. As there are quite a few operators not held to the level of accountability that's required in the ordinance. So let's please usher through the responsible operators who have spent thousands of hours and hundreds of thousands of dollars participating in the due diligence process up to this point, and who will be able to check all the boxes to meet the requirements of the ordinance. Revising the current ordinance would push this process out further, which will only continue to frustrate some of the constituents of yours that came out today. Issuing permits to responsible cultivators who meet the requirements of the ordinance is certainly a win-win-win for the counties, the operators, and the residents. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Francesca Lindley, followed by Ruben Solorano.
Ruben unfortunately had to leave.
Okay.
Sorry. Ruben's my boss. Chair Briley, Commissioners, thank you all for your time. Alison Laslett actually said much of what I was going to say, focusing a lot about what we actually still don't know and what we all wish we did know to be able for all of us to make some smart decisions. So I'll keep this short. I'm here as a small organic vineyard owner myself and as the CFO of Coastal Vineyard Care Associates. And most of our clients farm either organically or sustainably. Growing grapes, like most other ag, is a very low margin business. And last year was a very difficult year for farming, especially for us, and especially for our clients in the Santa Rita Hills, where there is daily fog. We had unprecedented mildew pressure. And in order to save the crops, we had to spray far, far more frequently than we've ever had to do in years. Jeff Newton, who has worked with Rubens Lozano founded the company in 1984, said it was the worst year that he'd ever seen. And in order to have to be spraying more frequently, some of that, and if you're spraying organic materials like organic sulfur, sometimes we're having to spray every couple of days. So you can't always wait for those perfect scenarios, and even though we're spraying completely legally, there are obvious risks. And the Ag Commissioner watches our sprays, and we have to report everything. And there's a lot of rules and regulations we have to go through to be highly compliant, and we are compliant. But on top of the mildew pressure, we also had the challenge that the grape market suffered this year, and we had a very soft year. And it looks as if the grape market itself is also going to be soft for a few more years. And it tends to go in sort of 7-year cycles, and we're right at the beginning of that. So you had a real double whammy this year with regard to issues for our clients. And then add on to that, we are now dealing with all of that being compounded by buyers asking us about where the clients are and whether their proximity to cannabis. And so we are truly having a situation where our buyers are thinking about going elsewhere. And that is including the single premium buyer for my own vineyard. I said to you before, there's a potential, there's an application for a 48-acre grow 500 feet from my 6 acres. And if that buyer goes away, then that really is a significant detriment to my business. So on behalf of the people who have invested in the thousands of acres that we farm, we just ask you to please press pause until we have real scientific data to prove or disprove the potential terpene issue. And I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Nathan Eady, and our last speaker is Ted Fox.
Thank you, Chair and fellow commissioners. I was hoping I'd be last so I could filibuster until 5, but I'll stick to my 3 minutes instead. Nathan Eady with SES Engineers and representing carp growers today. So just here again to act as a technical resource for staff and the commission and the public on ongoing odor issues, and to reiterate carp growers' commitment to acknowledging and managing and resolving odor issues in the Carpinteria area. Related to that, in the fourth quarter of last year, when we started to see an uptick in community concerns that odor issues had been getting better and maybe we were plateauing or even getting worse over time, carp growers reached out to my firm and expanded our responsibility and said, can you guys do something more to help us attack this issue more aggressively? And so we came up with a system where we are going through and proactively auditing all carp growers' facilities that will agree to be a part of the program. So we have done 8 facilities to date and have 2 more on our schedule in the coming weeks, where our staff are proactively going into these facilities, touring them, witnessing both the different structural nuances of each individual greenhouse and processing building, but also what their staff are doing on a daily basis. So we visit these facilities while they are actively cultivating, harvesting, and processing, if they do on site, cannabis, and their staff have engaged in an honest dialogue with us to say, don't be on your best behavior. When we send somebody out to audit your facility, you need to do it like you would do it any day so that we can see you at your worst and tell you what you can do to improve your situation. That's met with great success. We give staff and managers real-time feedback when we're there touring the facilities, but also the end game here is each individual facility that we go and we tour gets a list of site-specific recommendations. So what is unique to your building or to your process of harvesting and handling cannabis that can be improved to further limit your release of odors? But then also we are developing more universal best management practices that can be given to carp growers that they can hold as an expectation for everyone across the board that is less universal, that should really just apply to everyone. So that's been ongoing since late October. Individual operators are getting recommendations for us as we speak. We started to send them information for site specifics last week, and then the more universal best management practices have been drafted and are ready for their review, and we look forward to getting input from the industry as well to see what they think of the best management practices and if they'd like to add anything and go from there. So we're proactively attacking the issue, and Carp Growers remains committed to working with us to do their share and then some to resolve the ongoing odor issues in that specific region.
Mr. Blau?
Mr. Eady, is there any reason for me to be concerned that you would fail to eliminate the odor problem in a given greenhouse or a given structure or a given grow?
Chair and Commissioner Blau, so every site is unique, so that not every site can rely on the same technology or the same practices. So the technologies do have a limit, and the closer you get to a sensitive receptor, the more aggressive you have to be with your odor control. The industry and the growers know what they're up against. So the ordinance is what it is. If we give them the best available technology, they implement it successfully, and they still can't control their odors, they're going out of business eventually. So the growers know what they're up against, and we have had, not so much in Carpinteria, but in other areas of the county, we've had clients approach us for help with either land use permitting or odor control, and we've looked at their properties and just said, we don't think your site selection was appropriate, and we're not interested in helping you.
That's a great answer. Thanks. Helps me a lot.
Commissioner Park?
Mr. Eady, I have a question for you. I know you could never anticipate it. I'm going to ask this today, unless you think about our prior conversations on other subjects. So these cannabis facilities in Carpinteria all have boilers, don't they, to generate hot water?
Chair and Commissioners, some, I would say most do, not all.
That's right. And they're gas-fired, correct?
Of all the boilers I'm aware of, yeah.
They're all gas-fired. So they generate GHGs, right?
Correct.
Okay, and they're pretty substantial boilers, so some, I suppose they generate some substantial GHGs. But those GHGs are recycled through piping into the plants, isn't that correct?
Chair and Commissioner, so it really depends on the individual greenhouse, because some of them will they will combust gas, they will heat water in a third-party tank, and then just the water gets recirculated for the latent heat. So they're not actually necessarily blowing hot air or their exhaust plume from the boiler directly into the greenhouse. So so I'd say not always. Some of that.
But some of the
exhaust
CO2 is redirected back into the plants, is
yeah.
that correct? So what I'd like to know, and I don't know if you know it today, but I just think it'd be something good to know, because it's something that I've never heard anyone talk about in the cannabis context. I'd like to know which GHGs are generated, but also what GHGs are saved by this recycling practice. And I know that you know all about GHGs because we've talked about it in so many contexts. And if that's something you could give some thought to, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just had one question. That was this auditing that you're doing for Carp Growers. Is that being communicated somehow to the ag stakeholders group through maybe, whatever representative they have on it that might overlap with Carp Growers? Does anybody know?
So, Chair, not to my knowledge, not so far. For the Carp Growers, and in their defense, those that have hired us to do this, what we started doing was touring the facilities back as early as late October, I believe. And we intentionally told everyone we do not want to start to give you our feedback until we have seen numerous facilities, because everybody is doing things a little bit differently. And it's educational even for us as professionals, because every operator is doing some things very well and every operator is doing some things very poorly. And so the more we see that kind of spectrum, the more we can educate everyone to say, we've taken the best of what your entire industry is doing across the board and consolidate that information into one place and recommend that you guys implement that where it's appropriate. There's a serious give and take here about, like I said, we want these operators to be honest with us and not hide things. That doesn't do anybody any good, and so they put a lot of trust in us. So that initial feedback we give them, they have the right to keep it confidential as long as they would like, because they made themselves very vulnerable, for lack of a term, to let us go in there and see them at their worst. So it's really up to them how much of that they want to share. But I do think Carp Growers is moving in the direction where, especially the best management practices, if it can benefit the whole of the industry, it would be wise to find how much of that is productive to share widely with everyone, because we need to fix this as a region. Not everybody's a member of Carp Growers. This is a way that they are trying once again to stand out as kind of the cream of the crop of operations. But the more widely we make those best practices available to everyone, the better the industry gets as a whole, and the more likely they are to remain successful in that region.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
All right, our last speaker, believe it or not, is Ted Fox. Patient guy.
Well, thank you, Chairman and the supervisors. First, I'd like to thank John Park for a recent meeting that we had in Los Olivos dealing with farm stay. And at that meeting, Mr. Park said that labels matter because they have procedural consequences. And I bring that up because I think it's important to, when we look at this industry and regulate it to the degree it is, or even consider regulating even further, we need to relate to it in terms of size and scope. And in the 2018 Santa Barbara County Crop Report, the survey noted there were 168,000 acres of crops planted during that period of time. The Board of Supervisors during that time also initiated a cap on cannabis of 1,761 acres. Putting those things in perspective, that 1,761 acres represents less than 1% of the entire crop acreage planted in 2018. And I think we need to really have an understanding and not let rhetoric run away with and cause procedural consequences to take place. I think size and scope in terms of what we're trying to do as a cannabis industry here is quite reasonable when you consider it's less than 1% of the crops. And if you look at it compared to other food crops, for instance, for every acre of cannabis planted in the Santa Barbara County, 10 acres of vine grapes were grown. For every acre of cannabis planted, 7 acres of broccoli were grown, and the same holds true for lettuce. Put our cannabis challenge for this industry in its proper perspective in terms of size and scope. And I think the amendments and the ordinances that are in place are appropriate for what we're trying to do to grow this industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public comment, so I am going to close the public hearing. Phew. And bring it back to the commission. And in a couple conversations during the breaks, it seems like we need to make a decision about how we approach our deliberation so that we can give staff the best feedback possible and when, and then decide what we do next. So, Lisa, did you want to say anything about structure or timing that you were expecting, or?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I think what we're hoping to gather from the commission is some direction on what it is you want us to do more research on and flesh out. So directions that you're interested in going. It's a late hour. You've heard a lot of testimony. So I understand that there may need to be some additional time for the commissioners to digest that information and come up with areas that you would like us to do more research on. One structure that you can use is you can use the structure that is provided in the PowerPoint by Mr. Clement as a way to sort of start talking about issues or changes to the ordinance that you'd be interested in. And I know Commissioner Park had some other suggestions. You may have heard things that you're interested today. So we could take notes on the things that you're interested in. But I think there's time at the hearing next week where we could come back and have further deliberations by the commission before you gave us additional direction that would send us off working, that we would bring then a more fleshed out program for you to look at.
Okay. So, Commissioner Park, what are your thoughts?
I think it is, this is a paradox, too early in the process, but too late in the day to try to reach consensus among planning commissioners as to exactly what these things that you should work on. On the other hand, I think that we should take an opportunity, and each of us that wants to speak, to tell you which ideas we think are the most promising.
That'd be great.
Hope that makes sense.
I think that's a good idea. I think that's good. We all agree with that approach, is outline what we think is the most promising and maybe hit 3 or 4 points and go from there, or what?
That sounds reasonable, although you're asking for things we're asking staff to research and come back with. One of the ones I'm going to want to have an answer for is this idea of licensing. I'm going to propose that any cannabis operation has to control the odor at their property line, given a few exceptions. And I think that needs to be not coming back to us on a 3-year time frame, but it needs to be part of the licensing. Now, if that means that licensing rules have to change a little bit, so be it. We can make that recommendation. And I think that's within our purview to do that. And I say the exception would be if it's that kind of a property where it's a mile or 2 miles, or with the wind drift, or you as the applicant prove to me as the commissioner that I don't need to do a odor control because no one's going to smell it other than the rabbits and the frogs, and I don't care about them. So I would like to know if we could arrange this the odor control through licensing, not through the permit that we're offering. I know Commissioner Freeney, last time we approved an operation, there was an issue that they were going to install the odor control if it was a problem, and he said, no, install it now. I agree with that. But I don't want to be the one sitting here on the dais and telling you, okay, that odor control is adequate, that one's not, or you as the applicant or the operator, you're gonna commit to controlling the odor. And I don't care how you do it, whether you use the Bayer system or you do it with a greenhouse and you do it with carbon filters, but you're responsible for it. And if for some reason you're unable to control the odor, your operations are going to get shut down. And as Mr. Eady said, it's like if you've got an operation in a bad location and you can't control the odor, move. I mean, it's just not. You take the risk of doing that. So I'm interested in not trying to create the conditions to control the odor. I just want the condition to say that you as an operator have to control it, and if you can't, you can't operate. And I'd like to see it done through licensing, not through compliance, because I'm never in favor of having the planning department be the cop on the street, so to speak. I don't mind licensing to it. That's kind of what they do. And it's much easier if it's complaint driven, that they complain to licensing, and obviously if licensing gets 6 or 7 complaints, they're going to do a little investigation. They're not likely to relicense them when it's up for renewal. Just seems to me a better way to do it. Those are my observations so far.
I just want to add a little bit on to Commissioner Blau. I won't be as lengthy as he was, though. But when I did do a field tour with Mr. Bosanich from the CEO's office, to me, it seemed like he had the avenue for those types of enforcement, and that maybe we could research if we could pass recommendations to them that are very important and sensitive to the success of this ordinance. And perhaps then we may have time next week to bring someone from the CEO's office in now. I don't recall the new person's name since Dennis left, but it might be a good time to have a conversation if others have that interest, and I think it adds on to what you're trying to accomplish.
I think that's actually a great idea because I've tried to call that office several times and I'm not having much luck getting through. So I feel like I need background. I need to learn, how they respond to complaints and what their system is, and what they are doing at that level, which is complementary to what obviously the land use process is. And so today, I talked last. Any other commissioners have ideas? Because I actually have questions from today, and I'm not sure if we want to ask questions as a follow-up to the public comment, or we're kind of going through Dan's list of ordinance possibilities, because I want to roll it back even farther. The concern about, I'm just going to say it, the concern about the legal non-conforming grows, and everybody realizes, oh, well, we had this registry and maybe it wasn't perfect, and now all of the problems I heard all day long were about these non-conforming grows. So I'm not still sure from staff about what can be done about those. And when we hear members of the public asking to stop the entire ordinance and stop everything moving forward until we get a handle on those, I feel like I'm missing something from staff in terms of, what do we say that can grant assurance that we're working on it? I guess the answer is, well, as soon as everybody comes in and gets a permit, it'll all be fine, because then we'll have the teeth and the tools to actually deal with their compliance. But how do we make them do that if they're out there being the bad actors? I mean, even the cannabis industry is talking about them as bad actors. So I'm really in a dilemma, and that's a fundamental thing before we start talking about tweaking the ordinance, is what we do about those remaining. Commissioner Park.
That's really high on my recommendation list, okay? And I'm joining the board, because our board voted 5-0 to deal with this problem. It said, get these legal non-conforming users to have odor control systems. Do it now. And we haven't done it. We're just talking about it, and we need to find a way of doing it. I want to encourage staff that when you think about this, go beyond the permitting process. I'm going to give you an analogy. If I have a dog and it jumps my fence and it kills the neighbor's sheep and chickens and children or whatever else it does, I could say, well, you know what? The next time that dog comes up for its license renewal, we're going to investigate that. Or you can say, no, pass a law that says 2 bites and you're out. And that's what we have. And that's the difference between exercising your permitting authority and your police power. And maybe we need to go beyond the permitting authority, because I can understand all the different reasons why we can't give them permits yet, and it's going to take some time, and when we give them permits, that will fix everything. But I think there are other things that we can do as a county, and we can do them right now, to get those projects, even though the legal non-conforming don't have permits yet, to have odor control systems. If we do that, that's going to help all the other operators immensely, and it's going to restore the credibility, or it'll help restore the credibility of the public in our system. We need to do it. That's recommendation number 1.
Okay. Yes.
Tell me when I can do my others.
I'm okay with you continuing.
Okay. I joined Commissioner Blau and Commissioner Freeney in talking about odor stops at the property line. I would encourage you to think beyond the licensing process, though, because licenses are personal. They go to a company, they go to people. But land use permits can last forever. They don't have to last forever. So they're important, too. You don't want to ignore that. You don't want to say, well, we told this operator they've got to do this for the odor control, but we gave the property the right to grow cannabis forever, okay? Well, and that operator leaves, what about the next operator, and the next operator, and the next operator? So don't ignore the land use thing. I want to remind people, because Commissioner Blau is too classy a person to say, I told you so, but I can say I told you so on your behalf, right? Because Commissioner Blau, on my first day in the job, January of 2 years ago, made the point, on the day we were considering the cannabis ordinance, that it would just solve so many things and make it so simple if we simply said on all cannabis grows, including those on Ag 2 parcels, big ones out in the middle of nowhere, that the odor doesn't cross the property lines. And that's the way we left it at the Planning Commission level. He convinced all of us. And of course, the board did not listen and changed it. And that's why we're arguing about odor detection and so forth in all these outdoor grows, as well as in the city of, in the Carpinteria area. So you were right. Thank you. But we need to do something about it. Speaking of odor, I'd like to have a requirement that all processing, drying, etc., be enclosed with carbon filtration. Okay? That's different than growing. That's a different issue. But a lot of your Carpinteria growers are doing that right now. Okay? And good for them. And everybody can do it. Okay? Also, speaking of carbon filtration, I'm a little concerned about what's fair. We have people that have been in the permit process for, I think, 2 years now, and they're putting a lot of money into building things, designing things, getting permits, and they've done it on the basis of projects that use the passive ventilation system, use the Carpinteria climate, and for them to go now to redesign all that as a fully enclosed greenhouse with carbon filtration is asking a lot. That's a giant change, and I don't know if it's fair to do that. I think that maybe one way to do it is an idea I voiced this morning. Okay, if you invest the additional money to go to charcoal filtration, then you'll get a permit that has a longer lifespan. Okay? Because I do agree somewhat with Mr. Titillo about the value of lifespans on permits. So if you invest the money for charcoal filtration and those things, you get rewarded with a longer permit. And you have longer time to amortize that. This is an industry that, if things work right, will be a high revenue industry, and that makes it easier to amortize things over a shorter period of time. If on the other hand, you use a form of odor control that we don't know as much about, then you'd have a shorter permit period. Going on to odor control some more, as well as something else. We had mentioned, I think by Aaron Weber, of our G&K condition. I would call it the Cooney condition, but that sounds too weird, but it was Mr. Cooney's idea. And I know, I'm sorry, I should have even joked about it, but it was to the effect that, if there are sufficient complaints, the way the ordinance reads now, it goes to the director to decide whether, in fact, the odor can be detected in a residential area. And I think Ms. Plowman, frankly, was uncomfortable with that. I used to joke about that would give you the golden nose, everything would be riding on that. And the answer was, no, if there are complaints, then in fact, once you start operation, I think that's what the condition is. Once you start operation, that the director, in conjunction with an engineer to be hired at the expense of the applicant by the county, would determine if this works or not. To me, that's an example of an adaptive management plan, and that if it didn't, well, we'd try something else. And I like to use that phrase, adaptive management plan. I think it came from, they used that phrase specifically in the Strauss Wind Energy project, and that's an example of a model. And I'm told by one of the members of our audience that actually came from the feds and Fish and Wildlife. But it's a great idea. I think it answers a lot of our questions here. I went on in the Busy Bee project and added to odor control that you also address periodically compatibility with other forms of agriculture. And our director, Ms. Plowman, wrote up a condition that we adopted at that Busy Bee hearing. So I'd ask Mr. Clement that you look up those conditions in G&K and in Busy Bee and in Strauss Wind Energy They all kind of follow the same philosophy. It's an important one. It basically would mean, or what spawns the need for it to me is that we're so much in the dark of what's going to happen in this industry and what its effects are going to be on other folks. And we could say, well, that means we just will get all the answers and we'll wait 5 years before we permit any of them. And I don't think that's a very good answer for the cannabis industry or for the community at large. So what I'd like to have is that second bite at the apple. Get your permits. I'd like to get them to you tomorrow if we could. But we have an opportunity, we have a way to see if it's working, and if it's not, we do something different. So for example, at Strauss Wind Energy, if they kill too many golden eagles, then they may look at curtailing the hours of operation of the wind machines. So this is a model I want us to work on, to develop, because I think it's going to be an important answer to the problems that bedevil us here. A final idea that is important to me for the inland zone is this idea of the location of outdoor grows. I think this industry in years to come is going to be a really important, positive thing for Santa Barbara County if it's done right. I'm like everybody else here. Everybody comes and says, I'm not opposed to cannabis, I'm just opposed to every project and so forth. Well, I'm not opposed to cannabis. I think it's a great industry, and I like the people in it. I like the demographics of their customers. I like the demographics of the people in it. I'll bet N. Van Wingerden is pleased as punch to see his son in agriculture right now, because there's so many farmers that don't have their sons in it. That's all good, but I'll repeat something I've said in some of these permitting projects. I want these grows to be in the right place. When they're in the wrong place, it's a bad thing. What's that lead to? I would like to see us develop an overlay concept, okay, where we can identify where outdoor grows are not likely to have compatibility issues with other forms of agriculture. And I don't need to spend time right now telling you where those are, but I can. I've looked at it a lot. I'll give you one example just to show you that it's real. Mr. Cooney, you may appreciate this one as well. Probably one ranch I know better than any other is the Rancho San Fernando Rey. I know it as well as the cattle do, because I've run an endurance right there. You could take, it's 37,000 acres. You could take all 1,500 acres of the capped grow we're going to allow, and you could hide it in Rancho San Fernando Rey, and I guarantee none of you would ever smell it, see it, or know about it ever again. They have 50 to 60 acres right now that's irrigated, that's available for somebody to plant. And that's where I thought, when Commissioner Blau said 2 years ago, let's put it in places where you can't ever smell it, where we would find this stuff. Instead, we're finding it right next to vineyards on small acreages and things like that. It's not what I expected. So I think we can develop an overlay of places, which is probably most of the county. Because when Mr. Fox talked about acres of cultivation, I think you said 158,000 acres. What you didn't mention is there's about 700,000 acres of grazing in this county. We got a huge agricultural zone, and we can hide these grows. We can put them in places where they're not going to bother anybody. We just have to go to that effort. And I'm thinking, if you have an overlay of that sort, and of course we have overlays. We have the Carpinteria Ag overlay, we have San Ynez Design overlay, we have overlays. You can provide that if you're within that overlay area, you have a simpler permit process, perhaps an LUP. Your lot coverage, percentage of lot that's devoted to the cannabis grow might be larger because it won't matter as much. On the other hand, if you want to go outside that overlay, you might run into a major CUP process and restrictions on lot coverage and things like that. So I think this is an issue I really want developed. And I'll stop for now.
Okay, thank you, because Mr. Farini has his light on, and so I'm going to ask him to share his thoughts. Before I remember what I didn't want to forget after what John said.
One thing I'm concerned about is there's going to be a large laundry list of things that we're going to come up with. We've heard a great amount of great public testimony. We've had a great staff report, and we've had a lot of professionals address us today. And so I'm already conflicted because some of the things I've heard privately are the length of time that it takes to get the permit through, and that the planners, they often have to change planners. A planner leaves and they bring in a new planner. So that's kind of a logistical problem that has our hands tied a little bit here in the whole county P&D process. And so we're going to make this more complex, but we also need to try to streamline this in a way that allows this to get off of staff's plate and up here to the commission is my preference. Instead of having them spend sufferable amounts of time and energy to try to perfect something that we may hopefully approve, let's see if we can help the process. And I'm not sure if it was Mr. Clemens during the Hoop House ordinance or who came up with the little sheet, right? And so what this would involve, the big picture to me is you're going to go CUP or LUP. LUP is existing. If you're on this side of the line and you answer all the questions right, you stay in the LUP lane. If you answer a yes, are you within 1,000 feet of an urban zone or group of homes or however we decide that, you've got to go into CUP. I think that would be a way to help staff so that if there is a simple project, and that goes along with the overlays that I think Commissioner Park's trying to do, there's going to be things just by describing them that put them into an easier spot. If you're in a canyon half a mile away from everybody and anybody, you're going to be treated differently than if you're the Busy Bee project. It's just going to be different. So I'd like us to work on that to try to be mindful of P&D's time. The thing I'm not sure of, it's another question I think, is when the Board of Supervisors kicked this back over to us, was there discussion of funding and some of the hardships that P&D has had in keeping those planners on one project? And as we go through this, do you need more money from the county? I don't know if that came up. I know it's not really our problem. We don't assign the money here, but as we create things that are going to take more time, that's going to take more money. So I'm real worried about that and how we prioritize things. Now on to kind of the basic elements. To start with, they talked about the Williams-Santon Act uniform rules and how the state recently changed those, and it had to do with principal versus compatible, and I still don't understand that well enough to be able to look at it correctly with how it affects what we're trying to do. So if I could get some help from staff on that for some time down the road. The same thing with legal nonconforming. We've heard a lot about that today, and the provisional license and how all of those intertwine. Is there a way we can look at those processes so I think we can have better input on if we do want to go into this Article 10 or how are we going to go after this legal nonconforming problem and get them to upgrade so that county council's happy that we didn't make them all of a sudden, I forget what you called it, Ms. Plowman, but you said if we ask them to do something and they do it or we order it, then that automatically makes them.
Oh, the vested idea. Vested.
Yeah. So is that by agreement or how do we handle that? I think Commissioner Park and Commissioner Blau are pretty well on their way with the life of a permit and amortization of that technology and the adaptive management plan. How does that look? What's that going to look like? So that from staff, again, I would need some help on what are things that we've done in the past. I think with some of the oil treatment plants and stuff, there's been amortization policies put in place. The other one I think we have some interest in here is the research funding for terpene effect. And I am concerned, I've said this at a couple meetings, I'm concerned that we've turned it into well, it's for the grapes or it's for whatever. I'm more interested in, we've heard a lot about the human element and their perceived effect on those smells. So when we look at doing a research project, one, is that something we're going to want done through this body, or is that a request we put to the Board of Supervisors? Again, it goes to funding, but it's not just terpenes and grapes. I think it does we have to find something on terpenes and people. Which all goes back to an old discussion is keep your terpenes on your property along with your dogs and we'll all be fine. I would feel better if we could continue to work on how to get that study done. I think it'll help us. That's it for now.
Do you have anything else? Okay. Mr. I'm ready to talk if you're not, but it's your turn next. No, I probably should go last so that I kind of sum up what I took down from everybody. So you go. Go.
So I'm in a little different position than my fellow commissioners in terms of where we go from here. I feel like we have been, since we started this idea of a workshop on what to do with our existing system, it's been like a fire hose, and we're getting tons of information. It's not evenly divided between let us go fast and whatever we find out down the road we'll share with you, versus let's don't do anything until we find out more. We study CEQA, and we basically jam up the entire process, which I think is happening in part due to insufficient personnel to handle all of the multiple mixed messages that we and the supervisors are sending to our staff. So I'm really reluctant to start throwing out ideas, even as sensible as they are, without learning more. And my preference would be to, since we have a meeting scheduled with some time on it next week, that we continue our discussion of all of the incoming information and see if we can refine our suggestions a little bit so that they're specific rather than overarching, like this is the way it ought to go in the future. We need to do this right and not just throw ideas at our staff to then try and formulate. I am going to need more information from staff, because I've learned things today about our staff processes, the interrelationship between planning and the licensing aspect. We need to know what is going to work best for the operators. And then I have a big basic concern that we don't have we the county don't have the ability to take away the value of the investments of people who have proceeded in good faith. Whether it's vested or not, I think there's a very good argument that lots and lots of money has been invested, properties have been purchased, greenhouses have been purchased, cruddy old leaky greenhouses are now operating with cannabis and causing serious problems for the neighborhood in Carpinteria. So I don't think we have all the legal information we need to be able to develop a laundry list. And I'd like to have that for our next session. Other than that, I shy away from making specific suggestions at this point.
Okay. Did No, you're just poised that way.
Oh,
That's you. I'm sorry. Thanks,
That's me.
Mr. Blau. Yes.
Well, I just have a couple more things to add on here. One is I just like to say that this is another one I told you so. You know, it was my suggestion that when we started this process that everything would be a CUP and not a land use permit, because I was just very concerned what did happen, was going to happen. Everything got appealed. So it's all coming to us anyway.
Might as well be
And all that did was delay it for the applicant and make it more expensive for them. So now I also said back then that at some point when we approve, 20, 30 of them, the staff will now know what kind of conditions that we would have said had it come to, if it comes to us through an appeal. So it makes it more, eventually we don't have to have every one. But there's two more things I'd like the staff to bring back. One is, you're right, I don't need the golden nose to go out there and smell if it's stinks or not, or if it's not odor controlled. But tell me if there is some objective way of measuring the odor so it's not subjective. I don't like subjective things. I mean, I do believe I found a meter that they use, and you put a thing inside of it, and you suck in the air, and it tells you whether or not there's odor in the air from the cannabis.
Yeah,
so I'd like to see that. The other thing that I think is two other big problems. One is this, talking about the non-conforming, illegal, whatever you want to do. If it's taking a year to get someone processed to become a legal operator, fully conditioned, that's a mistake. And it's a mistake for two reasons. One, we're not getting the revenue we should get. The second one is you're just you're creating a longer period of time that you're going to have illegal growers. If you got half of all the people that are making applications right now that were legal, I could just about guarantee you're going to know who all the illegal growers are, because they're going to turn them in. I mean, if I'm the guy sitting there paying the taxes and paying, and you're undercutting my price because you're selling it, not paying the taxes, and selling it, $10 a lid cheaper than what I'm selling it for, but you're making 20 more than I'm making. That's going to solve that problem. So I think we need to figure out a way to get those processed more quickly. A year, 2 years is ridiculous. The last thing was, I hope that we're not going to try and spend 6 months or a year massaging this ordinance until we think we get it just right. So my next question is, I think we all agree that odor control needs to occur as the supervisors unanimously agreed. So why can't we not change that part of the ordinance now, immediately? And then we'll look at the other things in the ordinance that need to be changed. I don't think we need to sit there and try and make it perfect and take a year or 2 years to do it. I mean, that's kind of what happened before. It didn't work out real well. So let's just take the issues that are the most egregious. Let's recommend that those get changed now. And as we have time to go through the rest of it, we'll make those changes as well.
Okay, so
I'm done.
It's my turn now.
I'm done.
I heard everybody's perspective, and I agree with almost all of it. But I definitely don't think you can accelerate odor control without looking at non-conforming buildings in Carpinteria, in Goleta, all over the county, because that is part of what the applicants have said is a problem. They come in for an LUP, and then they're told, "Oh, look, you've got a boiler that never got a permit," and then they're down the Alice in Wonderland. Oh, who got the permit for that 30 years ago? So I understand exactly why it's taking so long. It's not necessarily staff's part, and part of the reason it's taking so long as staff is trying to forecast what detail we're going to ask for in the next appeal. I mean, it is such a challenging situation that we're, making up standards with some of these appeal cases. So I don't want to rush and just do odor control. it's appealing. I wish we could, but I think that it's going to be tied to enforcement, science, sensitivity, terpene studies, and all kinds of things. And I think it's going to take a little bit longer to bake in the oven. Secondly, I've heard from many people that one thing we can probably all agree on today is that we believe that the county should fund a study so that we have the county standard. The hearings have been spent largely with opposing experts, right? So in the 90s, it was about traffic impacts, and now it's about terpene drift. One person is saying there is no terpene drift, and the other person is saying there is. So, I remember hearing this from Mr. Blau, and I think Mr. Park agrees, and I certainly agree. If there's any way you can articulate to the board that we would like to have the county retain an expert to come up and, with what is the conclusive decision about terpene drift. Because this keeps on coming up over and over whenever it's in the valley, and it's like we have thresholds in our CEQA thresholds that we rely on, and so why can't we have a terpene analysis that's with the county of Santa Barbara on the front of it? And I think I speak for Mr. Blau when he said, hey, if it's going to cost some money, it's probably a fraction of the cost of what it's taking with us delaying everything. So we'd like to have, and I've heard this from some supervisors, have a science-based approach to the whole thing. So if the terpene issue is that the grow can't be has to be so far set away from an existing vineyard, then that should be based on the science of the terpene study. Okay, so that was one thing I thought we could agree on. But I wish we could have done it the way staff suggested and gone through your things, but you can see what we're struggling. We're just giving you topical areas. So odor control, adaptive management plan, permit life length and monitoring are some things. The marriage of the business license program to the land use permit program. I still need to have better information about the legal non-conforming grows and how to get a handle on them somehow, because that is probably what's causing so much consternation in the communities. And then another big question that I think we just push over to the next meeting is, who does this apply to? Does this apply to anyone who's not deemed complete that's in process, or does it apply to anyone who hasn't gone to hearing, or does it apply to anyone who's halfway through the process? I'm sympathetic to some of the cannabis applicants. They're like, oh my gosh, I've already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, and if you change the rules and you tell me that I have to do something that I haven't already done, that's an unfair burden to them. However, some of these new styles in an ordinance might actually really be good for the long term, and hopefully that's enough to get the people concerned about cannabis to know we're moving in the right direction. So I don't know if that's enough of a good list for you to at least think about. I don't know that the commission's in a position to expect you to come back and report on all that, because we're still talking about it, like Mr. Cooney said.
Yeah. Madam Chair, members of the commission, if I might, there's a couple of questions that I have, but it's good that we're having this conversation about what is going to happen next week. I think the most we might be able to do is put what you have talked about today in some kind of matrix form. So basically, we will give you back what you told us, and then you can give us more direction about that. But that's going to have to come back in the context of the hearing, right? We're going to feed it back to you. We don't have time to prepare it and distribute it for the hearing of next week. So we would come to the meeting, give you back this matrix that lays out everything that you've talked about, and then you guys can talk about it and deliberate over those details in greater depth. So that's one approach. I do have a couple of questions. Did you have something you wanted to say about that?
I have
Mr. Park.
Something else to ask you to do for next week, though. I don't know if do you want to ask your questions first, or can I
No,
ask
I'm done.
my question? Talking to
Oh,
Mr.
do
Plowman.
I? Go ahead and ask your question, and then I can follow
So,
up.
one concern I hear from the cannabis growers, particularly in Carpinteria, is they feel that they're mired in this process of getting proper building permits for things they didn't install. They're not responsible for as operators, but some flower grower did 30 years ago. And it's taking a lot of staff time, a lot of time of the growers, a lot of just time, elapsed time. And I can see some value in it. On the other hand, I think that the citizens of the Carpinteria Valley, they're vitally interested in you folks doing the best you can to control odors. I don't think they're as interested in making sure that you meet all of the setback requirements for each and every water tank and things like that. And so I wouldn't want to see money that might be used to upgrade the greenhouse in general and upgrade the odor control system someday or even now, instead being used to bring every bathroom up to code and every water tank within setback requirements and all those things. So I don't know if this made sense to you that are on the staff, but I'm wondering if that's something that you can think about for further discussion next week. Is there something we can do to make the permitting process a little easier and faster for those building permit type things so we can address other things? And that idea of getting things permitted so they are all under the jurisdiction. So that's a question. And,
Is my light on? Okay.
Yes, please proceed.
Just a couple of questions I had about what I heard today, so I can make sure that we bring back information that we correctly, One of them is Commissioner Park and Commissioner Freeney and Commissioner Bridley have talked about this concept of adaptive management. And I see how that works in Strauss. And part of that adaptive management does not mean that their permit is in question. It just means that as part of their permit process, like we did with Busy Bee and G&K, that we will manage some of the conditions that are put on it or address issues that are not being correctly mitigated. So I want to make sure we're clear about that. There was also another comment about terms on permits, which is a separate idea. Is that correct?
they're kind of related in that they're trying to solve the same problem.
But they're different suggestions.
But the terms on permits is so draconian that it's really scary to people. They're going to invest a lot of money in something, and they feel, oh, if something goes wrong, bingo, we're dead. So this is a softer thing.
Right.
You know?
Okay.
Imagine if we had said to Strauss Wind Energy, you know, we don't know how many eagles you're going to kill, so we're going to give you a 3-year permit.
Right.
Oh, no. Would never happen. Yeah. But so you understand it correctly.
Okay, thank you. One thing I wanted to also mention about this terpene study. So I think it's important that this is something that the Ag Commissioner best sits with the Ag Commissioner. And so we can transmit information to the board, but I think working with the Ag Commissioner on that is the right course of action. It's not something that the P&D is going to undertake because it is more of an agricultural issue. And that's why we're working closely with her to see about how it's going to be funded. So these conversations are already happening, and we will make sure that we convey your message to the commissioner and to the board members as we're talking with them. They're aware of it, and I think understand the need for some kind of funding, whether it be grant funding or whether it's something that the county funds. That's yet to be determined, but I have that study, I believe, is going to be going forward.
Okay, and that was, that was the first time I heard Commissioner Fisher talking about that.
Right.
These conversations I heard from commissioners and members of the public was, why doesn't the county have their own thing with County Santa Barbara on top? So that's what we cite.
Right.
Great.
Right. The other question I had, or not a question, but just something to sort of help the commission because, and the applicants, there are a lot of questions about why it's taking so long in the process and how things are getting hung up. And, it's a mixture of things, certainly. But I can tell you that we're focused on managing that workload and are going to be developing a program that we're going to be rolling out to the community on how that workload is going to get managed so we can start pushing permits through more quickly. And We already have one on-call consultant that's available to us. We're going to be bringing 2 more on. They have to go to the board for their contract approval, but that'll happen in the next month. They have staff that can help us with cannabis permitting. So we understand there's a problem, and we are taking steps to address it. We have new staff. I mean, there's just, we're doing a lot, but it's not as immediate as all of us would like it to be. So I just want to make sure you know that as we're moving forward in the process.
Yeah, but I kind of want to defend staff here. I mean, that's like a baseline condition. There's always not enough staff. I don't care what the economy or topic of the decade is. But in this situation, I think that everyone is a little bit so nervous about looking at a set of building plans, an electrical plan, and then, oh, look, there's actually an ag storage shed over here that we don't find in a record. And so now you send the applicant out to get a permit, and then they can't find a permit, and was it built without permits? And then you're in the, non-conforming building, and then you go over to the building official, and they go, well, you can't do that because it's not handicap accessible, and you need bathrooms. I mean, it can go on for a long time. So, that, I think, is because staff's trying to be thorough, because if they were not as thorough, then when they come here on an appeal, which is now like the standard form, then we're asking all these questions because we're trying to deal with it almost like a development plan or, a CUP. So, anyway, that's my...
Madam Chair, I appreciate those comments. You're exactly right. It's very challenging, particularly in the cases where you have existing buildings and non-conforming structures that have been added on to or over the years. I mean, these buildings are quite old.
Right.
So there's a lot that's happened out there, and the staff is working hard to try and catch everything so that it's resolved and that the applicants actually get a clean permit when they're done with this, right?
Right,
It
so they
is
don't
to the benefit of the applicant in the long run to make sure everything is captured and addressed, but it's painful too. So we're just trying to get the people through the process as quickly as we can in a thorough way.
Mr. Park.
Do we need a formal motion to defer this matter to next week for
Yeah.
further discussion? Then I make that motion to defer this matter for further discussion next week.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do we need a motion to adjourn, or is there anything else?
I'm going to make a motion to
Excuse me.
adjourn, but
Okay.
I want to pass out a few bouquets, okay? First of all, we had discussions in December about when we would have a workshop, because we were concerned about when was this issue of ordinance going to come back to us. And one answer was, well, we're hiring some additional consultants and so forth, and when will they come online and all that. And members of the commission, including myself, pushed for this workshop. And I think staff had some trepidation about that and time it would take to prepare and all that. I think staff deserves a bouquet.
Yes.
Okay, because you were really well prepared for this in a short period of time, including major holidays. So good for you. You did a great job.
Dan.
Okay. I think our public.
That's for you,
Okay,
Dan.
our public had a relatively short time to have notice of this and to prepare for it over the same time of the holidays. We got great comment letters. We got great comment today. I really loved it. I think the format was great because instead of the tension of somebody's going to win or lose today, we were able to think more clearly about all these different ideas. And finally, I want to give you a bouquet because here's your first day on the job as chair, and you get this awkward, bizarre hearing, and you did just fine. So now I move to adjourn.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Thank you.
Vote with your feet.
That was good. And yeah, I think we were like 51 speakers. That's a big one. It's a heavy duty win.
See you next week.
Okay.
Don't forget your binders next
Pop this space out.